Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 1521 The Use of Dragon Skin. What was the most popular weapon during the Japanese Warring States period? It was not the samurai sword, but armor with high protective power. Because good armor can ensure that the warrior will not be easily killed in combat, which is equivalent to multiple lives. In ancient China, it has always been strictly forbidden for civilians to own armor, but swords are not prohibited. Because, in cold weapon wars, the significance of armor is greater than weapons. Even when Narachi launched an uprising, he had to rely on 13 sets of armor handed down from his ancestors, not 13 swords, nor 13 horses. Warriors wearing armor can rush into the enemy's formation and fight fearlessly. If you wear a t-shirt, would you try to rush in? The reason why the Qing dynasty was able to rise is inseparable from the emphasis on armor. Although Marin does not think the Qing dynasty is good, it is undeniable that the cotton armor of the Qing dynasty is of really good quality and beautiful. Compared with the ugly daily clothes of the Qing dynasty, the Eight Banners armor is indeed very handsome. Of course, the armor of the Qing dynasty was originally learned from the Ming dynasty. Unfortunately, because the Japanese daimyo were too poor to make high-level armor, many samurai armors in the early Warring States period were made of bamboo and wood chips. This stuff can't resist anything and can only be used to show off. Only the big armor worn by the nobles has a relatively high degree of protection. But even the big armor worn by the nobles is a mixture of leather and iron sheets, and there is no pure iron armor. The main reason is that Japan lacks iron. Another reason is that the Japanese can't wear pure iron armor. As mentioned earlier, because Japan prohibits eating meat, the Japanese are generally short. If they are over 1.5 meters, they are not short, and if they are over 1.6 meters, they are considered great men. This height is equivalent to the level of 5th and 6th graders in later generations. If they were asked to wear the Ming army's armor weighing dozens of kilograms, they probably couldn't run. Therefore, Marin wanted to sell a batch of European armor to the Yashiro family on Sato Island, but the ready-made European armor was probably not suitable for the samurai of the Yashiro family. Moreover, the size was too large. As a last resort, Marin could only arrange for craftsmen to specially make a batch of armor for the Yashiro family. To this end, Marin specially summoned hundreds of craftsmen who were good at making leather armor to gather together to make armor specifically for the samurai of Yumao's family. According to the height of the Japanese in this era, Marin specially asked people to make a batch of small leather armor suitable for men of 1.5 to 1.6 meters. In addition, they were asked to nail a batch of iron armor plates on the chest and other vital parts. In this way, the protection ability of Japan's most advanced armor can be obtained. As for what materials to use, Marin first ruled out the most advanced rhinoceros skin. That thing is in short supply in the North Sea team. Then, it's cowhide. Marin is not short of this thing. After all, the North Sea Kingdom imports tens of thousands of cows from the Crimean Khanate every year and kills thousands of them, so there is no shortage of cowhide. But cowhide is also very widely used. It is not only used for making clothes and shoes, but also various daily necessities. A lot of cowhide is needed. Marin is a little unhappy to make armor for the devil samurai of Yumao's family. So, a craftsman asked why not use shark skin to make armor. Shark skin. Marin's eyes lit up immediately. There are a lot of shark skins in the North Sea Kingdom. The origin of these shark skins is related to the whaling policy vigorously promoted by Marin. Why is it related to the whaling policy formulated by Marin? Because, in the eyes of fishermen, whales and sharks are both overlords in the ocean. The difference is that whales are much larger than sharks. But whaling is very dangerous, because whales are very strong and can easily overturn the whalers' ships. Therefore, whaling requires certain skills and abilities. Sharks are regarded as small whales by fishermen and have become targets for hunting. Of course, fishermen do not catch sharks for the sake of catching sharks. They kill sharks purely to practice whaling skills. After all, sharks have similar characteristics to whales and like to eat small fish. But sharks are much smaller in size and strength than whales, which is very suitable for novices to practice whaling. Therefore, sharks are unfortunately used by the whaling ships of the North Sea Kingdom as a target for training novices. The means for whaling ships to attract sharks are very simple. Kill a few fish and sprinkle the fish blood into the sea. When they smell the blood, sharks will come excitedly. But what greeted these unfortunate sharks were the whaling guns of the whaling novices. Although the novices' skills were not very good and sharks often escaped, in the long run, the whaling ships of the North Sea Kingdom also used whaling methods to kill many sharks. However, shark meat is very unpalatable. This is mainly because sharks have no urinary organs, and urine is all infiltrated through the skin. Therefore, shark meat is soaked in urine all year round, and naturally tastes bad. Therefore, most shark meat will be abandoned, and salt will not be wasted to make salted fish. But it is a pity to throw it away, so the fishermen of the North Sea Kingdom will soak the shark meat, bake it and dry it, and then grind it into shark powder as a feed additive for pigs and cattle. But Marin had ordered the shark's fins and livers to be kept. After all, shark fins are famous delicacies. And the cod liver oil extracted from fish livers is also a good thing. As for shark skin, the fishermen will also keep it. Because shark skin has an important function as a scabbard. Marin remembered that the Qianlong sword he had heard of in his previous life was made of shark skin as a scabbard. Shark skin is very rough and hard. It feels bad when used to make leather goods, and it is not soft. However, its rough and hard characteristics make it very suitable for making scabbards. After all, the scabbard cannot be too soft. The rough characteristics of shark skin can provide a certain resistance to prevent the sword from slipping out of the scabbard. Of course, the reason why shark skin is listed as the designated material for precious sword scabbards in China, in addition to its excellent quality, is that shark skin has a very domineering alias, Jiao skin. Jiao means Jiaolong. And the dragon is the most noble beast in China. Then, the shark skin, which is called Jiao skin, naturally has a higher value. In addition, Marin has indeed heard that the ancient Chinese used rhinoceros skin and Jiao skin to make armor. Marin asked someone to bring shark skin to touch it, and it was indeed stronger than cowhide. Although it is very rough, it is suitable for making armor. Moreover, no one wants this thing except for making a scabbard. So, Marin ordered these 100 craftsmen who know how to make leather armor to use the shark skin in stock to make 500 small leather armors to sell to the Yuma family to equip the samurai and give them the confidence to fight against the main family of the Hanma clan. Although Japan is also a major fishing country, it also has a tradition of whaling and shark fishing. However, Japan's current fishing technology is backward. There are neither professional shark fishing nets nor professional shark fishing hooks, and it does not know how to use whale harpoons. Therefore, it is difficult for Japanese fishermen to catch whales or sharks. Therefore, it is not possible to form an industry. Unlike Marin's North Sea Kingdom, because of the application of whale harpoon technology, not only can a large number of whale products be obtained, but also a lot of shark byproducts. Just like shark skin, the reason why it can become a precious leather in ancient China is because there was a lack of scientific hunting methods in ancient times, which made sharks difficult to catch, so they were naturally precious. But in fact, in ancient times, because there were no trawlers all over the world, there were many whales and sharks in the sea. As long as there are scientific and reasonable means, they can be caught and killed endlessly. Not to mention the 16th century, even after the end of World War II in the 20th century, the Japanese went out to sea to hunt whales and obtained a lot of catches. It is said that when World War II just ended, Japan's economy collapsed and food was extremely scarce. In order to prevent the people from starving to death, the then Japanese Emperor MacArthur taught Japan to use modern fishing boats and whaling technology to kill whales in waters around the world to obtain a large amount of whale meat. In this way, the Japanese relied on whaling to survive the most difficult years after the end of World War II. But later, the Japanese became addicted to whaling. Even though whaling was banned all over the world, they were still killing whales. Obviously, whaling has brought them too much sweetness. But now, this sweetness is naturally enjoyed exclusively by the North Sea Kingdom, which has mature whaling technology. Marin has prepared dozens of whaling fleets to kill enough whales to obtain a large amount of whale meat, whale oil and other important materials. Since whaling can help Japan, with a population of 60 to 70 million, survive the famine after the end of World War II, Marin feels that these whale meats can completely provide enough meat for the population of the North Sea Kingdom. And the dozens of whaling fleets formed by Marin, except for the first few teams, all other teams started to practice by catching sharks. Therefore, the North Sea Kingdom has a lot of shark skin in stock. Before, shark skin could not be used, so it could only be used to make scabbards. But now, Marin suddenly found that shark skin seemed to be okay for leather armor. This kind of shark skin leather armor can not only be sold to the Japanese warring states daimyo, but also sold in large quantities to the Ming dynasty. After all, shark skin has a very loud name in the Ming dynasty, Jiaopi. Moreover, the Ming dynasty was even more miserable than Japan. Because of the long-term ban on the sea, fishermen in the Ming dynasty had few opportunities to go out to sea to fish. Therefore, the shark catch in the Ming dynasty was very impressive. As a result, shark skin naturally became a rare commodity. If Marin made the excess shark skin into leather armor or scabbards and sold them in the Ming dynasty, the name of Jiao skin alone would be enough to scare people. In this case, the price would definitely not be low. Chapter 1522 Amazon Expedition. Trade with the Ming dynasty has always been a concern for Marin. Because the Ming dynasty lacked nothing, it was difficult to barter with them, and they could only purchase with real gold and silver. As for the perfumes and glass products that Marin made, the output was not large, not enough to offset the huge expenses that Marin purchased from the Ming dynasty. Therefore, Marin tried every means to offset these trade deficits. It's not that there is no way to offset it. The British used the Crow trade to offset the trade deficit. But Marin was a Chinese in his previous life, and he would never do such a wicked thing to pit China. Therefore, he can only find ways to smooth out the trade deficit from other channels. In fact, in the long run, Marin doesn't mind the flow of gold and silver into the Ming dynasty. But the premise is that Marin has to wait until Marin develops gold and silver in Japan and the Americas. Today, Marin has not yet developed gold and silver in Japan, Mexico, and Peru, and he is in urgent need of gold and silver. It is really a bit unbearable to send a large amount of gold and silver to the Ming dynasty. Therefore, finding ways to reduce the output of silver is also what Marin is working hard on. For example, this time, shark skin, known as jiaopi, seems to be a good trade item. If it is done well, it can also offset a lot of trade deficits. In addition to shark skin, shark fin is also a good trade product. If shark fin is made into dried shark fin, it can be preserved for 3 to 5 years, which is very suitable as a trade product. And shark fin is one of the 8 delicacies in ancient China, and is as famous as bird's nest, bear paw, sea cucumber, etc. Shark fin may be a rare ingredient in the Ming dynasty, which lacks advanced shark fishing technology, but it is an ordinary thing in the North Sea Kingdom with a whale harpoon. In these days, other countries do not have good whaling technology, and Marin's North Sea Kingdom can completely openly hunt whales and sharks without worrying about the endangerment of these two species. After all, the small North Sea Kingdom can't really kill many whales and sharks. Shark leather can be sold to the Ming dynasty at a high price as jiaopi, not to mention shark fin, which is a delicacy from the mountains and the sea, and can also be sold at a high price. In this way, the trade of shark products alone can wipe out a lot of trade deficits for the trade between the North Sea Kingdom and the Ming dynasty. What else can offset the trade deficit? Marin pondered. Yes, bear paws. Marin suddenly remembered that in this era, there are many North American black bears wandering in the forests of Canada. The existence of these big bears and 2 bears seriously affects human safety. Therefore, Marin once ordered the hunting of bears on Cape Breton Island to prevent bears from endangering the safety of immigrants. The method of hunting bears is also very simple, using large-caliber matchlock guns. For example, the bulky muskets eliminated by the North Sea Army are very suitable for hunting bears. This kind of musket has a large caliber and strong power, which is very suitable for hunting bears. At most, replacing lead bullets with steel balls makes it easier to break the defense of bears. Moreover, bears are stupid. They will not dodge as cleverly as foxes, but will choose to face the front. After all, bears are very confident in their strength. Therefore, even if it is difficult to aim with a musket, as long as you let the bear get close and shoot, you will definitely hit it. Of course, it is too dangerous to shoot a bear alone. If you are not careful, you will be beaten into a pulp. Therefore, Marin's arrangement is to organize a bear hunting team, 3 people in a group, each with a musket, using steel ball bullets. The probability of missing should be very low when 3 people shoot together. Of course, you must aim at the bear's body, and you can't damage the precious bear's paw. Once the bear is hunted, the paw must be cut off, pickled and dried. Then, of course, it will be shipped to the Ming dynasty for sale. What? You said that bears are protected animals, and sharks are also protected? No, buddy, this is the 16th century. There are so many sharks and bears. Not to mention this era, even in later Canada, the government will regularly organize hunters to hunt bears to prevent too many bears from endangering human safety. It is said that a friend from Beijing went to Canada to be a hunter. If he did not kill 50 bears in a year, he would be fined by the government. So, these days, as long as you like, you can hunt bears in the jungles of North America. The premise is that you shoot accurately and don't get killed by the bears. If you are beaten to death by a bear, you will be unlucky. How strong is a bear? You may not lose even if you fight with Xiao Feng. If you fall into the hands of a bear, you may be torn into 8 pieces and then eaten by the bear brother as spicy strips. Only in the Ming dynasty, because of the high level of development, bears and tigers near agricultural areas were killed by professionals such as Tang Dahu, making bear paws a rarity. In North America, they are everywhere. The premise is that you can beat the bear. In addition, bear skins are also rare in the Ming dynasty and can be sold at a high price. However, if the musket is used, it is estimated that it is difficult to obtain the finished bear skin. Marin fell into deep thought, his mind full of how to kill sharks and hunt bears. If animal protectors in later generations knew about this, they would definitely come to protest. Bears are so cute, how can you kill bears? Marin would definitely fight back. Wait until the bears tear you apart and eat you like spicy strips, then you will know how cute the bears are. Those beasts can probably only be called cute in their infancy. Once they enter adolescence, their brutal nature will be exposed. At this time, either locking them up or killing them is the best countermeasure. Otherwise, it will endanger human life. In the early days of colonizing America, Marin's colonial team not only had to fight wits and courage with the Indians, but also had to fight against bears, cougars and other man-eating beasts. In front of the fertile land, it's either you die or I die, there is no politeness at all. Therefore, Marin had already decided that no matter if they were Indians or protected animals, anyone who blocked his development of America would die. Just when Marin was writing down the plan to kill sharks and bears, the palace guards suddenly came to report, Grand Duke, an expedition team claiming to have returned from the Amazon River has returned. Lord Kohler asked me to report to you. Amazon River? Huh. Marin suddenly stood up. He remembered that a few years ago, he seemed to have sent people to the Amazon River basin in Brazil to look for pineapples. But the tropical rainforest in the Amazon River basin was too scary. Marin once described the horror of the wild continent, but the Amazon River basin was actually similar to the exaggerated part in Marin's book, and it was really terrible. In the Amazon River basin, there were not only poisonous mosquitoes and insects everywhere, but also man-eating crocodiles and piranhas in the water. After several years of exploration, only 21 people were left out of the 100 people in the entire expedition team, and the expedition leader had changed several times. As for the previous expedition leaders, they all died in the tropical jungle of the Amazon River. When Marin met the 21 surviving expedition members, he saw 21 extremely poor beggars with tanned skin. Chapter 1523 Breaking Out of the Amazon. Grand Duke, we are back. Seeing Marin, 21 African refugees knelt down and cried bitterly. Marin quickly asked someone to help them up, and asked someone to bring a stool so that they could sit down and drink some water. After drinking milk tea, a group of people calmed down their excitement, and then began to tell Marin about their miserable experiences in the Amazon jungle in recent years. They entered the Amazon jungle from the mouth of the Amazon River a few years ago. At first, they took 2 medium-sized inland ships to move inland. At that time, they all lived on the boat. Although the conditions were difficult, there was no danger. However, because several people were not used to the local climate, they fell ill directly. However, Marin originally selected 100 young and middle-aged people with good physical fitness. Therefore, not many people in the expedition team fell ill due to the inability to adapt to the local climate. Among the first few people who fell ill due to the inability to adapt to the local climate, only one died of illness. But a few months later, the 2 wooden boats were damaged one after another and could not be repaired. At this point, the expedition team really entered a period of terror. After the ship was damaged, the expedition team was forced to land in camp. However, on the first day, 7 members were knocked down by poisonous insects, mosquitoes and snakes in the Amazon jungle. Among them, 5 members who were bitten by poisonous insects and mosquitoes began to get sick. The members bitten by poisonous snakes were even worse and died on the spot. Among them, one of the 2 dead was John, the first expedition leader. In desperation, the expedition team elected Heinrich as the second expedition leader to continue leading the team forward. In the following days, Heinrich was more cautious. When camping, he chose dry highlands to camp, and lit several fires around the camp at night to drive away snakes and insects. At the same time, the sulfur powder brought was also sprinkled at the entrance of the tents where people lived to prevent poisonous snakes. Under the careful command of Captain Heinrich, there was no danger of camping at night. However, the next expedition was really full of dangers. Because they were unfamiliar with the local environment, in order to avoid getting lost, the expedition team moved westward along the Amazon River. However, this group of people seriously underestimated the danger of the Amazon River basin. Once, a homemade raft of the expedition team capsized on the Amazon River, and several expedition members fell into the water. Unexpectedly, a large group of piranhas were attracted directly. One of the 4 expedition members who fell into the water was quickly gnawed by a large group of piranhas, leaving only bones. And another person also had the flesh on one leg gnawed off. The other 2 were lucky. The fish seemed to prefer to focus on attacking 1 or 2 of them. They escaped and were pulled onto other rafts by their teammates. Although the team member whose leg was gnawed off was also rescued, he died that night due to excessive blood loss. Fear immediately enveloped the entire expedition team, and Captain Heinrich had to take the team members as far as possible by land and move inland along the Amazon River. However, they soon ushered in the most terrifying creature on the riverside, the Amazon crocodile. The members of the expedition team were all from Europe, and had never seen a crocodile, so they didn't know how powerful it was. Moreover, they didn't watch Animal World like later generations. Therefore, they were completely unaware of the dangers of crocodiles. Although Marin had reminded them, these people were not smart people with good memories. Marin, who was smart, was reluctant to let them die, so they forgot about it. Dangerous Amazon crocodiles do not actively attack the expedition team, but they will quietly lurk by the river, motionless. If you don't pay attention, you might think there is rotten wood floating on the water surface of the river. However, when some members of the expedition team leave the crowd and run to the river to get water, the Amazon crocodile will suddenly jump up, open its bloody mouth, and bite the target. On the first day, a young man who was getting water was dragged into the water and never seen again. But the members of the expedition team were not aware of this, and did not see the process of the crocodile pretending to be rotten wood to ambush the unlucky guy. So, the next day, another unlucky person was dragged into the water by a crocodile. On the third day, 2 team members went to fetch water together, and one of them saw with his own eyes that a piece of rotten wood by the river suddenly came to life and bit his companion and dragged him into the water. Only then did everyone realize the horror of the rotten wood by the Amazon River. Helplessly, Heinrich had to change the marching route in order to avoid getting close to the river as much as possible, but not too far away from the river, so as not to lose the direction. Then, they encountered a new danger jaguar. The victim this time was the second expedition leader Heinrich, and he died very, very strange. It turned out that at noon one day, Captain Heinrich had a stomachache, so he went to squat under a hidden tree outside the camp. In the wild, there is no toilet, so you can only find a secluded place to solve it casually. If it were in Europe, there would be nothing wrong with doing this. But this is the Amazon jungle. Just as Heinrich was squatting under a tree outside the camp to relieve himself, a jaguar happened to pass by. The jaguar was originally planning to kill a crocodile in the Amazon River for lunch. After all, cats love to eat fish. However, the jaguar was quite awesome, and even dared to kill the crocodile, the dominant animal in the water. It can be said that he was very brave. Of course, leopards are naturally brave, otherwise there would not be the saying, eating the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Just as the jaguar was about to go to the water, he suddenly smelled a bad smell halfway. Out of curiosity, the bold leopard quietly approached, and then saw the white buttocks of Captain Heinrich, who was squatting to defecate. It seems very white and tender. I wonder how it tastes. Then, the bold jaguar took advantage of Captain Heinrich's unpreparedness, pounced on him, and bit off Captain Heinrich's neck. Although the team members quickly chased out with sticks after hearing Captain Heinrich's screams and scared the jaguar away, the unfortunate Captain Heinrich's neck was bitten off and he died soon. Then, in the following days, no member of the expedition team dared to leave the crowd alone to squat to defecate. Because, that might cost their lives. Then, everyone elected a new expedition leader, Coral. Coral led everyone to continue moving forward, looking for the rubber trees and thorny fruits, pineapples that Marin ordered. As a result, everyone soon found a lot of rubber trees and collected a lot of rubber tree seeds. However, pineapples have not been found. So they had to continue wandering in the dangerous Amazon jungle. A few months later, they encountered the biggest danger of this expedition, the Amazon cannibals. At first, Koror didn't know the danger of the cannibals. After seeing the natives, Koror led everyone to greet the cannibals enthusiastically. But they didn't know that the cannibals looked at them like a dish. A group of more than 80 people walked into the cannibal village without any precautions, and then they were attacked and killed by the cannibals that night. Fortunately, there were not many strong men in the cannibals, and they were unable to catch them all at once. After more than 30 people were killed, a total of more than 40 people escaped desperately and hid in the jungle. The cannibal tribe probably thought that there was enough meat to eat, so they didn't chase them. The remaining 40 people were like stray dogs, wandering in the jungle for 2 or 3 years in a panic, and lost their way. During this time, some of them were eaten by the Amazon man-eating tree, and some were strangled and swallowed by the Amazon anaconda. In short, there were many dangers along the way. Until they met an indigenous tribe that was not a cannibal. At first, after seeing this indigenous tribe, the team members were very scared and thought they had met cannibals again. But these indigenous people were not cannibals and were quite friendly. After many contacts, the expedition team finally determined that this indigenous tribe did not eat people, and then they began to communicate with them. With the help of the primitive communication method of gestures, the two sides became familiar with each other. There were members in the expedition team who were familiar with bow and arrow manufacturing to help the indigenous people improve the bow and arrow manufacturing process, which greatly increased the power of the indigenous earth bows, and also helped them stick feathers on the back of the arrows to enhance the stability and range of the arrows. Then, the indigenous people became enthusiastic about the expedition team. With the help of this group of indigenous people, the team members finally found the legendary pineapple, and with the help of the friendly indigenous tribe, they learned how to cultivate pineapples from another tribe that knew how to cultivate pineapples. Seeing that the mission was completed, the expedition team said goodbye to the friendly indigenous tribe, went east along the Amazon River, and finally found the estuary, and waited for the ship that would come from Grenada Island to investigate after a while. But when they left the Amazon River basin, only 22 of the original 100 people were left. On the way back home by boat, another person died of illness. By the time they returned to the North Sea country, there were only 21 people left. Chapter 1524, Canned Pineapple and Fruit Juice Drinks. Grandpa, we are back. Seeing Marin, 21 African refugees knelt down and cried bitterly. Marin quickly asked someone to help them up, and asked someone to bring a stool so that they could sit down and drink some water. After drinking milk tea, a group of people calmed down their excitement, and then began to tell Marin about their miserable experiences in the Amazon jungle in recent years. They entered the Amazon jungle from the mouth of the Amazon River a few years ago. At first, they took 2 medium-sized inland vessels to move inland. At that time, they all lived on the boat. Although the conditions were difficult, there was no danger. It's just that because several people were not used to the local climate, they fell ill directly. However, Marin selected 100 young and strong people with good physical fitness. Therefore, not many people in the expedition team fell ill due to not being able to adapt to the local climate. Among the first few people who fell ill due to the unfamiliar climate, only one died of illness. But a few months later, the 2 wooden boats were damaged one after another and could not be repaired. At this point, the expedition team really entered a period of terror. After the boats were damaged, the expedition team was forced to land and set up camp. However, on the first day, 7 members were knocked down by poisonous insects, mosquitoes and snakes in the Amazon jungle. Among them, 5 members who were bitten by poisonous insects and mosquitoes began to get sick. The members bitten by poisonous snakes were even worse and died on the spot. Among them, one of the 2 dead was John, the first expedition leader. In desperation, the expedition team elected Heinrich as the second expedition leader to continue leading the team forward. In the following days, Heinrich was more cautious. When camping, he chose to camp on dry high ground, and lit multiple fires around the camp at night to drive away snakes and insects. At the same time, the sulfur powder that was brought was also sprinkled at the entrance of the tents where people lived to prevent poisonous snakes. Under the careful command of Captain Heinrich, there was no danger of camping at night. However, the following expedition was really dangerous. Because they were not familiar with the local environment, in order to avoid getting lost, the expedition team went west along the Amazon River. However, this group of people seriously underestimated the danger of the Amazon River basin. Once, a raft made by the expedition team capsized on the Amazon River, and several expedition members fell into the water. Unexpectedly, a large group of piranhas were attracted directly. One of the 4 expedition members who fell into the water was quickly gnawed by a large group of piranhas and only bones were left. And another person also had the meat on one leg gnawed off. The other 2 were lucky. The fish seemed to prefer to focus on attacking 1 or 2 of them. They escaped and were pulled onto other rafts by their teammates. Although the team member whose leg was gnawed off was also rescued, he died that night due to excessive blood loss. Fear immediately enveloped the entire expedition team, and Captain Heinrich had to take the team members as far as possible by land and move inland along the Amazon River. However, they soon welcomed the most terrifying creature on the riverside, the Amazon crocodile. The members of the expedition team were all from Europe and had never seen a crocodile before, so they didn't know how powerful it was. Moreover, they didn't watch Animal World as much as later generations. Therefore, they were completely unaware of the danger of crocodiles. Although Marin had reminded them, these people were not smart people with good memories. Marin, a smart man, was reluctant to let them die, so they forgot about it. The dangerous Amazon crocodiles did not actively attack the expedition team, but they would quietly lurk by the river, motionless. If you don't pay attention, you might think there was rotten wood floating on the water by the river. However, when some of the expedition members left the crowd and ran to the river to get water, the Amazon crocodile would suddenly jump up, open its bloody mouth, and bite the target. On the first day, a young man who was getting water was dragged into the water and never seen again. But the members of the expedition team didn't know about this, and didn't see the process of the crocodile pretending to be rotten wood to ambush the unlucky guy. So, the next day, another unlucky person was dragged into the water by a crocodile. On the third day, 2 team members went to fetch water together, and one of them saw with his own eyes that a piece of rotten wood by the river suddenly came to life and bit his companion and dragged him into the water. Only then did everyone realize the horror of the rotten wood by the Amazon River. Helplessly, Heinrich had to change the marching route in order to avoid getting close to the river as much as possible, but not too far away from the river, so as not to lose the direction. Then, they encountered a new danger jaguar. The victim this time was the second expedition leader Heinrich, and he died very, very strange. It turned out that at noon one day, Captain Heinrich had a stomachache, so he went to squat under a hidden tree outside the camp. In the wild, there is no toilet, so you can only find a secluded place to solve it casually. If it were in Europe, there would be nothing wrong with doing this. But this is the Amazon jungle. Just as Heinrich was squatting under a tree outside the camp to relieve himself, a jaguar happened to pass by. The jaguar was originally planning to kill a crocodile in the Amazon River for lunch. After all, cats love to eat fish. However, the jaguar was quite awesome, and even dared to kill the crocodile, the dominant animal in the water. It can be said that he was very brave. Of course, leopards are naturally brave, otherwise there would not be the saying, eating the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Just as the jaguar was about to go to the water, he suddenly smelled a bad smell halfway. Out of curiosity, the bold leopard quietly approached, and then saw the white buttocks of Captain Heinrich who was squatting to defecate. It seems very white and tender. I wonder how it tastes. Then, the bold jaguar took advantage of Captain Heinrich's unpreparedness, pounced on him, and bit off Captain Heinrich's neck. Although the team members quickly chased out with sticks after hearing Captain Heinrich's screams and scared the jaguar away, the unfortunate Captain Heinrich's neck was bitten off and he died soon. Then, in the following days, no member of the expedition team dared to leave the crowd alone to squat to defecate. Because, that might cost their lives. Then, everyone elected a new expedition leader, Coral. Coral led everyone to continue moving forward, looking for the rubber trees and thorny fruits, pineapples that Marin ordered. As a result, everyone soon found a lot of rubber trees and collected a lot of rubber tree seeds. However, pineapples have not been found. So they had to continue wandering in the dangerous Amazon jungle. A few months later, they encountered the biggest danger of this expedition, the Amazon cannibals. At first, Coral didn't know the danger of the cannibals. After seeing the natives, Coral led everyone to greet the cannibals enthusiastically. But they didn't know that the cannibals looked at them like a dish. A group of more than 80 people walked into the cannibal village without any precautions, and then they were attacked and killed by the cannibals that night. Fortunately, the cannibals didn't have many strong men and were unable to catch them all at once. After more than 30 people were killed, a total of more than 40 people fled for their lives and hid in the jungle. The cannibal tribe probably thought that there was enough meat to eat, so they didn't chase them. Chapter 1525, Cover or Plug. This is a difficult question. Since canned fruit and juice drinks are to be developed as an industry, the packaging problem must be considered. Therefore, Marin, a half-baked, great designer, naturally has to design the packaging shape. It cannot be said to be a design, but a plagiarism, plagiarizing the designs of later generations. However, Marin remembered that many canned foods in later generations were packaged in aluminum boxes and sealed with tinplate. Marin could not imitate or plagiarize such things, mainly because he did not have aluminum cans. As for glass-bottled canned foods, in the 21st century, many businesses specially designed canned bottles into the style of water cups in order to promote sales. In this way, because the canned bottles can be used as water cups after eating the canned food has become more popular. Therefore, this idea is worth learning from. Therefore, Marin drew the canned bottle style of water cups that was very popular in later generations. Then, a simple wooden hoop was added to the outside of the bottle, and an inverted L wooden handle stretched out for the user to hold. In this way, the buyer can use the canned bottle as a water cup after eating the canned food. The presence of the wooden handle can prevent the user from being scalded by the boiling water in the cup. In fact, the bottle body is still very easy to design, just copy the appearance of later generations. But the design of the bottle mouth is difficult for Marin. The problem is mainly on the lid. In this era, wooden corks are still popular in European bottles, rather than the threaded engagement twist caps that are popular in later generations. Marin wanted to design it into the threaded engagement twist caps of later generations, but after talking with the craftsman, he decisively gave up this idea. Why? It's not that the craftsman can't make threaded engagement twist caps, but that the manufacturing difficulty is too high. In this era, the manufacture of yin and yang threads for glass bottles and bottle caps does not rely on machines, but purely handmade. Only craftsmen with high income can create yin and yang threads with a high degree of fit, so that the airtightness of the bottle cap meets the standard. If a worker comes and carves the yin and yang threads by hand, it is likely that it will not meet the airtightness requirements. In this way, a can of canned food will be scrapped. If a master craftsman is asked to make the yin and yang threads by hand, the output will be very low and the cost will be high. In this way, it is not cost-effective. Marin reluctantly gave up the design of the threaded engagement and twisting cap. In fact, there is no professional machine to make it these days. He was not an industrialist in his previous life, and he did not know how to make the threads of bottles and caps, so he could only give up with regret. Then, the only thing left was the bottle stopper design. Cork stopper plus sealing wax. Such a packaging method is very simple, and any temporary worker with average skills can be competent for the work of airtight packaging. But the biggest problem is, cork is not used. The cork trees in Portugal need to grow for 25 years before they can be harvested, and the current production is limited. Marin's plan is to make canned fruit into national food, and the quantity is large. Portugal's production is really not enough. Therefore, Marin can only think of using natural rubber to replace cork. Natural rubber bottle stopper. Marin first thought of the rubber bottle stopper on the saline bottle when he was hanging water when he was a child. That is the memory of a generation. Before Marin traveled through time, saline had already used plastic bottles or even plastic bags. But in the 1990s, hospitals used glass bottles with rubber stoppers to hang water for people. In addition to using it for hanging water, when Marin was a child, he also used this saline bottle as a hot water bottle when his hands were cold in winter. The saline bottles in the hospital were used up and discarded. At that time, many people could take the saline bottles they used for hanging water back to use after hanging water. The saline bottle with a rubber stopper has a very good seal. Even if a hole was poked before hanging water, the hole would close after the needle was removed, and the stopper would not leak. Therefore, the saline bottle was used by many people as a hot water bottle for warming hands. Even when sleeping in winter, it can be used to warm feet. The Yangtze River Basin is a very embarrassing place. The winter here is not as cold as in the north, so there is generally no heating, and there is no Kong in the countryside. But when the temperature is below zero in winter, it is also very cold, and it is wet and cold. Therefore, in the 1990s, when sleeping at night, Marin often put the saline bottle filled with hot water into the quilt to warm the quilt before going to sleep. It was not until the 21st century that the saline bottle was eliminated with the emergence of rubber hot water bottles. With this experience, Marin had a very deep memory of the rubber stopper of the saline bottle. So, he designed the drawing of the saline bottle without thinking. That was the thing he grew up with. But after designing the saline bottle, Marin realized a problem: the mouth of the saline bottle was too small. The mouth was too small to put pineapple slices in. Even if it was put in, it would be difficult to take it out and eat. What? You said to cut the pineapple into pieces and put it in. It's not impossible, but it loses the original intention of canned fruit. People come to eat fruit, not fruit residue. Therefore, canned fruit bottles must not use the bottle mouth design of saline bottles. However, fruit juice can be packaged in this bottle. So, Marin made a big move and decided on the packaging of fruit juice, using saline bottles. Then, Marin's mind emerged the scene of the future citizens of the North Sea using hanging bottles to drink juice. Marin was so happy when he thought about it. Of course, he could only enjoy this fun by himself. Others have never seen a saline bottle for hanging water, so they don't get the joke at all. After laughing, Marin can only continue to design the lid of the canning bottle. This time he really designed it, because there is nothing to refer to. Marin wanted to continue using the design of the saline bottle stopper, but the bottle stopper is only suitable for small bottle mouths. Once the bottle mouth is large, the soft rubber is squeezed and easily deformed, resulting in leakage. What should I do? Marin was a little at a loss. So he ran to the canning factory to find inspiration. Beihai country also has canned food now. For example, there is a pickled fish canning factory on the North Sea. When sealing the steamed pickled fish, workers often choose a cork that is larger than the bottle mouth. In this way, after plugging it into the bottle mouth, it can ensure that the airtightness is good enough. And those cork stoppers that are not processed to the right size are considered defective products. They are either eliminated or collected and taken elsewhere to be processed into smaller stoppers. In the canning workshop, a water cup of the workshop manager aroused his strong interest. This workshop manager seemed to be a bit of a public swindler. For example, the cup he drank water from seemed to be a canned bottle. But the difference was that the canned bottle he drank water from seemed to be a discarded product. There was nothing wrong with the glass bottle of the water cup itself, but the bottle stopper seemed to be a discarded cork of insufficient size. But the workshop manager Hans was very smart. He wrapped a piece of cloth on the cork of insufficient size. Then, this cork could plug the bottle mouth and ensure that his water cup would not leak. Of course, this can only ensure that there is no water leakage, but not no air leakage. After all, cloth does not have the good airtightness of cork. However, this approach gave Marin great inspiration. Bottle cork. Wrap cloth. Good idea. Marin shouted happily. Of course, he did not think of wrapping the bottle cork with cloth, but thought, since I can wrap the bottle cork with cloth, why can't I wrap the bottle cork with rubber skin? He remembered that when he was a child, some water cups had poor processing precision, so in order to prevent water leakage, many manufacturers put rubber rings in the bottle caps. Similarly, putting rubber sleeves around the corks can also prevent leakage and seal air. Moreover, he suddenly thought that if the wooden cork was covered with a rubber sleeve, then the bottle cork would not necessarily need to use expensive and rare cork. He could use ordinary wooden corks of similar size, and then put a rubber sleeve on the ordinary wooden cork. In this way, it can also ensure airtightness and leakproofness. Moreover, it successfully avoided the weakness of rubber bottle corks that could not be made large. Thinking of this, Marin was extremely excited. With the rubber sleeve, he didn't have to worry about going to Portugal to find cork. The growth cycle of that pitfall cork is 25 years. Moreover, after peeling the cork bark, it takes another 9 to 10 years before it can be peeled again. Cork is processed from the bark of cork trees. The rhythm of Isen Chan's 10 years suddenly sounded in Marin's mind in a very magical way. 10 years later, I will peel your bark again. Damn, it takes 10 years to peel a bark, enough for me to plant a lot of rubber trees. Marin no longer thought about cork, but continued to work on his rubber bottle cork. Because there will definitely be a huge demand for rubber bottle stoppers and rubber bottle stopper leather cases in the future, Marin decided to expand the rubber tree planting area again. Chapter 1526, The Temptation of Big Fish and Big Meat. Seeing Marin grinning with the drinking cup he made with the public money, Hans, the head of the pickled fish canning workshop, was so scared that his legs went limp and he almost had urinary incontinence. Heaven and earth, no, God can testify that he has never done anything corrupt. Not only was the bottle stopper a defective product, but even the glass bottle was out of shape. Otherwise, he would not dare to use it as a drinking cup. However, the cork can be handed over to other units for processing and made into smaller corks. After all, the corks of the canning factory are large, while the corks of the perfume factory are small. The defective cork he intercepted can be sent to the perfume factory and processed into several perfume bottle stoppers. So Hans is now trembling with nervousness, fearing that he will be punished by Marin. But in the end, Marin did not punish Hans. On the contrary, he gave him a handful of gold coins as a reward. Because he helped him solve a huge problem. Of course, Marin still gave him a verbal warning for his behavior of greedily taking the defective corks that could be processed again. It will not happen again. In addition to glass bottles, Marin also designed wooden boxes for canned fruits and bottled fruit juice. After all, glass bottles are troublesome to transport and are easy to break. Therefore, the glass bottles need to be placed in wooden boxes and fixed in public. In this way, it can be avoided that the glass bottles collide with each other and break. This design is relatively simple, that is, a fixed space is designed according to the size of the glass bottle. Of course, when packaging, some soft thatch will be stuffed into the wooden box as a buffer to prevent the glass bottle and the wooden box from colliding and breaking. As for sponge foam as a buffer, it does not exist. Marin does not have industrial sponges and foams, and he does not know how to make them. As for natural sponges, that thing is too expensive, and it is too luxurious to use it to pad bottles. Thatch is cheaper. As for the cost of wooden boxes, Marin used the endless forests of North America, so wood was not a problem. However, the craftsmen who made wooden boxes were a big problem. The status of craftsmen in the North Sea was very high. Even a novice craftsman could earn 3 pfennigs a day, which was 1.5 times that of an ordinary person. For skilled craftsmen, the minimum daily wage was 4 or 5 pfennigs, which was more than twice that of an ordinary person. For a powerful craftsman, the daily wage could even reach as much as 1 shilling a day. Of course, they had decades of experience in craftsmanship. If these craftsmen were used to make wooden boxes, the expenses would be quite high. But Marin suddenly remembered that he could go to the Ming dynasty to get craftsmen. The craftsmen in the Ming dynasty were very miserable. Not only did they have a very low political status, but their income was also not guaranteed. In particular, the craftsmen who were listed as craftsmen had to work for the court on a voluntary basis every year, and were often pulled by officials to do private work. The most annoying thing is that there is no money for doing private work for officials. That's fine, but the officials who usually manage the craftsmen also take advantage of it and embezzle the wages of the craftsmen. According to the regulations of the Ming dynasty, craftsmen serving the court are considered to be labor service, so the salary is very low, and it is good to be given 20 taels of silver a year. Well, according to the European exchange rate, it is equivalent to 3 pfennigs a day. It seems that it is not bad, right? But this is just an appearance, because there are many civil servants above the craftsmen. If the craftsmen's wages are not deducted, are they still civil servants of the Ming dynasty? How can you live a carefree life by expecting the official salary of dozens of taels of silver a year? So, the craftsmen are out of luck. It is clearly said that there will be an annual salary of 20 taels or even more, but after a few hands of civil servants, the craftsmen can get 10 taels of silver, which is considered a conscience by the officials. If a group of craftsmen from the Ming dynasty are brought in, the salary expenses can be greatly reduced. Moreover, according to the feedback from the New York shipyard, the batch of shipbuilding craftsmen brought from the Ming dynasty are extremely satisfied with their current lives. How can they not be satisfied? The salary that Marin gave them was not high, only 3 pfennigs a day, which was the lowest level craftsman's salary in the North Sea Kingdom. However, this was much more than what they had gotten in the Ming dynasty before. In addition, the most important thing was that their daily living treatment was much better than in the Ming dynasty. For example, Marin stipulated that all craftsmen in the shipyard could eat in the factory cafeteria, and their wives and children could also eat. This alone could save a lot of expenses for the craftsman's family every year. Because in the Ming dynasty, food expenses accounted for most of the poor families. Not only that, the meals in the shipyard were much better than those of ordinary families in the Ming dynasty. First of all, because there was a lot of wheat in the New York colony, they could eat food made from white flour. Generally, European craftsmen ate bread, while Ming craftsmen ate steamed buns and noodles. Although many craftsmen who ate rice in the south were not very adaptable, they were very happy because there were enough steamed buns. Poor people, it's good to be full, how dare they be picky? What made the Ming craftsmen happy and satisfied the most was the fish and meat that were freely available in the shipyard cafeteria. Because it was close to the Newfoundland fishing grounds, there was a sufficient supply of salted fish all year round, so there was no problem eating it every day. As for meat, the New York colony often sent out hunting teams to hunt wild deer, porcupines, turkeys and other game in the forest. As one of the most important institutions in North America, the shipyard was often given priority in meat supply. So, it was not nonsense that the Ming craftsmen in the shipyard had fish and meat every day. Although meat was not available every day, fish could be eaten every day. Such a life was unthinkable in the Ming dynasty. In ancient China, poor people rarely had access to meat. And those who could eat meat were mostly dignitaries and landlords. Therefore, in ancient China, dignitaries were also called meat eaters. There is a saying in Zhuang that meat eaters are despicable, and the poet Du Fu also wrote the poem, The Rich Have Wine and Meat. Therefore, in ancient China, eating meat was a characteristic of the rich. As for poor families, they could not eat meat several times a year. Therefore, the ancient Chinese civilians were very short of oil and water. And the children were particularly looking forward to the Chinese New Year. Because, during the Chinese New Year, even if the Chinese were poor, they would bite their teeth and buy a few pounds of meat to improve their lives. Therefore, there was a saying in ancient China that children look forward to the Chinese New Year, and adults look forward to farming. However, at the New York shipyard, these craftsmen from the Ming dynasty were simply stunned and the fish and meat in the factory cafeteria were simply free. What kind of salmon can be served on the table at ordinary times, and whale meat and so on are also supplied in large quantities at the shipyard. Whales are mammals, and the taste of their meat is more similar to that of land animals. Craftsmen often eat whale meat, which can be regarded as a relief for their craving for meat. In addition, because the New York shipyard is near the soybean producing area, the supply of soybean oil is very sufficient. Therefore, when cooking, a lot of oil is also added to the vegetables, resulting in the Ming Dynasty craftsmen in the shipyard not lacking oil and water in their stomachs, and even their appetite has decreased. What made the craftsmen happiest was that the factory actually allowed their wives and children to eat. Although there were restrictions on meat, the families of the craftsmen in the factory usually had sufficient supply of fish and meat. As for meat, if the family wanted to eat it, they had to spend money separately, but the cost was very low. After all, the craftsmen's wages were usually not used for much, so there was no pressure to buy some meat for the children. In other words, these Ming Dynasty craftsmen achieved a good life of one person working, the whole family eating fish and meat, in the shipyard. They had never dared to think about such a day before, so they were naturally very satisfied. In fact, Marin had never thought that a simple sufficient supply of fish and meat could make the craftsmen of the Ming Dynasty so happy. Now, through the spy placed in the shipyard, Marin knows one thing: if you go to Daming to recruit craftsmen, you don't need to say anything else, just say, food and accommodation, enough fish and meat, family can also eat, it is guaranteed to attract a lot of people. Of course, the premise is that you have to let those civil servants release people. After all, they rely on squeezing craftsmen to get rich. And the supply of fish and meat is a big deal in North America. As long as there are enough fishing boats in the Newfoundland fishing grounds, there will be too much fish and meat to eat, which can make you vomit. As for meat, as long as a hunting team is sent out, there will always be a lot of game in the forest. If you are lucky, you can also hunt North American bison and eat beef. The New World is cool, fish and meat are at your fingertips, and resources are everywhere. Unlike the Ming Dynasty, which has been developed for thousands of years, there are farmlands everywhere, and eating fish and meat all day long is a life that only the rich can live. Marin plans to send a group of craftsmen back to Daming next time to tell his colleagues who are still in Daming about their meals of big fish and meat in North America to attract more craftsmen to go. With cheap Ming Dynasty craftsmen, Marin no longer had to worry about insufficient production of wooden boxes for packaging. Those Ming Dynasty craftsmen were used to being exploited by officials, so they worked very hard. Chapter 1527, Farm Life in Beihai Country, Part 1, Kloster is a small village in the county of Leer in the East Frisian province of the North Sea. Because it is close to the Ems River, agriculture is well developed here and it is one of the richest rural areas in the North Sea. When the morning sun shines down, this small village with only 300 people is already boiling. Now is March, the beginning of the busy farming season. Although the northern part of Germany is still a little cold and it is not the best planting period, farming in the North Sea has already begun. It is completely possible to loosen the soil in advance. Of course, it cannot be done too far in advance. Otherwise, after a few rains, the land will become hardened again. However, because cattle and horses are used to plow the land in this era, it is too late to plow the land at the critical moment of sowing. Therefore, in early spring in March, farmers took oxen to plow the land and turn the soil. The North Sea is not short of cattle. Although some of the 10,000 cattle imported from the Crimean Khanate every year are killed for meat, most of them are still left and bred as oxen. Marin's plan to kill cows is very meticulous. First of all, he will not order the killing of cows. Unless the cow is old and can't give birth. Or, there are obvious defects and no healthy offspring. Therefore, every time cattle are imported, most of the cows will be retained and distributed to various villages. As for bulls, it's more miserable. Marin will first select the strongest batch of bulls and keep them as breeding bulls. In addition, hornless bulls will also be selected first as breeding bulls. As for the remaining bulls, Marin will also let people do a test, that is, whether they are obedient. First, Marin will put nose rings on those bulls. If they resist violently when putting on the nose ring, they will be slaughtered on the spot. After putting on the nose ring, these cows will be pulled to the field to see if they listen to the call. Those who listen to the call will naturally be left as working cattle. For those who don't listen to the call, Marin will let his men make another selection. However, the selection process this time was a bit cruel, all the bulls would be castrated. The whips would be processed uniformly and handed over to the nobles to make whip soup for nourishment. After castration, the bulls would be locked up for a month. At that time, they would be pulled out again to try to plow the land. If they were no longer irritable and willing to obey orders, they would stay and be assigned to work as plow cattle. Those who continued to resist could only be killed. After layers of screening, the thorns were slaughtered, and the remaining bulls and cows, including the eunuch cows, were basically very honest cows. For example, the 50 plow cattle in Crossed village included 35 cows, 6 bulls and 9 eunuch cows. These 35 cows not only have the obligation to work, but also have to be responsible for reproducing offspring and giving birth to calves. Of course, once a cow is pregnant with a calf, it is definitely not allowed to work. But what if it is spring plowing? Look, Franz, the manor manager in the village, is busy with this matter. Gino, go and call a few people who are good at driving cattle, and go with me to the cattle farm in Mormerland to borrow 3 cows. 3 cows in the manor are pregnant and can't go to the fields. We have to go to the cattle farm in the town to borrow 3 cows temporarily. The young man named Gino ran away immediately and called a few middle-aged farmers who were good at driving cattle. Then, Franz took a few people on a carriage and rushed to Mormerland from the rural road. It should be pointed out that since Marin started the live cattle trade with the Crimean Khanate, he gradually replaced the plowing horse with oxen in East Frisia and other regions. Originally, the East Frisia region was a parallel of horse plowing and ox plowing, but horse plowing was the mainstream. Because most of the farmland in the German region belongs to the nobles and junker landlords. These people have money at home and naturally advocate horse plowing. Only a small number of poor small landlords will use cheap ox plowing. This is mainly because, before, there were no nose rings, and it was difficult to tame cattle. Only a small number of obedient cattle could be used to plow the land, and most of the cattle could not be used. After Marin brought the nose ring technology, cattle taming became much simpler, and cattle plowing could naturally be vigorously promoted. As for the former plow horses, most of them were collected by Marin. The plow horses with excellent physical conditions were arranged by Marin to go to the breeding center to continue breeding horses. The inferior horses were more miserable. They were also arranged by Marin to go to the breeding center, but they were mated with donkeys to breed another kind of livestock mules. Of course, each manor generally retains 2 or 3 horses for pulling carts. For example, there are 3 horse-drawn carriages in the village of Crossed. The purpose of one of them is very novel. It is the school bus for the children in the village. Its task is to send the children in the village to the only primary school in the town of Mormerland on school days. Send people in the morning and pick them up in the evening. There is no way. There are few schools in Beihai now. A town of dozens or hundreds of square kilometers generally has only 1 school. The other 2 are usually used to take villagers to the town to go to the market. Mormerland town will open a rural market every 10 days for the people of the town to purchase supplies. When there is no town market, it is mainly under the control of the manor manager. For example, now the village is short of cattle, and manager Franz will take people to the cattle farm in the town to borrow a few cattle. This system of borrowing oxen is also a new thing that Marin came up with. It is mainly to take into account the problem that pregnant cows cannot plow the land. Anyway, it doesn't cost too much to set up a cattle farm in the town. After all, cattle can eat grass at ordinary times. And there are rural roads between each village and the town. This kind of rural road is certainly not the rural cement road of later generations. After all, the current cement production is not high. These rural roads are basically rural roads from the village to the town built by each township official and villagers during the slack season. Although there is no cement, a lot of stones and pebbles fished from the river are scattered. After being rolled by the stone roller pulled by the ox, it is usually very flat. Unless it is in the rainy season, it will be soaked by the abundant rain and then deformed. But during the slack season, the town will send people to repair it and roll it again with the stone roller, so there is no problem. Franz took a few cowherds and took the opportunity of the carriage to quickly arrive at the cattle farm in the town. After the level and showing the identity card of the manor, Franz finally borrowed 3 cows. Then, he asked a few cowherds to put bridles on the cows and started to drive back along the country road. When he returned to the village, it was just noon, and the village canteen was open for dinner. Then, Franz and his party entered the village and saw a long line outside the canteen in the middle of the village. The village-run canteen is a major feature of the Beihai Manor. It is a bit like the collective farm in later generations, but it is different. Although the farmers in Kloster village lined up to receive food in the canteen at noon, they can freely choose whether to stay in the canteen for dinner. Moreover, the canteen is only open at noon every day and not at night. However, when people line up at noon, they will take bread and salted fish for the evening home. Chapter 1528, Farm Life in Beihai Country, Part 2, The reason for setting up this canteen is actually to facilitate the production of kohler bread. The so-called kohler bread is actually a relatively soft bread made by mixing rye flour and straw. This kind of bread is much better than the traditional black stick bread that is as hard as a brick and mixed with a lot of wild vegetables, soil, stones and sawdust. Although 30% of the ingredients are straw, because the straw is ground into powder, it will not make the bread hard. But with the gradual increase in grain production in the North Sea, the straw content in kohler bread in several developed provinces such as East Frisia is gradually decreasing. Even now, in wealthy villages such as Gloucester, the kohler bread supplied by the canteen has a straw content of less than 5%. Its taste is no different from normal black bread. According to Marin's requirements, the bread of the villages in several core provinces of the North Sea is uniformly and centrally supplied. The top scholar under Marin's name, kohler bread, has the lowest straw content. For example, the village of Gloucester is a manor under Marin's name. Because Marin is the richest. As for the manors under the names of other nobles, it is hard to say. In order to save money, some nobles will still maintain a 30% straw bran ratio and supply bread. But Marin has forced a rule: it is strictly forbidden to increase the straw bran ratio to more than 30%, otherwise there will be a heavy penalty. In addition to bread, salted fish is also centrally supplied. But this thing is not available every meal. In some villages, it may be issued once every few days. But wealthy villages may issue more. For example, in Crost village, salted fish is basically issued once every 2 or 3 days. As for clothes, beer, cloth and so on, you have to buy them yourself. The manors in the North Sea implement a salary system rather than a harvest system. Serfs are actually more like farm workers. Marin will pay each farmer a salary equivalent to 2 pfennigs every day. Women are halved, and children are even fewer. However, Marin does not give cash, but food to compensate. In other words, each serf couple can only get 3 pounds of rye a day. In a year, it is about 1,000 pounds of rye. But each couple cultivated hundreds of acres of farmland, and the yield per acre in East Frisia was basically more than 500 pounds. So, on average, a serf couple only earned about 10 pounds of rye per acre. However, the account cannot be calculated in this way. Because the manor in the North Sea Kingdom provides meals. How expensive is food in Europe? With meals provided every day, the food consumed by a family is worth at least 2 or 3 pounds of food. In other words, in fact, each serf's income per acre is more than 20 pounds of rye. Moreover, according to Marin's regulations, the serfs of the North Sea Kingdom do not need to bear the church's tithe. Marin has already negotiated with the Holy See to pay 15 pounds of grain per acre of cultivated land in the form of tax package. Only half of it was handed over to the Archbishop of Cologne, who collected the tithes in the northwest of Germany. The remaining half belongs to the retained funds of the Church of the North Sea. And the half of the tithes collected by the Archbishop of Cologne will actually be intercepted and distributed by the Archbishop of Cologne, and then the rest will be handed over to the Holy See. In addition, the cost of raising horses and cattle in each manor is also borne by the manor. If a farmer is sick, the manor will send him to the town for medical treatment by carriage. In other words, although the serfs do not get much money and food, the manor is responsible for their meals and medical treatment, so they have no worries at all. And the thousands of pounds of food every year can be exchanged for clothes or other consumer goods. As for the children going to school, that is also free. Even the children's lunch at school is also provided free of charge by the North Sea state. Although it is not rich, it is definitely enough to eat. Moreover, Marin has another plan, that is, to provide each growing child with a cup of milk or goat's milk every day. But this plan is too difficult to implement, mainly because the reproduction rate of black and white dairy cows is too slow to keep up with the demand. In desperation, Marin chose to breed dairy sheep that reproduce and grow faster, East Frisian sheep. However, the fishy smell of goat's milk has been difficult to solve before. It was not until Marin introduced high-yield radishes from the Ming dynasty that the odor could be eliminated by cooking radish slices and goat's milk together. Nowadays, Marin has begun to promote the breeding of dairy sheep and the planting of radishes in many farms in order to provide goat milk for children. Moreover, if there is excess milk after the cow gives birth, Marin will also let the manor steward collect it and give priority to those growing children. Although the milk production capacity of cows from the Crimean Khanate is far less than that of Dutch black and white cows, there is basically surplus milk. Steward Franz has already planned it. Once the 3 cows give birth, he will order experienced women to serve and milk them. The extra milk will be given priority to the teenagers in the village who are in the growth period and have changed their voices. Because, according to Marin's instructions, teenagers in the puberty period can grow taller by drinking more milk. As the steward of the manor, Franz naturally hopes that the boys in the village can grow into tall and strong boys. In this way, whether doing farm work or serving as a soldier for the Grand Duke, they will have advantages. According to Marin's assessment method for manor stewards, being able to provide the North Sea Kingdom with excellent sources of tall and strong soldiers can add points to political achievements. Not only can you get more bonuses, but you may also be promoted to a higher position in the town. When Franz's carriage passed outside the canteen, the serfs greeted him one after another. Is the steward back? In the eyes of the serfs, the steward of the manor is considered an adult. This is not surprising. In the 20th century, the village chief of some remote villages in China is also the absolute controller of the village. Moreover, farmers in villages in later generations actually live independently, and the village chief does not have much influence on them. But in Marin's manor model, the steward is more like the manager of a company in later generations, and the serfs are more like the clerks in later generations, so they are naturally more afraid of the steward. What's more, serfs in this year do not have the right to change jobs. Therefore, in their eyes, the manor manager who can decide whether their lives are good or bad, and even punish them, is an absolute big boss. Franz nodded slightly to the serfs, and did not give any warm smiles. In fact, it is not advisable to smile at the serfs. In the officialdom of later generations, only very senior officials will smile at ordinary people. Grassroots cadres will basically deliberately keep a straight face. It's not that they are pretending to be cool, but it's a job requirement. The big guys smile at ordinary people because the gap between the two is too big. They don't have much intersection at ordinary times. It's nothing to smile at you, and you can also get a good reputation. But, grassroots cadres, try to give ordinary smiles. Some people really take advantage of their noses. No matter which country the farmers are in, they all have some small calculations. Moreover, there are thorns everywhere. It's okay for you to smile at an honest person, but if you smile at a second-rate person in the village, it's over, they will definitely blame you. Therefore, in later generations, to be a grassroots cadre, you must not only be able to do things, but also have deterrence to calm down the second-rate people in the village. Even more, you need to have a certain level of martial arts skills. However, this is not necessary in the 21st century. Because, in that era, all the male laborers in the village went out to work. Even the second-rate people in the village went to the city to cheat and deceive, and some even turned over a new leaf and made money by working. Therefore, only college students can make it in the 21st century. If it was the 20th century when the second-rate people in the village stayed in their hometowns and acted tyrannically, college students wanted to be village officials. Go and practice martial arts first. Otherwise, you can't control the situation. In those days, village cadres were all made by fighting, or the clan was very powerful and could call many brothers in the clan to fight. Otherwise, don't even think about doing your job well. Of course, there are not many thorns and gangsters in the countryside of Beihai. After all, this is not the era of the rule of law. Gangsters can be dealt with without breaking the law. What's more, the peasants are all serfs, so they dare not make trouble. What? You want to rebel? Wait a minute, I will send someone to the town to call people. Soon, 8,000 policemen trained by 320 old brothers who retired from Marin will come to suppress it. As far as Franz knows, there is a police station turret in the town of Mormerland, with 25 strong policemen. After nodding slightly to the villagers, Franz asked the cattle drivers to drive the 3 borrowed cows to the cowshed to feed grass. And he himself, with his hands behind his back, went to the single room behind the canteen to eat. Along the way, there were serfs who greeted him with bread and salted fish. After all, it was the spring plowing period, and salted fish were distributed every day. After the serfs took the salted fish home, they could eat it directly or cook it with some pickled cabbage made from Chinese cabbage. After all, everyone has a clay stove at home. In the afternoon, after everyone in the village had eaten and drunk their fill, Franz led the serfs to drive the oxen and continue to plow the fields. Chapter 1529 The Police's Eyes. While Franz was driving the cattle to the fields with the strong laborers in the manor, on the Roman road beside the Ems River not far from the west of Kloster village, the police chief of Mormerland, Rich, was patrolling the road with 5 regular policemen riding not so tall Eastern European Mongolian horses. Behind them, there were 20 auxiliary policemen riding slightly taller horses. Of course, although the horses they rode were taller, they were ordinary draft horses, not professional riding horses. The horses ridden by Sheriff Rich and the 5 regular policemen in front were professional riding horses, Eastern European Mongolian horses imported from the Crimean Khanate. The horses ridden by the auxiliary police were tall Western European breeds, but they were just ordinary draft horses for pulling carts, and they were not fast for carrying people. However, when there were patrol missions, the auxiliary police could also borrow 20 draft horses from the transportation center in the town and ride them to patrol with the regular police. The spring plowing season was the peak patrol period for the Beihai police. Because Marin needs to protect the secret of the high yield of agriculture in the North Sea, he naturally needs to dispatch a large number of people to patrol to prevent foreign spies from getting in. In the previous 10 years, this task has actually been the responsibility of the army. But the North Sea army was spread all over the country, which made the soldiers miserable. Moreover, it is a bit difficult to gather the forces when they are spread out. If someone launches a raid on the North Sea, the consequences will be very bad. It happened that Marin established a police force last year and deployed police in every town. Therefore, Marin decided to take this opportunity to gradually hand over the patrol task to the local police. The patrol range of the army is placed on the border of the North Sea, rather than scattered throughout the country. However, if you patrol the countryside, it seems that there are not enough people to patrol the entire town if you rely on the local sheriff, and 5 formal mounted police. Therefore, Marin later ordered that during the spring plowing period, especially during the fertilization period, all the police in the town should go out for patrol, leaving only the sheriff to handle various cases. The auxiliary police were not equipped with horses, so Marin asked the local transportation department, or horse farms and manors with surplus horses, to lend horses to 20 auxiliary police officers and let them patrol with the sheriff and the mounted police. In this way, the sheriff, with 25 men, could barely patrol all the villages in the town. According to the plan, each formal police officer should be responsible for patrolling several villages in one direction with 4 auxiliary police officers. 5 formal police officers can be divided into 5 groups. 4 of the groups will patrol in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest and northeast respectively. But a group will be left in the town of Mormerland to prevent sudden cases and cooperate with the sheriff to maintain public order. Of course, who stays in the town is rotated every day, and the team left in the town is actually equivalent to half a rest. However, this year is the first year that the police force has begun to try patrolling. The police force was only formed last year, and no one has any experience in patrolling. Therefore, Marin asked the sheriffs who were retired veterans to lead these newbies and teach them how to patrol and interrogate suspicious persons, including chasing and surrounding suspicious persons. Therefore, for the first time to participate in the spring patrol, Sheriff Rich, a veteran who participated in the spring patrol 10 years ago, began to instruct the newly recruited police officers on how to patrol and check. Moreover, this year there will still be military assistance in patrols to avoid mistakes caused by the inexperienced rookie police officers. You are fine. Now is the busy spring plowing season. Farmers are very busy and generally do not go out. Even if they go out to do business, they will definitely drive the village carriage to save time. After all, spring plowing is very busy and there is no time to waste. Then, Ricky raised his voice and said, "So, boys. If you see someone walking leisurely on the land during spring plowing or autumn harvest, who does not seem to be in a hurry, or who looks around, you must go up and question them." According to the laws of the North Sea, during the spring plowing and autumn harvest, even merchants with the right of passage will have their usual passes invalidated and will be prohibited from going on the road. Nobles are also prohibited from going to the countryside to play casually unless they have special passes. In short, during this period of time, no matter who you see, even if they are nobles, you must go up and question them to prevent foreign spies from sneaking in. The new police nodded one after another, indicating that they remembered. This is the characteristic of the North Sea. During the spring plowing and autumn harvest, there are restrictions on traffic, and irrelevant people are prohibited from wandering on the road. If you encounter someone who cannot explain his identity and origin, and does not have a special permit, you will be detained and interrogated. It is precisely because of this harsh regulation that the North Sea Kingdom's agricultural high-yield secrets have not been leaked for more than 10 years. It can be said to be a miracle. The EMS River is an international waterway connecting the Lippe River and the Rhine River. Therefore, the identities of ships on the river are very complicated. Although navigation on the river is restricted during spring plowing and autumn harvest, it is also necessary to prevent enemy spies from sneaking in by ship in the middle of the night and going ashore to inquire about the news. Therefore, the Roman Avenue along the EMS River is an area that the North Sea Kingdom focuses on patrolling. In addition to the police, the army is also distributed. Just look, when Sheriff Rich was patrolling with 25 new policemen, they met 2 groups of patrolling sergeants. After greeting each other, Rich took 25 men to leave the main road and patrol on the country roads. Ricky explained to his men as he walked, "When you are a policeman, your eyes must be different from others. For example, ordinary people may just give a light glance when they glance at others. But it is different for policemen. A policeman's eyes must be sharp, so that they do not look like they are easy to mess with. Moreover, there must be suspicion and scrutiny in the eyes. Well, look at me, that's it. After that, Ricky looked at an auxiliary policeman from head to toe with a suspicious and scrutinizing look. "Sheriff, I feel a little scared when you look at me like this," said the auxiliary policeman fearfully. Ricky snapped his fingers and said, "That's right, feeling scared when being looked at, this is the look of a qualified police officer. The Grand Duke mentioned this when he was training us. When you meet a stranger, no matter whether he is a good person or a bad person, you should first look him up and down with the professional suspicion and scrutiny of a police officer. Maybe you don't have any thoughts in your mind, but if a criminal is looked at like this by the police, he will definitely be nervous. Sometimes, under such strong psychological pressure, some people will have a breakdown and will want to escape involuntarily. Once you see someone running away, you must chase him without hesitation and knock him to the ground with a baton." "Ah! Knock him to the ground?" The group of new policemen were a little dumbfounded, as they haven't found out if the person is guilty yet. "Yes, knock him to the ground. If he has nothing to hide, why would he run away when he sees a policeman? Knock him down first. Also, if someone looks particularly uncomfortable or too nervous after being looked at by our professional eyes, we must step forward and question them thoroughly. We must never let a suspicious person go." Ricky continued to educate. "Captain, what do you mean by looking particularly uncomfortable? What do you mean by being too nervous? It's hard to judge. And, as far as I know, anyone who is looked at with such suspicious eyes would feel uncomfortable, right?" a regular police officer asked doubtfully. Ricky thought for a moment and said, "I don't quite understand it either. This is what the Grand Duke taught us. He said it's a psychological deterrent. The police's eyes should be like the eyes of a falcon, so that the prey will be afraid when they see it. But the Grand Duke said that when we have nothing to do, we can try it on ordinary people. We can see the reactions of ordinary people by examining them with the eyes of the police. When we have seen the reactions of ordinary people many times, and then see reactions that are different from those of ordinary people, we can judge them as abnormal. In that case, we have to question them carefully." "Oh, I understand. It turns out that the police's eyes are just for bluffing," an auxiliary police officer concluded. Ricky was so angry that he hit the helmet on the guy's head with his baton and scolded him, "You know nothing." The Grand Duke said this is called psychological warfare. In addition, this kind of police scrutiny is the basic professional quality of our police. After returning, everyone should practice this kind of bluffing. It's a professional scrutiny. Those who can't practice it well will have no meat to eat. They can only eat black bread. There was a sudden wail from the audience. Chapter 1530 The unintentional action of the naughty child. The police have many tricks. First, when patrolling, they like to look around with a scrutinizing gaze, which makes people feel uneasy. In fact, it is a professional habit. Maybe when he looks at you, he is thinking about what to eat later. However, with the police uniform and the suspicious eyes, most people will feel a little nervous when being looked at. If the criminals are looked at in this way, they will be too nervous. Maybe they will reveal their true colors. Of course, they are low-level criminals or criminals with little education. If they are those who read a lot or have watched a lot of police and gangster movies, they will not be affected. But that is also the later era, when college students are everywhere, and people naturally don't care about this kind of look. However, this is the early 16th century, an era with a very high illiteracy rate. How can an uneducated person be so cunning? It is easy to reveal your true colors when being looked at in this way. In addition, when entering the police station, the police also have the majestic eyes that they often use to interrogate prisoners. There is also the classic opening line, "Tell me, we have basically figured out your problem, confess and you will be treated leniently." In fact, he didn't figure out anything, he was just bluffing you. But people who don't read much are really easy to be bluffed. Moreover, in this era, people haven't watched police and gangster movies, so naturally they don't know these old-fashioned routines. If you are bluffed rashly, the success rate is really high. Therefore, when training this batch of police chiefs, Marin also handed these classic routines to retired veterans such as Ricky, and asked them to teach them to the novice police. It was these simple routines that kept the Bahai country's crime-solving rate high in the subsequent case-solving process. Then, seeing how powerful the Bahai police were, everyone dared not commit crimes. In fact, the Bahai police knew that they were just good at bluffing. Of course, there was a type of people they couldn't bluff in this era. That was the Bahai country's spies. The Bahai country's spies had all received anti-criminal investigation training from Professor Marin. They might laugh at this kind of routine, saying it is too old-fashioned. However, only the spies of the North Sea Kingdom have received similar training. Spies from other countries in this era have never seen these routines, and they may not be able to withstand such interrogation. Of course, a powerful spy will definitely not be fooled. However, if a powerful spy is too calm in the face of this routine, he will be doomed. Because, Marin said during the training that if you are not nervous at all when facing bluffs, and even handle it with ease. Don't hesitate, this is a habitual offender, and you should punish him as much as possible. If you can't get the answer, just beat him to death. So, don't look at the low-level routine, if you don't deal with it properly, you will be doomed. In early spring in March, the northern part of Germany is still very cold. Europe has a higher latitude, and the latitude of the German region is actually about the same as the latitude of the northern part of the northeast. If it weren't for the North Atlantic warm current, it would be very cold here. However, although it is warmer here because of the North Atlantic warm current, it sometimes snows in early spring. For example, on this day, spring snow fell in some parts of the North Sea Kingdom, including the capital Aurich. In a small courtyard east of the backyard of the Aurich Palace, a Kong was even lit in the house, making it warm. This is Felice's courtyard, where Felice and Robert, who is already 10 years old, and the twins Ma Yun and Molly, who are only 7 years old, live. Although the courtyard is not large, the food, clothing and daily necessities in it are very high-end, not much different from Angela's. The main reason is Robert, the child who may become the Pope in the future. In order to prevent Robert and Caesar from having a bad relationship and affecting his future strategy, Marin specially gave Robert, the illegitimate child, a high-end treatment that is not much different from Caesar. Moreover, Caesar often plays with Robert to cultivate brotherly feelings. Felice also hopes that Caesar will provide funds for Robert to run for the Pope in the future, so she also encourages Robert to build a good relationship with Caesar. However, Ma Yun and Molly, who are only 7 years old, are not so concerned by either Marin or Felice. After all, they are not only illegitimate children, but also not the eldest son of illegitimate children. Mary is better, after all, she is a girl and is more well-behaved. Marin just doesn't have a daughter, so he often takes Mary to tease her and show his father's love. Little Ma Yun, who is also 7 years old, is more miserable. He seems to be ignored. Although little Ma Yun is destined to become the Dong Fanbo of Taiwan Island in the future, the small Taiwan Island is really nothing in Marin's eyes. If it weren't for the reputation of trade with the Ming dynasty, Marin would not bother to occupy this place. Therefore, Ma Yun, the future owner of Taiwan Island, is not taken seriously by Marin. Not to mention that Marin doesn't value him, even his biological mother Felice, for the dream of the future Pope mother, has poured too much maternal love on the eldest son Robert. Then, little Ma Yun neglected discipline. And a 7-year-old boy is the age that people hate and ghosts hate. Therefore, Ma Yun became a famous monkey in the Aurich Palace, jumping up and down. Because he often goes out and gets a little tanned, which makes him look like the later Boss Ma. Of course, he doesn't look as distinctive as Boss Ma. If he really grows up like Boss Ma, Marin will have to suspect that Felice is wearing a hat on him. Seemingly disliking the stuffiness of the room with a heated Kong, the naughty little Ma Yun put on a down jacket and went out to run around. Fortunately, the backyard of the palace is large enough and there are no motor vehicles, otherwise, I don't know if this little guy who is running around will be hit. Then, the little devil Ma didn't seem to be satisfied with playing in the yard. Because the spring snow in the yard has all melted. After all, spring snow is not winter snow and melts quickly. Little Ma Yun, who originally planned to make a snowman, was very unhappy, so he wanted to find other fun. Then, this guy ran to the imperial kitchen in the southwest corner of the backyard to play. As for Ma Yun, the little prince without a title, the chefs in the imperial kitchen also knew him, and they didn't dare to make things difficult for him. They could only watch him wander around in the imperial kitchen and take out and steal all kinds of delicious food. That's not right. He didn't eat secretly, but grabbed it with his hands openly. Seeing this, Lao Bao, the imperial chef brought by Ma Lin from Daming, immediately thought of the way he used to deal with the naughty child. He took out a plate of cakes and let Xiao Ma Yun eat freely. Then, Xiao Ma Yun was fooled. After eating the cakes, his stomach was full and he stopped harming the kitchen. But before leaving, Xiao Ma Yun took a cabbage that had just been taken out of the vegetable cellar from the imperial kitchen and was going to cook. The cooks were a little dumbfounded, but Lao Bao knew that Xiao Ma Yun couldn't afford to offend him, so he waved his hand and went to the vegetable cellar to get another one. When Ma Lin brought back the seeds of Chinese cabbage from Daming, he knew that he had to dig a vegetable cellar. Although he was not from the north, he knew that northerners had the habit of storing cabbage, radishes and potatoes in the vegetable cellar in winter. So, after introducing cabbage and radishes, a large vegetable cellar was also dug in the royal kitchen of the palace to store vegetables for the winter. Even many manors under Marin's name dug vegetable cellars to store cabbage and radishes for the winter. Little Ma Yun returned to his room with a cabbage and went to the Kong. The naughty boy had nothing to do, so he just started pulling the cabbage, and the leaves were all over the Kong. Then, he got tired of playing with cabbage and went to play with Auntie Angela. Because Auntie Angela had more delicious snacks. And it happened that the eldest brother Caesar was 12 years old and didn't like snacks after becoming mature. And the younger brother William was still breastfeeding and couldn't eat snacks. Therefore, Angela's snacks mostly went to the two 7-year-old children, little Ma Yun and Molly. However, the two were treated differently. Molly was given snacks by Marin and Angela, while little Ma Yun was treated less and had to ask for them himself. Chapter 1531 Drying Vegetables. As the wife of the Grand Duchy of the North Sea, Angela naturally has plenty of snacks. There are dried bananas, dried apples, preserved fruits, candied fruits, and everything else, as well as melon seeds and peanuts that are rare in Europe. Don't think these snacks are ordinary. In modern times, these may be very common civilian snacks, but in Europe of this era, they are very unusual things. First of all, dried bananas and peanuts, these two things are not available in Europe at all. Only Marin got these two things through the Great Voyage, so that the court of the North Sea Kingdom is not short of these two snacks. There are also preserved fruits and candied fruits, which are snacks that girls in later generations love to eat, but they are also rare in this era. It's not that fruits are rare, but that sugar cane is rare. Because Europe does not produce sugar, the price of sugar cane is extremely expensive, and it is still sold as a rare item in pharmacies. Its price is 1 shilling per pound at wholesale and 1 shilling and 6 pfennigs per pound at retail, which is 18 pfennigs per pound, equivalent to 9 days' wages for a strong man. If you go to inland areas where transportation is not developed, the price of sugar will exceed 20 pfennigs per pound. Such a high price, even if the fruit is not valuable, the cane sugar used to pickle candied fruit is expensive. Therefore, these candied fruit snacks that are very common in later generations can only be eaten frequently by aristocratic families in this era. The Beihai Kingdom Palace is not short of these, but Marin does not let the children eat more. After all, candied fruit are pickled with cane sugar, and eating too much will cause tooth decay. Therefore, Marin asked Angela to be in charge of snacks, and even if Felice wants to eat, she has to ask Angela for it. Of course, this is also a way for Marin to appease the harem. Felice has to ask Angela for snacks even when she wants them. Can she still fight with Angela in the palace? Where does the confidence come from? Sure enough, when little Ma Yun arrived at Angela's palace, his mother Felice was playing landlord with Angela and a maid supervisor while munching on dried fruits and candied fruits. And what made little Ma Yun depressed was that his sister Mary was eating snacks being served by the maids there, and she looked like she was enjoying it very much. "Hello, Auntie," "Hello, Mother." After greeting the two hostesses, little Ma Yun ran directly to Mary's small table and grabbed a handful of snacks from the pile of snacks on the table. While putting the snacks into his mouth, he condemned, "Mary, you are too much. You didn't even ask me to eat snacks." When Mary saw that her snacks were snatched, her eyes were filled with tears and she looked like she was about to cry. Angela saw it and laughed. "Mario, Jack Ma's German name, you are a boy, how can you snatch your sister's snacks? You will not be able to find a girlfriend in the future." Felice and the maid supervisor who was playing cards with him laughed. But little Jack Ma didn't understand and shouted, "I don't want a girlfriend, I just want snacks." Then, he grabbed a handful of snacks from the table in front of his sister Mary and stuffed them into his pocket. Seeing that Mary was about to cry, Angela waved her hand and ordered, "Quick, give little Mary some more snacks." There was no way, Mary was so favored. Who told Angela and Felice, the sisters, to have 5 children in total, but Mary was the only girl. When there are more boys, girls are popular. Just like in later generations, because there are more boys than girls, girls are also very popular. In the office area in the front yard of the palace, Marin worked for a day. As the sun was setting, he stretched his body and said speechlessly, "Hey, fighting for hegemony is really tiring. It's more comfortable to be a hands-off boss." However, Marin dared not throw power to others. If he was sidelined, he might be overthrown. Therefore, choosing this path, while enjoying the glory, he also had to endure fatigue and pressure. In early spring, it gets dark early. It was dark at just over 5 o'clock. Marin didn't have the habit of working overtime by lamplight. He put on his coat and left the office happily. Before leaving, he ordered the guard on duty to lock the door and extinguish the stove in the room. Marin's office is located on the east side of the front yard, which is near the southeast corner of the palace, close to the palace guard stationed by Commander Khan. The reason for this arrangement is that he is afraid of someone raiding the palace. The palace guards close to Khan are not afraid of enemy raids at the main gate. Marin remembered that the history book said that during the Jiaqing period of the Qin dynasty, the Tianli sect had invaded the Forbidden City. If the Forbidden City was not too big and had too many gates, the Tianli sect members would have been confused, and Jiaqing might have been finished. The Palace of Auric is not as big as the Forbidden City. It has only 2 courtyards in front and back. If someone raided from the main gate and the guards did not have time to react, it would be finished. Therefore, Marin placed his office next to the palace guard station. Even if a madman came in, Khan and his team could react quickly to protect his safety. Coming out of the office, Marin went downstairs and walked north along the corridor, first passing by Felice's yard in the northeast corner of the backyard. When passing by, Marin suddenly had a black face like little Ma Yun in his mind. So he decided to go and see this naughty son. After all, this is a child with the same name as the richest man Ma. Just this name, even if it is posted on the door, it can ward off evil spirits. But when he entered Ma Yun's room, Marin did not see anyone. The heated Kong in the room was still burning, and then, Marin saw that the Kong was full of torn cabbage leaves. After being baked by the hot Kong for an afternoon, many cabbage leaves were shriveled. Marin was immediately angry, and it happened that little Ma Yun was rushing back from Angela with a bag full of snacks. As soon as he entered the door, little Ma Yun's ears were twisted by Marin. "Ouch, it hurts." Little Ma Yun cried out. "Tell me, why did you make the Kong full of good cabbage? Do you know how difficult it is for ordinary people to eat a bite of vegetables at this time? Even many nobles can't eat vegetables at this time." Little Ma Yun's ears were twisted, but his eyes kept rolling around. He knew that if he didn't give a reasonable explanation at this time, his butt would definitely bloom. Marin has never been polite to boys. Among the 5 children in the backyard of the entire palace, I am afraid that only Mary, the girl, was beaten the least. Well, there is also William, who is not old enough to be beaten. Even the most sensible Caesar was beaten a few years ago. Because I dried the cabbage on purpose. Little Ma Yun said nonsense to avoid being beaten. What? Drying on purpose? I'll beat him to death. But Marin's slap did not fall, and stopped in midair. Drying on purpose, drying. Marin suddenly became like a demon. And little Ma Yun took the opportunity to let his ears leave Marin's hand, and ran out of the room and ran to Angela for shelter. In the entire backyard of the palace, only Angela could protect him, and what Felice said might not work. But Marin did not chase the naughty little Ma Yun, but picked up the shriveled cabbage leaves that had been dried on the Kong for several hours and observed them. Maybe because the drying temperature was not high enough or the drying time was insufficient, the shriveled cabbage leaves were still a little wet. But after Marin asked someone to find a basin of water, he soaked the shriveled vegetables in water. After a while, the vegetable leaves became plump after absorbing water. Chapter 1532 The Significance of Dehydrated Vegetables. Marin didn't believe it, so he put all the other cabbage leaves on the Kong with different degrees of drying into the water. But after a while, these leaves were as plump as before. Is this dehydrated vegetables? No, I remember that dehydrated vegetables have the process of low-temperature freezing. Marin was a little confused. But Marin didn't know that dehydrated vegetables actually have 2 major factions, hot air drying and freeze vacuum drying. And what he remembered happened to be the freeze vacuum drying method. And most of the vegetables sold in the frozen section of supermarkets in later generations are of this type. Because the dehydrated vegetables that have been freeze vacuum dried have very low nutritional losses. After soaking in water, the original nutrients, including vitamins, can be fully restored. However, freeze vacuum drying technology only appeared in the 20th century. At that time, there was mature freezing technology. Marin remembered that the processing of dehydrated vegetables required a low temperature of -30 degrees. However, before the emergence of freeze vacuum drying technology, there was actually another dehydrated vegetable technology, hot air drying technology. This technology appeared very early, and there was a prototype in ancient times. In modern times, it has become more mature. For example, during the American Civil War, the Army supplied a large number of dehydrated vegetables. However, the dehydrated vegetables produced by this heat drying technology have a lot of nutritional losses, especially vitamin losses. Therefore, it was gradually eliminated in later generations. After all, the freezing technology in later generations has been very developed, and there is no need for this outdated thing. There are all kinds of frozen transport trucks on the road, and there are also frozen container ships on the sea. Marin has not been exposed to early dehydrated vegetables, so naturally he doesn't know about dehydrated vegetables with heat drying technology. After all, he started to remember things in the 1990s. At that time, the transportation industry was developed, and there were greenhouse vegetables everywhere. If you want to buy vegetables, just go to the vegetable market to buy fresh ones, and don't consider dehydrated vegetables at all. Therefore, he doesn't know much about vegetables. Later, after working and becoming independent, he came into contact with some freeze-dried dehydrated vegetables in the supermarket. Because he has a refrigerator at home. Frozen dehydrated vegetables can be stored for several months, which is most suitable for a otaku like him. Moreover, he doesn't have time to go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables during work, and the vegetable market is closed after work. Therefore, it is very convenient to buy frozen dehydrated vegetables that can be stored for several months. But in ancient times, there must be no refrigerators. Therefore, dehydrated vegetables using heat drying technology are the way to go. However, Marin remembered that vitamin C is very delicate. It is afraid of sunlight, heat, it starts to transform when it exceeds 80 degrees, oxidation, and salt. Pickles do not have vitamin C. Therefore, Marin had never thought of using hot air drying technology to produce dehydrated vegetables. The main reason is that in his cognition, drying means exposure to the sun. And the vitamin C in vegetables will be lost once it is exposed to the sun, so it is meaningless. After all, dehydrated vegetables are most suitable for great voyages and marches. But if there is no vitamin C, vegetables are not very meaningful, just like pickles. However, today, the mischievous little Ma Yun's disruption made Marin suddenly realize that it seems that there is really a dehydration processing method that tries not to destroy vitamin C. Vitamin C is afraid of high temperature. This is not a problem. Isn't it just 80 degrees? The temperature of the Kong is not high. Even without a quilt, the bare surface of the Kong is only about 40 to 50 degrees, which is about the same as the warm water in the bathhouse. As long as the temperature does not exceed 80 degrees, the vitamin C in the vegetables can be avoided as much as possible. Moreover, if the Kong is heated, it can prevent the vegetables from being exposed to the sun and vitamin C will not be converted by sunlight. As for oxygen, heating with a stove indoors will definitely consume a lot of oxygen and prevent the oxidation of vitamins in vegetables. Of course, when people take processed vegetables, it is best to open the doors and windows to avoid suffocation due to lack of oxygen. Although he has never come into contact with dehydrated vegetables made by this kind of hot drying technology, Marin still vaguely knows that there is another, lower-level, dehydrated vegetable, which is said to have a large loss of nutrition. But for Marin, nutritional loss is not a problem. The most important thing is to have it. Just like the backward and poor countries in later generations, what they should pursue first should not be high-tech, but the problem of having or not. You don't even have low-level stuff, but you directly pursue top-level high-tech. Isn't this nonsense? Why can China develop? In addition to China's rich coal resources, it has a complete but backward complete industrial system. Then, it is naturally no problem to improve on this backward but complete industrial system. However, many African countries in later generations do not understand this and blindly pursue high-end. To learn technology, you must go to virtue. As a result, you can't learn it even if you learn it, which is meaningless. On the contrary, China has gradually improved from the original foundation, and even introduced a large number of obsolete production lines from abroad at the beginning. Although it looks ridiculous, those outdated production technologies are more suitable for China's needs to learn and improve. Then, decades later, China, which has absorbed enough various technologies, began to explode in technology. Marin suddenly felt that although the dehydrated vegetables made by this hot drying technology may lose a lot of vitamin C, there must be a lot of surplus. As long as they eat more of this dehydrated vegetables, the crew will definitely stay away from scurvy. What? You said that eating canned food is also good? Please, Marin, the canned food of this era uses high-temperature steaming technology, which greatly destroys vitamin C. Even for canned fruit, it is estimated that only a small part of vitamin C is left. So, it is better to dehydrate vegetables. Moreover, dehydrated vegetables can be packed in bags. Unlike canned fruits and vegetables, they need to be bottled. There are no plastic bottles and aluminum cans these days, and canned food can only be packed in glass bottles. Glass bottles are fragile and need to be fixed with wooden boxes, which is very troublesome, costly, and takes up space. But if you use bagged vegetable leaves, it is very convenient to transport dehydrated vegetables in oil paper bags. Because vegetable leaves packed in oil paper bags can be stacked at will. Unlike glass bottles, they need to be fixed with wooden boxes before they can be stacked. Not to mention the waste of space, a large number of wooden boxes are also needed. If you use oil paper bags, with the current papermaking technology of Beihai country, the cost is much lower than that of wooden boxes and glass bottles. In addition, the processing of dehydrated vegetables can also have technical barriers. At least, other countries do not know that dehydrated vegetables must be kept away from light, and they do not know that the temperature must be lower than 80 degrees during dehydration. If it is higher than 80 degrees, vitamin C will be destroyed. In this way, even if other countries imitate Beihai country, as long as they do not know the key points. Rashly use dried vegetable leaves as dehydrated vegetables, or use high temperatures of more than 80 degrees to dry vegetables. The dehydrated vegetables made in this way are actually worthless, because vitamin C is destroyed. After having the idea, Marin built a dehydrated vegetable processing base in a confidential manner outside the city. The base uses a Kong for heating and an indoor stove to raise the indoor temperature to about 70 degrees. A mercury thermometer is used to monitor the temperature. Then, put the vegetables on the Kong and turn them over regularly. Dry them at medium and high temperatures, and the drying time. After several days of trial and error, it was finally set at more than 10 hours. After the vegetables are dried, they will be put into oil paper bags, and then heated at medium and high temperatures on another Kong to sterilize them, and then they will be sealed with glue to isolate the air. In this way, a bag of dehydrated vegetables is processed. Then, it can be supplied in large quantities to the crew of the Great Voyage and the army during the war. When eating, just tear open the oil paper bag, soak it in water for a while, and you can eat it raw. What? You said you want to stir-fry? Sorry, after stir-frying over high heat, the loss of vitamin C is too severe. If you want to take vitamin C, it is best to eat it raw. Moreover, in Europe at this time, Europeans were also used to eating vegetables raw. But fruits, on the other hand, were boiled in water. So, don't worry that the crew members are not used to eating lettuce, they have been eating it since they were young. The dehydrated vegetables processed by heat drying technology, after being sealed and packaged, can be kept for more than a year as long as they are properly stored. In this way, it is enough for the crew members of the voyage to eat vegetables halfway. As for the processing cost of dehydrated vegetables, the cost of oil paper bags is not expensive in the paper mill on Cape Breton Island, Canada, and Marin has no shortage of coal for heating the Kong. Compared with the Great Voyage, this consumption is nothing. Even if the vitamin C loss of dehydrated vegetables by heat drying technology is not small, it is no problem to eat too much. After all, the leaves packaged in oil paper bags can be piled up like a mountain without worrying about the broken glass bottles. So far, the cabins of the future North Sea ocean-going ships are full of oil paper bags filled with dehydrated vegetables. During the voyage, the crew ate bread and dehydrated vegetables soaked in water, which was much more convenient than bringing canned food. As for the raw materials for making dehydrated vegetables, Marin has tentatively decided to use Chinese cabbage, and lettuce. Chinese cabbage, in particular, has a high yield per mu and low cost. In this way, the cost of producing dehydrated Chinese cabbage is not high even if it is supplied to the crew. It is even cheaper than soaking lemon leaves in water. Then, Marin will also set up dehydrated vegetable processing centers in Cuba, Panama and Keelung, which are navigation relay stations. When ships pass by, they can replenish dehydrated cabbage at any time. In this way, the crew will not worry about lack of vitamins. Later, a saying became popular in the North Sea countries' sailing circle: one cabbage a day keeps away from scurvy. Chapter 1533 Logistics Preparation. Whether it is marching and fighting or sailing, logistics is very important. If the logistics supply is insufficient, the army will collapse and the crew will be finished. All ambitions will be in vain. At the same time, an important feature of logistics is convenience. During the war, the pace is very fast, and there is no time to slowly knead the dough to make food. So, how convenient and fast to do it. Therefore, the military food of later generations includes convenient foods such as compressed biscuits, canned meat, canned vegetables and fruits, and instant noodles. These foods are easy to eat and easy to transport. These two characteristics are also important indicators of military food. The reason why Marin went to great lengths to get canned food, compressed biscuits, and even dehydrated vegetables packaged in oil paper bags was based on the important principle of convenient to eat and convenient to transport. However, the canned food of this era is not very different from the canned food of the army in later generations. Most of the canned food of the army in later generations is aluminum cans, which are easy to carry and not afraid of collision. In this era, Marin can only get canned food in glass bottles, which is inconvenient to carry. Therefore, Marin turned his attention to dehydrated vegetables packaged in oil paper bags. After all, oil paper bags are very convenient to carry. For example, there are many bagged snacks in the backpacks of girls in later generations. For example, the soldiers and crew of the North Sea Kingdom can now put a few bags of compressed biscuits and a few bags of dehydrated cabbage in their backpacks, and they can last for several days. Moreover, these two foods can be eaten by soaking them in water. If it is an ordinary school bag in later generations, it is estimated that it can last for a month if it is filled with compressed biscuits and dehydrated vegetables. After all, whether it is compressed biscuits or bagged organic vegetables, they are very light and easy to carry. This is the biggest reason why Marin strongly advocates oil paper bag packaging of food for easy carrying. What is the significance of easy carrying? It may be much less for the crew. After all, the cabin space is actually very large. But for the army, the significance is sky high. The most important significance is that the army with compressed biscuits and bagged dehydrated vegetables can go lightly for raids. Yes, you can raid. Compressed biscuits and bags of dehydrated vegetables are very light, and a backpack can hold a month's worth of food. With just a backpack on your back, an army can launch a long-distance raid without waiting for the baggage troops to transport food and grass. You know, the baggage troops that transport food and grass are composed of civilians, and their marching speed is very slow. After all, they have not received the physical training of the regular army of Bahai State, which often runs 5 kilometers. Sometimes, in large-scale military operations, in order not to starve, regular army soldiers can only wait for those civilians. Although the Bahai State baggage troops used a large number of light wheelbarrows, the overall marching speed was still dragged down. If each person carries a backpack of compressed biscuits and bags of dehydrated vegetables, the regular army soldiers can temporarily leave the baggage troops and move forward lightly. As long as they can ensure that the baggage troops can catch up after a month, they can launch a quick attack. Marin vaguely remembered that when the special forces of later generations attacked, they set out with compressed food in their packages, and they could leave the main force for a long time. Of course, those special forces have strong survival ability in the wild and dare to eat anything. But compressed biscuits are still their main food. Eating everything is when there is no other way, so they will learn from Bear Grylls. However, eating raw cabbage is really an unpleasant feeling. Although Europeans are more accustomed to it, Marin is not used to it. He remembered that when eating vegetable salad in later generations, ketchup seemed to be added. Yes, ketchup. If conditions permit, ketchup will be provided to the crew and soldiers in the future. The dehydrated cabbage leaves soaked in water, dipped in ketchup, seem to be good. Of course, this is just a long-term plan. After all, Marin's colony has only just begun to try to grow tomatoes introduced from Mexico. When ketchup can be brewed in large quantities, it is estimated that some will wait. But the European natives of this era will not care about those, because they have grown up eating raw vegetables since childhood. They dare to eat onions raw, let alone cabbage with a lighter taste. The reason why Marin chose to use cabbage as dehydrated vegetables is that it is cheap. This is food for tens of thousands of troops and tens of thousands of crew members. The taste is not important, the cost is the most important. The yield of Chinese cabbage per mu in later generations is as high as 5,000 to 10,000 kilograms. Marin used the Ming Dynasty variety and applied 3 fertilizers. The yield per mu was also 3 to 4,000 kilograms, and the cost was very low. Therefore, it is the best military vegetable. With the large size of the army, expenditure has become a very important issue. If the cost is not well controlled, an army of tens of thousands of people is estimated to eat a big country out of money. Only the North Sea Kingdom has enough money in food, especially food, under Marin's various golden fingers. Otherwise, the North Sea Kingdom can't support so many troops. Haven't you seen that top powers like France usually only support 10,000 or 20,000 people? There is no way, food in Europe is too expensive. In countries like the Ming Dynasty where food is cheap, the number of troops is hundreds of thousands. It took more than 100,000 people to quell a Yao uprising. In Europe, the food consumption alone is too much. Marin remembered that before the Dutch introduced advanced agricultural technology from the Ming Dynasty in Europe in the 17th century, the size of the army was generally at most tens of thousands of people, unless it was a multinational coalition. Otherwise, it would be difficult for a country to bear the food consumption of tens of thousands of troops. The only exception was Wallenstein's army during the 30 Years' War, which reached a scale of 100,000 people. However, in order to feed this army of 100,000 people, Germany paid a heavy price. Wallenstein had no money or food to feed this 100,000-strong army, so the food and drink of this 100,000-strong army depended on looting. Its practice was called ravaging the four fields to feed itself. Wherever the army passed, the food was robbed and the livestock were killed for meat. Then, a large number of German farmers starved to death. This army fought from south to north, and also brought severe disasters to the German region. Many civilians starved to death because their food was robbed. And this army of 100,000 people was also called Wallenstein's locusts by Madahuzi. The locusts passed by, and no grass grew. Only a time traveler like Marin, who mastered modern agricultural technology, could feed tens of thousands of troops in this era. In terms of the number of standing troops, the North Sea Kingdom is actually the first in Europe. But because the 60,000 troops are scattered in the North Sea Kingdom and England, the strength has been greatly weakened. If the troops are combined, even France will be afraid. Of course, it's also a pity that he didn't combine the troops. If he really did that, the German princes would not mind joining France to deal with Marin. Therefore, Marin thought about hiding troops abroad. He put 30,000 to 40,000 troops in his homeland, which was actually the limit of the patience of the German princes. If he increased his troops again, even a fool could see his ambition, and he might be preempted by the princes. But no matter what, in the future German religious war for the world, Marin will definitely not use only 30,000 or 40,000 people. In that case, if he attacks, his homeland will not be safe. His plan is to concentrate 100,000 troops at that time and have a life-and-death duel with the princes. If he wins, he will occupy the small Germany in northern Germany and establish a new Germany in advance. Therefore, he is now making this dehydrated vegetable, which is actually preparing for the future 100,000 troops in advance. The food and grass for 100,000 troops are not a small number. Moreover, storage and transportation are also big problems. The compressed biscuits, vegetables, and even milk powder, roasted dried fish, and dried meat packaged in oil paper bags are all prepared for the future use of 100,000 troops. With 100,000 troops, Marin will have nothing to fear even if he faces the coalition forces of the German princes and France in the future. But now, he can only secretly accumulate troops and secretly prepare for logistics, looking forward to the day of the outbreak. Chapter 1534, Changing the Pattern of Eastern Europe. The logistical consumption of 100,000 troops is simply terrifying. Take compressed biscuits and bags of Chinese cabbage for example. According to 1 bag of compressed biscuits, 3 pieces, and 1 bag of Chinese cabbage, a complete Chinese cabbage, but the weight is much lower after dehydration, reducing most of the weight, per person per day, 100,000 troops will consume 100,000 bags of compressed biscuits and 100,000 Chinese cabbages a day. This is just the consumption of the combat troops, and meat is not counted. Add at least tens of thousands of logistics troops, and the consumption is extremely terrifying. At present, no country in Europe can afford such consumption, except the North Sea Kingdom. However, if all troops use easy-to-carry compressed biscuits and bags of dehydrated vegetables, the transportation pressure is estimated to be reduced a lot. Originally, 100,000 troops needed at least 80,000 to 90,000 or even 100,000 people to transport food and supplies. But if Marin promotes easy-to-transport military rations, it is estimated that 50,000 civilians will be enough to transport military rations. With tens of thousands of mouths less, food can be saved a lot. Of course, the army also needs a large number of mules and horses. The daily consumption of these mules and horses is also an extremely shocking number. Because the daily food consumption of war horses is 5 times that of ordinary people. For an army of 100,000, Marin estimated that tens of thousands of horses would be needed. If all European war horses with large appetite and high food consumption were used, Marin estimated that he would not be able to bear it. Therefore, except for some knights who need to ride European war horses, Marin plans to use Eastern European Mongolian horses imported from Crimea for the rest of the horses. After all, Eastern European Mongolian horses eat more grass and consume less food. For this reason, it is necessary to import a large number of horses from the Crimean Khanate. In addition, when necessary, Marin also plans to use the method of driving cattle with the army. The so-called driving cattle with the army means driving thousands of cattle to follow the army. Along the way, the cattle only need to eat grass. Historically, the cattle of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth were driven all the way to Western Europe. If the cattle are driven with the army, not only can the cattle do some work of pulling carts and carrying goods during the march, but also directly slaughter the cattle to supplement meat when necessary. Although this seems very luxurious, the cost is not too high. Marin imported cattle from the Crimean Khanate for only 8 gold coins per head. 10,000 cattle only cost 80,000 gold coins. Moreover, the cattle accompanying the army ate grass, did not consume food, and could help pull carts and carry goods. What? You said that cattle pulling carts consume a lot of energy and need to be supplemented with fine feed? Please, these cattle are spare food, do they need to be supplemented with fine feed? Anyway, they are all going to be slaughtered. In addition, at a critical moment, maybe you can learn from Tian Dan and use a fire bull formation on the enemy. Of course, the fire bull formation is not easy to use. In history, Tian Dan used it successfully. During the Civil War, our army and Zhang's army tried the fire bull formation, but the cattle turned around and hit their own army. Therefore, Marin did not dare to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. It's funny to say that the Crimean Khanate, a famous bandit country in history, because Marin had to buy a large number of cattle and horses from it every year. Now, the Crimean Khanate, which originally relied on robbery for a living, has begun to vigorously develop cattle and horse grazing. In order to expand the scale of grazing, the Crimean Khanate sent troops to attack the Grand Duchy of Moscow several times, robbed a large number of Mauzi, castrated them and served as shepherds to herd cattle and horses for them. Subsequently, the Crimean Khanate reduced its attacks on the Grand Duchy of Moscow and Poland. Because they can make money by grazing, why should they exchange their lives for money? Besides, when grazing cattle and sheep, there are Maogong to help them work. Now, the nobles of the Crimean Khanate are holding banquets in the city all day long, eating and drinking. What is particularly interesting is that although Crimeans are all green believers, they are still addicted to alcohol. The North Sea Kingdom bought a large number of cattle and horses from them, and a large part of them were paid with rye ergotu, without spending much real money. In order to cover up the fact of drinking, the nobles of the Crimean Khanate mixed strong liquor with horse milk when drinking, which looked like milk tea. Then, this group of drunkards suddenly raised their glasses frequently and shouted together to drink milk tea. Anyone who dares to point out that they are drinking will be beaten up. Fuck, when did I drink? Open your dog eyes and look, I am drinking milk tea. Well, at first glance, it is white and it is really milk tea. However, when you open your mouth, you will smell of alcohol, and you don't even need the traffic police's alcohol tester to test it. Even at the court banquet of the Crimean Khan Mingri, Grey, everyone used this method, mixing some horse milk or goat milk into rye ergotu to make it look like milk tea, and then raising a toast together, come, drink milk. Then, everyone drank ergotu. At present, the rye ergotu produced by Beihai country, that is, whiskey, has successfully replaced salt and become the most popular commodity on the Eastern European steppe. Not only did the people of the Crimean Khanate learn the rogue trick of mixing strong liquor with milk, but even the Astrakhan Khanate and the Kazan Khanate, which originally split from the Golden Horde, also learned this method of telling lies with open eyes, drinking rye ergotu in the name of drinking milk. Of course, their rye ergotu was also bought from the Crimeans. Because the Crimean Khanate did not have enough cattle and horses, and could not make up 10,000 cattle every year. Therefore, every year the Crimean Khanate would import a large number of cattle and horses from the Astrakhan Khanate and the Kazan Khanate of the same origin. Even cattle and horses were imported from the neighboring Nogai Khanate. Of course, the Crimeans were more cunning. When they bought cattle and horses from these Khanates, they used very low prices. They only bought the cattle worth 2 gold coins from several brother Khanates for the 8 gold coins they sold to Marin. Marin also knew this, but he had no way to bypass the Crimean Khanate and trade with several other Khanates. The main thing is that even if Marin bought cattle and horses from other Khanates, he had to pass through the Crimean Khanate. If the Crimeans were unhappy, they would definitely intercept them. So he could only watch the Crimeans get rich as a middleman. In fact, Marin's behavior of importing a large number of cattle and horses from the Crimean Khanate has greatly changed the political landscape on the steppes of East Europe. In the past, the Crimeans mainly relied on robbery and human trafficking from the Grand Duchy of Moscow, Poland, Romania and other places to maintain their economy. At that time, the only one who could help the Crimeans sell the stolen goods was the Ottoman Turkey. Therefore, the Crimean Khanate was particularly dependent on Turkey at that time, and was willing to act as Turkey's lackey. There is no way, the economic lifeline is in the hands of Turkey. If you don't obey, you will have no food to eat in minutes. But now, through trade with Marin, the Crimean Khanate no longer has to act according to the colors of the Turks. Therefore, the Turks gradually discovered that Crimea, their little brother, seemed to be not very obedient recently. But the Turks could not do anything about the Crimean Khanate, because the Crimean Khanate, by monopolizing the sales channels of the North Sea Kingdom's liquor on the steppes of Eastern Europe, had become the boss of several Khanates, which made Turkey very afraid. Therefore, Through trade, Marin changed the political landscape of Eastern Europe and made Turkey lose the help of the Crimean Khanate, an important thug. Of course, it is not completely lost. Because the Crimeans now sometimes send troops to cooperate with Turkey. The reason for this is that when the Crimean Khanate sold slaves, the slave ships needed to go through the Turkish straits. If the Turks were completely offended, this route might be cut off by the Turks. However, the originally very close relationship between the two countries was only a superficial one. After all, after no longer relying solely on Turkey economically, the Crimeans no longer need to be called and dismissed by the Turks. Chapter 1535 Remind the Persians. The Ottoman Turks were actually very annoyed by the Crimean Khanate's disobedience. The cold and warlike Sultan Selim I almost wanted to send troops to teach this disobedient former younger brother a lesson. However, Turkey is currently planning to annex the vast and rich Persia, so it has no time to pay attention to the Crimean Khanate's disobedience. Moreover, the Crimean Khanate is very cunning. It is not that they completely disobey the call, but sometimes they also send troops to cooperate, so that Turkey can't find an excuse to make trouble. Besides, the current Turkey is not the Turkey during the period of Suleiman the Magnificent. It does not have the ability to fight on multiple fronts, nor the ability to beat Europe. The key point is that Turkey has not yet been able to annex the rich Egypt. After annexing Egypt, which has developed agriculture, and obtaining the relatively rich Syrian region in the Middle East, don't laugh, ancient Syria was really a prosperous region in the Middle East, the Ottoman Empire became a giant. Moreover, after destroying the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt, the Turkish Sultan also won the title of Caliph. The Caliph was originally a puppet of the Mamluk dynasty, and eventually became a giant in the Middle East. And now, Selim I, the father of Suleiman the Magnificent, has not defeated Persia, let alone destroyed the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt. Under such circumstances, Turkey will naturally not rashly send troops to Crimea. After all, Crimea is not a soft persimmon. Now they can beat the Grand Duchy of Moscow to call daddy. For this reason, Selim I hated Marin, the culprit, who traded with the Crimean Khanate, and felt that it was Marin's order that made Turkey lose an excellent younger brother. But to be honest, even Selim I was a little jealous of Marin's orders for tens of thousands of cattle every year. After all, Turkey is also a country dominated by animal husbandry, but there are too many livestock to sell. As for Marin, even if he knew that Selim I hated him, he would not care. After all, no matter how powerful Turkey is, it has no ability to fight to northern Germany. As for Mao Mei's trade being blocked by Turkey, Marin never used the name of the North Sea Kingdom to transport those girls. He used the name of other countries. After all, human trafficking is not allowed by the Holy See. Slave ships usually fly the flags of Venice or Genoa to clear themselves. Turkey has not yet fallen out with Venice and Genoa, so it will naturally not intercept ships flying the flags of these two countries. Moreover, what Selim I didn't know was that Marin had secretly copied Turkey's Rumi gun and planned to sell it to Turkey's rival, the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt. If Selim I knew this, he would probably be furious. In fact, Marin is now considering doing bad things to Turkey. He remembered that Selim I seemed to have defeated Persia in 1514 and seized a large area of land on the eastern border in later generations. The time was about August, and the captured area was probably the area where Kurds lived in eastern Turkey in later generations. That battle seemed to be called the Battle of Calderon. Should I help the Safavid Empire of Persia? Marin thought again and again. Originally, Marin planned to fund a large number of weapons and armor for the Safavid Empire of Persia. However, time seems to be insufficient. Because, if weapons and armor are transported to Persia by ship, it is necessary to go around the Cape of Good Hope, which takes too long. Now it is the end of March, but the war broke out in August, and I am sure that I will not be able to support Persia in time. However, it is not good to do nothing. After all, it was by defeating the Safavid Empire of Persia that the Turkish Sultan Selim I established strong self-confidence. Then, there was the Battle of Dabik Steppe 2 years later, which defeated the main force of the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt in one fell swoop and gave Turkey the opportunity to annex Egypt. Marin remembered that in the Battle of Calderon, the Turks relied on powerful artillery to defeat the most elite cavalry of the Safavid Empire of Persia, causing the elite troops of the Safavid Empire of Persia to be lost, and even lost the capital Tabriz for a time. If Turkey was not strong enough at that time, and was worried about being attacked by the Egyptian Mamluk dynasty in the rear, the Persian Safavid Empire might have been finished. In this battle, Ismail I, the founder of the Persian Safavid Empire, who was originally high-spirited, was completely stunned by the Ottoman artillery, lost many trusted generals, and was unable to recover. Before that, Ismail I was the legendary founding monarch of the Persian Safavid Empire. His father and brothers all died in battle since he was a child, and he was also hunted down by the Colonial dynasty that ruled Persia at that time. And he only relied on the Safavid sect, a small rebel society left by his father and brother. Starting in 1499, relying on the support of a group of old ministers left by his father and brother, based on 1,500 soldiers, he set off a rebellion with the purpose of overthrowing the Colonial dynasty. And that year, he was only 12 years old. What's more amazing is that it took him only 3 years to defeat the seemingly powerful Colonial dynasty and establish the Persian Safavid Empire. And that year, he was only 15 years old. To be honest, if his Persian army had not been stunned by the Turkish artillery and suffered a disastrous defeat, Marin would have doubted whether he was a time traveler. Because this guy's deeds of starting to rebel at the age of 12 and founding the Safavid dynasty at the age of 15 are simply too bizarre. From ancient times to the present, there has never been such a young founder of a dynasty. That is, in the Battle of Calderon, the Persian Safavid Empire lost a large number of generals, and Ismail I, who was like a cheat, never recovered from it and died of depression at the age of 36. Marin felt that such a legendary figure should not be depressed. After all, if this guy was still stunned by the Turkish artillery as in the original history, the pressure on the east of Turkey would be gone. Therefore, in order to add trouble to the future Suleiman the Great, Marin felt that he had an obligation to remind Ismail I to be careful of the Turkish artillery. Therefore, although it might be too late to take the sea route, Marin planned to send people to enter Persia by land as a merchant. Then, remind Ismail I to be careful of the Turkish artillery and bring an early warning of Turkey's upcoming invasion in August. Some people from the North Sea Kingdom sent people to remind Ismail I in advance. Marin felt that Ismail I should not be defeated by the Turks as badly as in history. However, this matter is uncertain. Ismail I was successful at a young age and it was easy for him to lose himself and be superstitious about his own abilities. Originally in history, he was underprepared because he underestimated his opponents. He was beaten hard by the Turkish artillery, not only lost many generals, but also completely lost his self-confidence. Thinking of this, Marin decisively ordered to send spies through the Crimean Khanate, which was friendly with the North Sea Kingdom. Then, in the name of doing business, he took the Caucasus route to Tabriz, the capital of Persia, to inform Ismail I of the news of the upcoming Turkish invasion and the power of the artillery. Although it is not certain whether Ismail I will listen to it, Marin has done his best and left it to fate. If Persia were to suffer the same disastrous defeat as in the original history, he would have nothing to say. Chapter 1536, Gonzalo is transferred away. Marin suddenly felt a little guilty, blaming himself for not thinking of this earlier. If he had thought of it earlier, he could have sent a ship to transport a batch of artillery to the Safavid Empire of Persia. Now, it is less than 5 months before the Turks send troops, and he can only send someone to inform the Persians in advance. But whether Ismail I believes in the great power of artillery, God knows. But Marin still responsibly gave a good way to deal with artillery avoid frontal attack. The artillery of this era did not have the mobile gun carriage that Marin learned from later generations. The gun barrels were lifted off the car and arranged on the ground, and the Turkish artillery was no exception. In this way, the artillery position cannot be easily moved. It is also very simple to avoid the coverage of Turkish artillery go around to the two sides to attack. After all, the Turkish artillery is fixed and does not have wheels. It takes a lot of time to dismantle it, install it on the car, and then transport it to the side. By the time the artillery is transported to the side, it may have been finished. However, Marin is still worried that Ismail I, who is only 27 years old, will underestimate the enemy. This guy had been so successful before that he would inevitably underestimate the enemy and even think that he was invincible. After much thought, Marin asked someone to bring a few muskets over to let him see the power of firearms first. The musket has a small target, and it is not troublesome to load it in a box and travel by land. Unlike artillery, it is extremely difficult to transport by land. Maybe, after seeing the power of the musket, this guy will be more sober. In short, Marin's Middle East strategy is to find ways to encircle the Ottoman Turkey and prevent it from smoothly annexing Egypt and crippling Persia. Once this happens, Europe's suffering will come. You know, in this era, Turkey is not the powerful empire that later generations would easily send out 200,000 or 300,000 troops to besiege Vienna. In the 1514 attack on Persia and the 1516 war with the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt, Turkey only dispatched more than 60,000 troops. Although there are already a lot of people in the eyes of Europeans, compared with the 200,000 troops during the Suleimani period, Turkey is obviously insufficient in national strength. But if it is allowed to annex Egypt, Turkey will soon have the ability to mobilize hundreds of thousands of troops. Therefore, Marin is not happy to see a too strong Turkey. However, Marin is also worried that the Persian Safavid Empire is too powerful and will replace Turkey as a threat to Europe. Therefore, he is very conflicted. He hopes that Ismail I can listen to his advice, but he doesn't want the other party to listen to it completely. It would be best if he listened to half of it, and then Persia and Turkey would tie, with heavy casualties. But this is not something he can control. The only thing he can do is wait for news. Although Persia may not be able to provide assistance in time, Egypt will still be able to help in time. After all, the Battle of the Dabik Steppe in history did not break out until 1516. 2 years is enough for Marin to provide enough Rumi guns to the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt. This era can be described as turbulent and war-torn, especially in Europe and the Middle East, where wars often break out. In the Kurdish region in the eastern part of Asia Minor, Turkey and the Persian Empire are already on the verge of a war. Italy was in a better situation, fighting for more than half a year. The French and Spanish armies seemed to be deadlocked in Naples. The Spaniards kept shouting at Naples, "Come out if you dare." The French in the city also shouted in a wretched manner, "Come in if you dare." This meaningless shouting lasted for several months, but both sides were very restrained, and no one was willing to take the initiative to attack. But in general, the French were more anxious. Because the French supply had been cut off, they could only rely on the food stored in the city. Although Naples was full of food by looting many areas of the Kingdom of Naples, there were also many French soldiers. The consumption was huge. According to estimates, it is estimated that food will be cut off in half a year. Therefore, the French hoped to have a decisive battle with the Spanish within half a year to get rid of this huge war as soon as possible. After all, the French were not rich. But the problem was that it seemed that the old fox Gonzalo de Córdoba also knew the difficulties of the French, but he was unwilling to fight a decisive battle and wasted his time. Spain is supported by the huge profits from the spice trade, so it is not afraid of consumption. France is in a more miserable situation. It only relies on domestic territorial output and scarce industrial and commercial taxes. It cannot compare with the Spanish in terms of protracted war capabilities. Therefore, in the early conflicts, Marin will secretly stand on the side of the French and give them confidence. Moreover, in the early days, Marin would hope that the French can win some battles to retain the confidence to conquer Italy. On the Spanish side, because of the rolling financial resources, it is not afraid that Spain will not be able to fight France in the future. If the relatively poor French cannot win in the early stage, then don't think about continuing later. At this time, a shocking thing is happening in the Spanish camp outside Naples. Ferdinand II sent someone to announce the decree. Moreover, the content of the decree is to transfer the commander of the Spanish army, Gonzalo de Córdoba. This is the effect of the counter-espionage plan. In fact, this matter has been arguing in Spain for several months, and there has been no result. Until recently, Ferdinand II fell seriously ill. There is a great fear between life and death. He was probably afraid that he would die suddenly, and then his son would be sidelined or even replaced by Gonzalo de Córdoba, who held the main force of the country's military. Then, Ferdinand II made up his mind to replace Gonzalo de Córdoba. After Louis XII began to implement counter-espionage in Spain according to John Lafayette's advice, a large number of Spanish nobles who were jealous of Gonzalo de Córdoba's achievements were bribed and began to speak ill of Gonzalo de Córdoba in front of the two kings of Spain. Juan III was not so bad. Although the young king was soft-hearted, he had a powerful wife who could dissuade him from making wrong decisions. As for Ferdinand II actually didn't care about the nobles' slander at the beginning. Because he knew that the best commander who could lead the army to defeat tens of thousands of French troops was Gonzalo de Córdoba. In fact, 10 years ago, when Gonzalo de Córdoba had just defeated the French army in Italy and annexed the entire kingdom of Naples, Ferdinand II even envied Gonzalo de Córdoba's great prestige. However, because the Spanish phalanx in this life was not invented by Gonzalo de Córdoba, but invented by Marin, Gonzalo de Córdoba just went to learn. Therefore, Gonzalo de Córdoba's prestige in Spain has not risen to the point where Ferdinand II was overwhelmed by jealousy. Therefore, Gonzalo de Córdoba's fate in this life changed. He was not transferred to an idle position by Ferdinand II, but instead gained the trust of Ferdinand II. However, the rumors spread by the French in Spain were too heartbreaking. The deeds of Pepin the Shorty are very classic. However, Ferdinand II had no choice but to use Gonzalo de Córdoba. After all, Spain lacked such a famous general. So, after several months, Ferdinand II did not waver in his trust in Gonzalo de Córdoba, which made the French almost despair. The turning point came in the spring. In early March, when Ferdinand II went out for a spring outing, he caught a cold, which led to a serious illness and almost died. This serious illness made Ferdinand II very scared. He was afraid that he would suddenly die of illness, and then, it would really be like the slanders made by those great nobles of Aragon. Gonzalo de Córdoba would hold his own troops and undermine his son Juan III. Even, he learned from Pepin the Dwarf to replace Juan III. To be honest, Ferdinand II was a cold-blooded person. However, he was the only one who did not cool down his son, but placed great hope on him. After all, sons are the continuation of the family dynasty, not daughters. Originally in history, when Prince Juan died of illness, because he was suspected of having lung disease, which was an incurable disease in Europe at the time and might be contagious, Queen Isabella I, the mother, did not dare to approach the dead Prince Juan, but Ferdinand II, the usually cold-blooded father, cried bitterly while holding his son's body. Of course, this is a typical European aristocracy, who attaches great importance to male heirs. Historically, the famous Henry VIII married and divorced several times just to have a son, and even turned against the Vatican for this. In the end, he did give birth to a son, Edward VI. However, the child was in poor health and did not live to adulthood. He died at the age of 16. Later, his two half-sisters, Bloody Mary and Elizabeth I, became queens of England one after another. It was precisely because he was worried that his son would be sidelined or even replaced by Gonzalo de Córdoba that Ferdinand II finally made up his mind after recovering from a serious illness, in the name of the tight situation on the Moroccan battlefield. He transferred Gonzalo de Córdoba to the Moroccan battlefield. As for the tens of thousands of Spanish troops in Italy, Ferdinand II ordered several Spanish noble generals to take charge together to avoid a situation where one family dominated. Chapter 1537, Gonzalo's Departure and the Dumb Soldiers. Gonzalo de Córdoba was stunned when he received the transfer order. Afterwards, he stayed in the tent alone for a long time, and finally sighed, "Your Majesty, you still don't trust the old minister after all." Yes, Gonzalo de Córdoba is not a direct descendant of Ferdinand II. Strictly speaking, he is a Castilian, and was promoted by Queen Isabella I. Although he later led his troops into the Kingdom of Naples, the territory conquered by the Kingdom of Aragon, and became the commander-in-chief, he was not Ferdinand II's man after all. Therefore, after the death of Queen Isabella I, Gonzalo de Córdoba's position was a bit embarrassing. Fortunately, he did not have the reputation in history, because his phalanx tactics were learned from Marin. In addition, the Kingdom of Aragon did not have a more powerful general, so Ferdinand II did not replace him, but entrusted him with an important task. Speaking of which, although Ferdinand II was highly skilled in political struggle, his vision was really not very good. At least, he is far inferior to his wife Isabella I. Isabella I sponsored the Spanish voyage out of her own pocket, and Gonzalo de Córdoba, a peerless general, was also promoted by Isabella I. In terms of vision, Ferdinand II seems to be much worse. Of course, he cannot be blamed for replacing Gonzalo de Córdoba, because it was too coincidental. Originally, Ferdinand II planned to withstand the pressure and continue to let Gonzalo de Córdoba lead the army. But a sudden serious illness made Ferdinand II realize that he was old and might die at any time. After all, he was 62 years old. This age can be considered a long life among European monarchs of this era. Therefore, he had to worry. Ferdinand II knew very well what level his son was. Perhaps he was protected too well when he was a child and did not let him come into contact with much dark side, which made Juan III a little naive. And naivety is not a good quality for a monarch. But he ignored the ability of Juan III's wife Margaret, who grew up in the Ghent court in the Netherlands, which was full of internal strife, and had rich experience in struggle. But Ferdinand II had a characteristic: he was extremely patriarchal. Historically, when his son Juan died, he kept his son's body in pain, regardless of the risk of being infected with lung disease. But after his daughter Juana became the Queen of Castile, he imprisoned his daughter on the grounds that she was crazy, so that he could regent Castile, and there was no family affection at all. Therefore, he did not think much of his daughter-in-law's level as a female person, and ignored her help to his son. It just so happened that the actions of the Spanish army in the Kingdom of Naples were led by the Kingdom of Aragon, and Juan III usually listened to his father. Therefore, when Ferdinand II ordered the replacement of Gonzalo de Córdoba, Juan III's wife Margaret of Austria, despite her opposition, could not change anything. In this way, Gonzalo de Córdoba handed over his military power with a depressed mood and went to Morocco to command those Italian mercenaries. Recently, the remnants of the Ouattaz dynasty in Morocco and the Arab cavalry of the Saad tribe, with the support of Venice and France, have indeed caused great trouble to the Spanish garrison in Morocco. Now, with the withdrawal of the main force of Spain and the departure of the famous general Gonzalo de Córdoba, the remnants of the Ouattaz dynasty and the Arab cavalry of the Saad tribe have been rampant in the Spanish-occupied areas in northern Morocco. Those Italian mercenaries are good at defending the city, but they dare not go out of the city to fight against the Berber cavalry of the Wadas dynasty and the Arab cavalry of the Saud tribe. They can only shrink in the city and watch the cavalry of the two families rampage in the countryside in northern Morocco. Now, the only cities that Spain can smoothly control are Melilla, Tetuan and other cities near the sea. Because these cities are very convenient to supply from the sea. And the supply line of the famous city of Fez deep in the inland has been cut off by the cavalry of the Wadas dynasty. The reason why Ferdinand II transferred Gonzalo de Córdoba this time was to let him lead troops to rescue Fez and open up the supply line. After all, Fez was the capital of the Wadas dynasty and had extremely important political significance. If it was lost, it would not only seriously affect the morale of the Spanish, but also lose control of the inland areas of Morocco. However, in this transfer order, it only mentioned that Gonzalo de Córdoba was transferred to command the Moroccan army, but did not say that he should bring people there. But if he only relied on the more than 10,000 people guarding Morocco, Gonzalo de Córdoba would not have the confidence to fight the Moroccan counterattack. After all, there were 20,000 to 30,000 cavalry in Morocco. Therefore, before leaving, Gonzalo de Córdoba made a request. He wanted to take a group of officers, some musketeers, and select 10,000 civilians to take away. Gonzalo de Córdoba knew that it was unwise to take away troops from the 50,000 troops on the front line. After all, the French are not vegetarians. Once the troops are too few, they will be easily defeated by the French. However, if he only commanded more than 10,000 Italian mercenaries in Morocco, he had no confidence in defeating the enemy. So he thought of starting a new business and training a group of new soldiers. He went to the North Sea Kingdom for further studies and knew that Marin relied on the new soldiers he specially trained when he fought. Although the North Sea Kingdom kept many core secrets, Gonzalo de Córdoba still learned a lot of training methods. For example, when selecting soldiers, the North Sea Kingdom gave priority to the brave mountain people. Moreover, when selecting, they had to observe and select the winners. In fact, Gonzalo de Córdoba was fooled on this point. He privately asked the soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom about the details of the competition selection and had never seen it in person. And Marin's unique selection criteria are those who are not afraid of being injured in the competition and move forward bravely, not the winners. But the soldiers who were asked about this matter all wanted to save face. They didn't understand that the standard for recruiting soldiers was bravery, and they thought they were doing well. Therefore, no matter whether they lost or won in the competition, they would brag to Gonzalo de Córdoba, "I won the competition at that time. I would never admit that I lost." Therefore, Gonzalo de Córdoba was also deceived in the question of selecting soldiers for the competition and chose the wrong standard. Of course, this standard is not bad. After all, those who can win the competition are all very strong in combat effectiveness. Moreover, the trait of bravery and fearlessness is not a problem at all when the army has not suffered a major setback. If you fight a favorable battle, it is right to select those who won the competition. Because their personal abilities are stronger. Only when fighting against the wind, the trait of bravery and fearlessness will show its importance. Generally speaking, if the casualties of the army exceed 10%, it will be easy to retreat. But the brave and fearless fools selected by Marin through the competition are all brave and fearless fools. Even if they encounter adversity, they will not retreat easily. Because when selecting soldiers, they were specially selected for their relatively foolish characteristics. After all, the old saying goes well, the ruthless are afraid of the foolish. A ruthless person is only ruthless when he has an advantage, but it is hard to say how he will behave when he encounters adversity. But a fool doesn't care, he will fight you to the death even in adversity. Therefore, if you don't fight against the wind, you can't see the advantage of a fool soldier at all. Gonzalo de Córdoba used a wrong but mainstream method. Through a competition, he selected 10,000 strong and capable civilians from the 60,000 Spanish civilians who followed the army, and took them on a ship to Morocco, intending to train these 10,000 strong and brave civilians into an army like the North Sea Kingdom. Then, use them to fight against Morocco's scimitar cavalry. At the same time, he also took away a group of officers, for training, 1,500 musketeers, and 1,000 wheelbarrows converted into Eudaio's chariots. In the previous fight against the French heavy cavalry, Eudaio's chariot played a significant role, blocking the French cavalry's attack on the flank of the Spanish infantry phalanx. This made Gonzalo de Córdoba realize that in the Moroccan battlefield, this kind of chariot that can withstand cavalry attacks will still be very useful. After all, the Moroccan cavalry are all scimitar cavalry that can only fight in close combat. Chapter 1538 Viscount John Lafitte. Why does Marin think that poor mountains and bad waters produce elite soldiers? Because in poor mountains and bad waters, the common people cannot afford to read and are relatively ignorant. And ignorant people are relatively stupid. Because they have no cultural foundation for thinking. Such people often go forward bravely regardless of the consequences when fighting. And the army likes these stupid soldiers the most. And those rich and educated people are unwilling to fight with others with their precious bodies. Therefore, since ancient times, elite soldiers have been produced in the north, and the rich south has always been beaten by the northern army. The most obvious contrast is the northeast in later generations. When China was still very poor, the bare children in the northeast fought from childhood to adulthood. Everyone was poor at that time, there was no entertainment, and they could only fight and brag. Such bare children are elite soldiers when they grow up because they are used to fighting. Especially those stupid people who are often opened and still insist on fighting with others are the elite soldiers among the elite soldiers. But later, as the Chinese economy developed, there were fewer fights in the northeast. Why? I can't afford to fight. Do you dare to open someone's head? I'll pay you back. Then, the northeastern boys born in the 2000s have had much fewer fights than their predecessors. When they grow up, they are not much different from people from other places. Of course, this is also related to the living standards. They have more entertainment activities, unlike their poor predecessors who can only spend their spare time fighting and bragging. Also, they read more books and are not easily overwhelmed. Of course, nothing is absolute. There is another way to make soldiers brave, that is, brainwashing. As long as you instill the idea of fearlessness every day, even a scholar from the Jiangnan water town will be overwhelmed and fight with others. Before being shot, you can also shout, "Down with 20." Such an army is often invincible and can challenge higher levels. Because the soldiers take death in battle as an honor. Just like the terrorists of a certain religion, after being fooled, they are willing to hang bombs all over their bodies and then set them off. It seems that in the early Tang dynasty, the Persian Empire, one of the world's great powers, was chopped down by a group of poor fanatics with scimitars from the Arabian Peninsula. In front of the brainwashed fanatics, even the idiots who are born with excellent military talents have to retreat. The idiots are just not afraid of death, and they are willing to die. How can they compare? Although Gonzalo de Córdoba is leaving, he left his adjutant Francis to take over the military power of several Spanish nobles. After all, those people have just arrived and are not familiar with the situation. With Francis's assistance, they can get started quickly. Before these dukes and earls came, Ferdinand II still gave instructions: try to be as cautious as possible and continue Gonzalo de Córdoba's previous tactics and methods. After all, Ferdinand II was just worried that Gonzalo de Córdoba would be self-reliant, but he still believed in his ability and vision. But Ferdinand II didn't think that these Spanish nobles who came to take over the military power would be willing to follow the rules of Xiao and Chao. They all wanted to be outstanding, so how could they continue to use Gonzalo de Córdoba's previous conservative tactics? In that case, even if they won in the end, it would not be their credit. Therefore, these nobles promised Ferdinand II verbally, but they had other ideas in their hearts. Of course, no matter what they thought in their hearts, they were still relatively low-key in the Spanish camp outside Naples, and did not give orders casually. Because the first problem they faced when they first arrived was mastering the military power. As newcomers, they knew nothing about this army, so naturally there was no question of whether they could control it or not. Therefore, at the beginning, they needed to use Francis, the adjutant who was familiar with the situation, to slowly take control of the army. Then, they could implement other ideas. Therefore, at the beginning, everyone was at peace and harmonious. However, there were undercurrents in private. After all, this time Ferdinand II sent 5 dukes and earls to control the military power together. However, if they want to make merit in the end, they still have to distinguish the superior and the inferior and the primary and secondary merits. Therefore, several people are trying their best to come out on top and become the real confidant of Ferdinand II. Gonzalo de Córdoba's request to select 10,000 civilians and take away a group of officers and 1,500 musketeers was quickly sent back to the Spanish mainland by carrier pigeons. Ferdinand II felt a little guilty about the transfer from Gonzalo de Córdoba, so he agreed to Gonzalo de Córdoba's request and quickly sent it back to the outside of Naples by carrier pigeons. Then, the militia camp outside the Spanish camp held a martial arts competition with great fanfare. 60,000 militiamen who were born as farmers came on the field with sticks without spearheads and fought one-on-one with their opponents. Some were eliminated constantly, and some won and entered the next round. After several rounds, 10,000 of the strongest and most powerful militiamen won the competition and were incorporated into the new army. After selecting the people, Gonzalo de Córdoba and these 10,000 recruits, as well as officers and musketeers, left the port of Naples in batches by boat. In Naples, Louis XII, who had been anxiously waiting for several months, learned that Gonzalo de Córdoba had been transferred, and immediately jumped up happily, and held a banquet and invited a group of trusted subordinates to celebrate. At the banquet, Louis XII said to his trusted subordinates with a red face, "Everyone, the damned Gonzalo has finally been transferred by the Spaniards. Our chance has come. Soon, we will defeat the damned Spaniards and monopolize the precious land of the Kingdom of Naples." A group of people raised their glasses to echo Louis XII and flatter him. Halfway through the drink, Louis XII finally remembered the biggest contributor to the success of this plan, John Lafitte. So, he stood up, raised his glass and said to John Lafitte, "Come on, our great contributor, Viscount John Lafitte." The banquet was suddenly quiet, and everyone looked at John Lafitte in surprise. Is this a promotion of title? But this is not in line with common sense. Generally speaking, rewards are given based on merit after the war is over. But now, the war is not over yet, and the title is promoted? Louis XII certainly had his intentions. He said in high spirits, "I will not treat any meritorious minister unfairly. Baron John Lafitte has repeatedly made key and correct suggestions in this war, and his contributions are huge. Therefore, I have decided to promote him to Viscount now. And everyone, whether you have good suggestions or can bravely fight for me, I will not treat him unfairly." After a pause, Louis XII raised his glass and shouted, "Great titles and fiefdoms are waiting for you, everyone, what are you waiting for? France will win." Then, all the French officers present stood up, raised their glasses and shouted, "Long live the king, France will win." So far, John Lafitte, a mere outsider, has finally successfully entered the core circle of the French aristocracy. After all, in Europe, Viscount actually means deputy earl. Although this title is not a real earl, it is also eligible to enter the core circle. And John Lafitte's main mission in France is to sneak into the core aristocratic circle of France. Then, to grasp the whereabouts of Margaret of Tudor, so that it will be easier for Marin to send people to get rid of her. At the same time, it will also be easier for Marin to secretly influence the French court. Chapter 1539 Deliberately showing weakness. After the banquet, Louis XII planned to organize a counterattack immediately. However, the newly promoted Viscount Lafitte, John Lafitte, stopped him. "Your Majesty, at this time, we can't do anything, especially not counterattack." These are the strategies that Marin secretly told. Why? Louis XII was a little puzzled. Now that the enemy has left, shouldn't we take the opportunity to counterattack? John Lafitte recalled the content of Marin's letter and replied, "If we rush to counterattack now, it would be fine if we can defeat the Spanish army in one fell swoop. If we can't defeat the enemy in one fell swoop, it is very likely that the Spaniards will regret it and transfer Gonzalo back." Louis XII thought about it, and it was really the case. If the French began to organize a counterattack as soon as Gonzalo de Córdoba left, and even achieved certain results, wouldn't it prove from the side that Gonzalo's transfer was wrong? Once that guy was transferred back, the previous efforts of the French would be in vain. So, we really have to wait a while, lest the Spaniards regret it. Also, the Spaniards sent several nobles to take over the military power, but they have just arrived, and they will definitely not overturn the military deployment plan left by Gonzalo all at once. Our counterattack at this time is just the same as usual. Besides, they have just arrived and have not yet obtained the military power. So, we have to wait for a while until these rubbish get the military power. Moreover, there is another benefit after they take power. What benefit? Several other French favorites asked with interest. In order to prevent the military power from being controlled by powerful ministers, Ferdinand II specially sent 5 Spanish nobles to take power together. Although this will avoid a single dominant power, it is also easy to cause a serious problem, internal fighting. As long as time passes, without our intervention, the 5 people will also fight internally for control of the army. Once their fighting intensifies, there will definitely be a certain chaos within the Spanish army. At that time, it will be the best opportunity for us to attack. John Raffi pretended to be calm and recited this long line. At the end, he even put on an attitude of a hermit. Louis XII and a group of French favorites were immediately shocked. Even Charles, the former Duke of Saxony, who was truly extraordinary in strategy, looked at John Lafitte with new eyes and agreed with his judgment. "Great, my Viscount John. Then, for the next period of time, we will keep our troops in place and wait for them to have internal strife," Louis XII said happily. John Lafitte shook his head pretentiously and said, "No, we can't just wait. It's better to pretend to be frustrated and pretend that we can't beat the Spanish army. This tactic is called deliberately showing weakness, and the purpose is to strengthen Ferdinand II's determination to transfer Gonzalo." Right now, I estimate that Ferdinand II is also conflicted, fearing that those people are not our opponents. If encountering that situation, Ferdinand II may regret and transfer Gonzalo back. Therefore, my opinion is deliberately show weakness during this period, so that Ferdinand II will mistakenly think that these idiots are very capable. In this way, it can also strengthen his determination to transfer Gonzalo and prevent him from regretting it. And once we show weakness, those 5 idiots may mistakenly think that the French army is just as so. Then, they will feel at ease to fight among themselves. If we perform too strongly, these people may unite and fight against us wholeheartedly. Only when they mistakenly think that they have won, will they feel at ease to fight among themselves. After speaking, after a long silence, Louis XII took the lead in applauding. That's great. I think you all have no objection to my promotion of him to Viscount, right? The French nobles present applauded and shook their heads. You're kidding. Their brains can never think of this. Moreover, the king has the final say in France. Even if they object, it will be ineffective. It's better to save face. Next, the French army in Naples became much quieter. Even when the Spanish soldiers shouted and cursed outside the city, they did not curse back. Moreover, they deliberately put old, weak, sick and disabled soldiers on the top of the city and asked them to pretend to sigh. Sure enough, the Spanish soldiers under the city were very surprised to see that the French on the top of the city did not curse back. Moreover, they also saw the old, weak, sick and disabled French soldiers sighing on the city wall. Then, the tired Spanish soldiers returned to the camp and reported this abnormal situation. Francis, the adjutant left by Gonzalo de Córdoba, instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Several new commanders were discussing, could it be a conspiracy? No way. That's the King of France. The king doesn't want to lose face. Well, that's right, it seems something happened in the city. Then, several guys imagined internal strife and food shortages in the city, and even suspected that Louis XII had died. Soon, several Spanish bosses spread their own imaginations in the Spanish army camp. The news reached one of the tents in the camp, and a Spaniard dressed as an officer flashed his eyes. That night, a secret letter was sent to the North Sea Kingdom by pigeon. After receiving the secret letter, Marin opened his mouth in surprise. Why didn't these guys write it? However, the next day, Marin sent the content of the secret letter to John Lafitte in the middle of the night through another set of messenger pigeon system, and gave Lafitte some other instructions, including 2 sets of plans to show weakness. John Lafitte was also shocked, and he received the secret letter, and was shocked by the strange ideas of several Spanish nobles. As for the plan of showing weakness given by Marin, John Lafitte thought about it and ruled out the plan of pretending that King Louis XII was critically ill. He was afraid that this plan would be regarded as an unlucky curse by Louis XII. Therefore, he only chose the second plan. Your Majesty, let's deliberately leak false information to the Spaniards and pretend that there is a shortage of food in the city. John Lafitte suggested. Pretend to be short of food? Sure, but how to tell the French? We can use 2 prongs. On the one hand, we send out messengers on horseback to deliberately let them intercept the information. On the other hand, we deliberately sacrifice 1 or 2 pigeons and let them kill them. Wait. How can a pigeon be deliberately killed by the other party? Louis XII asked curiously. This is easy. We release pigeons during the day and let them find out in advance. In addition, we tie more and heavier letters on the pigeon cart. In this way, the pigeons can't fly high and are easily shot down by the enemy. In this way, the false news will be intercepted by them. Louis XII thought for a while and said, this is a good idea, but I'm afraid that if the pigeons are not intercepted, the country will receive false news and there may be chaos. John Lafitte said confidently, Your Majesty, don't worry. We will release a batch of pigeons at dawn in advance to tell the country that the news brought back by the pigeons flying back within 2 days is false. Of course, there will be a mark on the fake letter, and you will know it when you see it. This is a good idea. Let's do it this way. Send someone to prepare the fake letter. Yes, sir. Chapter 1540 News from Ireland. That night, the French first released a group of pigeons back home and agreed on a code. If they saw a certain mark on the letter, it was fake. Then, the next morning, John Lafitte deliberately sent a few people dressed as pigeon breeders to stand in the northwest corner of Naples. They first used a cloth strip to simply measure the wind direction and wind speed, successfully attracting the attention of the Spaniards. What are they doing? A Spanish patrol soldier in the northwest of the city was confused. But the captain of the patrol team who led them changed his face. I understand, that person is holding a pigeon, and they will release the pigeon later. Quick, go to the camp and call a few sharpshooters over. Then, within half an hour, the Spaniards sent a team of soldiers who were good at archery or shooting. They were born-in hunters, carrying bows and crossbows and matchlocks, and ambushed under the northwest corner of the city, with other Spanish soldiers in the middle to provide cover. About an hour later, as expected, two people dressed as pigeon breeders came to the northwest corner of the city and released a pigeon each. Bang bang, swoosh swoosh swoosh, the sound of gunfire and bows and arrows rang out from the Spanish patrol team below the city. In the end, one of the two pigeons turned sharply in the air after hearing the sound and avoided the attack, while the other pigeon was unfortunately shot down. At the same time, a soldier carrying a letter set out from the north gate and was intercepted by Spanish cavalry halfway. The soldier fought desperately, but was eventually killed by the Spanish patrol cavalry, and a bloody letter was searched out. On the gate tower of the north gate, Louis XII saw with his own eyes that the brave French light cavalry fought to the death with 20 Spanish patrol cavalry, and was eventually hacked to death. "Don't worry, Mr. Descartes, I will keep my promise, canonize your son as a knight, and give him a manor," Louis XII whispered in a voice that only he could hear, and then went down the gate tower. Then, the two letters were sent to the Spanish Central Army tent for the reference of several Spanish supreme commanders. However, there was an accident with the letter tied to the pigeon's leg. The pigeon's leg was hit by two lead bullets at the same time, and the letter was damaged. The translator could only find a limited number of words such as food and mobilize as soon as possible on the broken letter. The other blood-stained intelligence found on the cavalry Mr. Descartes was more vague. It read, "Carmeli, Governor of Provence, a province in southwestern France close to Italy, please contact Paris and gather the things we need as soon as possible and send them to Italy. Specifically, send them to the border between the Papal States and Naples. At that time, I will send a large army to meet them. Remember, you only have 2 months, no more than 3 months at the latest, otherwise something big will happen." It seems that the French are still very cautious. They use pigeons to deliver messages in the sky and knights to deliver messages on the ground. Moreover, the messages on the ground do not even clearly state what the things are, so as not to be intercepted by us. I think they are short of food, but they are afraid that we will know. So, they are anxious to notify the country. Well, this information is very important. You only have 2 months, no more than 3 months at the latest. It seems that the French can only last for 3 months at most. One of the 5 big guys, a brain-filling emperor, made up his mind. It seems to make sense. The other 4 also agreed. After all, the inference given by the brain-filling emperor sounded very reasonable. The next day, it seemed to confirm their conjecture. The French released 2 more pigeons, but this time they deliberately avoided the pigeons released by the patrol, and the Spanish failed to intercept the intelligence. At the north gate, the French suddenly sent out 20 cavalrymen, each carrying a scroll, and took advantage of the opportunity of the Spanish patrol cavalry to rush out and flee to the north, successfully breaking out. It seems that our inference is correct. Today, the French are desperate to deliver intelligence. Obviously, they are anxious. The Brain Emperor gave another brain-filled inference. Well, let's wait for 2 or 3 months until the French run out of food, and then we will take action to eliminate them. It would be best if we can capture King Louis XII of France alive. Another big man said with anticipation. Capture the King of France alive. Several people fell into YY together, thinking of the scene of being worshipped by the monarchs, ministers, and people of all Spain in the future. In fact, they didn't know that Louis XII's order to deliver the letter this time was to pretend to raise food. Then, a large amount of mud and sand were packed in sacks and transported to Italy, deliberately letting the Spanish spies in France see them. This was also Marin's instruction to John Lafitte. After all, it was easier for the Spaniards to believe if they performed a full set of plays. Then, as if they were waiting for the French to collapse due to lack of food, the 5 Spanish nobles, as Marin expected, began to seize the military power of this army of tens of thousands of people. Moreover, the problem of multiple people leading the army together arose. All 5 people wanted to dominate this war. After all, it seemed that Spain had won, as long as they waited for the French to run out of food. So, the 5 people began to fight openly and secretly, and began to secretly win over the middle and senior officers of this army to enhance their voice in the army. As for the French, they ignored it for the time being. As long as they followed the original deployment of Gonzalo de Cordova and tried their best to intercept and block, there would be no big problems. At the same time, on the distant island of Ireland, a war of conquest was also going on. The rainy weather in Ireland was not covered, and it was okay when attacking the indigenous territories of the O'Neill family and the Magnus family in the northeast. After all, the northeastern region belongs to Northern Ireland in later generations, and there is less rain, so the British Army's operations are very smooth. The large-caliber artillery of the artillery battalion provided by Marin successfully blasted open the gates of the two main cities and easily defeated the armies of the two families. But after that, it was not so smooth. The indigenous leaders of other Irish families saw the unstoppable British army from the defeat of the O'Neill family and the Magnus family. So, the leader of the O'Donnell family, the neighbor of the O'Neill family, Font, took the lead in abandoning the city, led his elite men, took supplies, hid in the forests and swamps of Ireland, and began to fight guerrilla warfare with June. The west of Ireland has abundant rain and a warm climate. Therefore, there are dense forests and swamps here. When Edward personally led an army of 25,000, plus 2,000 Wicklow troops led by Adler to attack the territory of the O'Donnell family, they easily conquered two small broken cities in the territory. They also gave up voluntarily, but it was a headache to wipe out Font's resistance army. At the beginning, the army entered the forest and adopted a barbaric strategy of cutting down trees. In just 2 weeks, Font's army was forced to have nowhere to hide. But when they arrived in the swamp area, the British army was dumbfounded. The army led by Font was a local and was naturally familiar with the local swamp area. Therefore, their roaming resistance army easily bypassed the dangerous swamp and moved freely in the swamp area. But the British army couldn't do that. They were not familiar with the local swamps. Especially in some hidden swamp edge areas, these areas seem to have grass on the surface, but if you step on a horse, it is very easy to get stuck. Because the British army was unfamiliar with the local swamps, they had an absolute advantage in manpower, but they were overwhelmed by the swamps and lost some men and horses, and their progress was greatly delayed. When Gonzalo was transferred from Italy, Edward and his army had just wiped out Font's resistance. The reason they were able to wipe out the other side was that Font's resistance had run out of food, and when they went to the town to resupply, they were caught by the British army. But this was just the beginning. Because of Font's example, other natives seemed to be planning to do the same. Therefore, Edward's great cause of conquering Ireland had just begun. Chapter 1541, Edward seeks help. Sure enough, after the army entered the territory of the Orank family near the territory of the O'Donnell family, the leader of the Orank family, John in Irish, also chose to withdraw from the city to fight guerrilla warfare. The territory of the Orank family is smaller than that of the O'Donnell family, but there are more mountains in the northwest of the island of Ireland. Therefore, Sean took his elite men and hid in the mountains. Moreover, with the support of the O'Connor family in the south, Sean's men dug a lot of caves in the mountains and hid a lot of food supplies, which facilitated their long-term guerrilla warfare. As a result, the English army was immediately in trouble. The northwest of the island of Ireland not only has abundant rain, but also has rugged terrain. As a result, the local mountain roads became very slippery under the erosion of rain. If it were just the infantry wearing straw sandals, it would be okay, but those war horses would be difficult. On the slippery mountain road, 7 or 8 English war horses slipped and broke their legs, making it extremely difficult for the British army to pursue the enemy. In fact, the weak Orange family only had 1,200 rebels in total. However, due to the rugged terrain and slippery mountain roads, they were even more difficult to deal with than the O'Donnell family. In desperation, Edward had to order the mountain to be closed and sent scouts to various towns outside the mountain. Whenever they saw rebels coming out to purchase supplies, they would send a signal. Then, a large army was dispatched to pursue and suppress them. However, Adler's soldiers who knew Irish asked the locals and learned that the enemy had purchased a large amount of supplies and transported them into the mountains, and they knew that things were in trouble. There were not many rebels in the Orange family, but because there were not many, their demand for food supplies was not high. According to the intelligence provided by those insiders, the food stored by the Orange family this time was estimated to be enough for the rebels to eat for 2 years. In desperation, Edward had to send troops to divide into several groups and go into the mountains to search for the rebels. At first, the rebels resisted happily. After all, the British army was divided, and they thought they had an opportunity. However, Sean probably overestimated his strength. Moreover, they were unlucky and chose 2 phalanxes of the 4th Legion with a size of 2,500 people. Then, Sean and his men were beaten to a pulp in the mountains. Fortunately, because the mountain road was slippery and it was raining, Sean and his men, with the help of their familiarity with the local area, finally got rid of the opponent. But in this battle, Sean's troops were reduced by 170 people. This was because they ran fast, otherwise the loss would be greater. The 2 phalanx leaders of the 4th Legion saw an opportunity to expand the results of the battle and led their men to pursue them relentlessly. In order to surround the enemy, they lit a beacon fire. But it was useless, because of the rain, both the beacon fire at night and the wolf smoke during the day were extinguished by the rain. So, the two phalanxes of the 4th Legion watched the enemy escape from the mountains and forests, but could not notify the friendly forces. Then, they lit the only 3-bang firecracker in their hands for warning. Soon, a team nearby came over, but they came to join the two phalanxes. When they arrived, the resistance army of the Orlank family had run far away. Not only that, the army of the O'Connor family to the south of the Orlank family also began to gather and prepare to fight against the British army. The O'Connor family has a great background. They are descendants of the Kingdom of Connaught 300 years ago and are also one of the most powerful forces in Ireland. At the beginning, it was because the Kingdom of Connaught intended to annex the Kingdom of Leinster that forced King Dermot of Leinster to ask England for help, which led to the invasion of the Norman nobles of England. Then, the Kingdom of Connaught and the Kingdom of Leinster were forced to cancel their royal titles. Today, Ferdinand II of the O'Connor family, a descendant of the Connaught royal family, only dares to call himself the Duke of Connaught, not the King. If he dares to call himself, not to mention whether he can be recognized by European countries, he is also likely to be beaten by troops sent by England. However, their forbearance did not eliminate the ambition of the English to annex them. No, Edward came with 270,000 troops. When he learned that England had divided its troops to go to the mountains to suppress the resistance of the Orlank family, Duke Ferdinand II of Connaught felt that this was a good opportunity and he could not sit still and wait for death. So, he contacted the O'Reilly family and the O'Farrell family, who were attached to the O'Connor family. The three families gathered a light cavalry and launched a raid on the scattered British army. Then, 1,250 people from a phalanx of the English guards under Edward were unfortunately wiped out by this light cavalry. This was probably the first time that the British army was wiped out as a whole since Edward invaded Ireland. Edward was furious when he heard the news and mobilized 10,000 troops from the south to pursue the enemy army. However, Edward's army was mainly composed of infantry, and the enemy was all light cavalry, so the pursuit ended in vain. Subsequently, this light cavalry sent by Duke Fedemide II of Connaught began to fight in guerrilla mode. They turned around and fled when they saw the main force of the British army, but if they saw a single infantry or transport team, they would rush up and kill them, making it difficult for the British army to rest. At this time, Adler, who was encircling the resistance of the O'Lank family in the northern half of the country with 40 knights, 500 cavalry and 1,500 infantry, was very excited after hearing about it. He wanted to lead his troops south to challenge this enemy army alone. The commanders of the 4th Army, Sakara, and the 6th Army, Hanks, who came with the army, stopped Adler and prevented him from taking risks. After all, the enemy has nearly 1 cavalryman. And Adler only has 40 knights and 500 Cossack cavalrymen who can fight a little. However, there is no chance of winning against more than 3 times the number of enemy cavalry. Moreover, England is now in an advantageous position and does not need to fight the enemy desperately. It would be stupid to send an army that is not dominant to fight the enemy. But Adler argued that only the Cossacks could chase the enemy's light cavalry. There is a lack of light cavalry in Ingjun, and other armies can't catch up with the enemy's light cavalry. So he insisted on asking for a fight. Edward listened to Adler's request and fell into deep thought. Adler was right. England had no light cavalry at all, only a small number of reconnaissance light cavalry. In addition, there were thousands of English knights. However, these knights were good at heavy armor assault, not light cavalry combat. Even if they were good at fighting, they could do nothing when they encountered fleeing opponents. Moreover, even the war horses of these knights were tall and big horses with strong explosive power in a short period of time, but not very good endurance. The cavalry of the 3 families in Connaught, because the 3 families were very poor, could not afford plate armor and horse armor, but light cavalry. In this way, Edward discovered that it seemed that only Adler's 500 Cossack cavalry could fight the enemy. By the way, Adler, I heard that there are still many Cossack cavalry in the North Sea. Edward seemed to have heard Marin talk about it when Marin visited London last time, so he asked Adler. Adler thought about it and replied, "There are indeed many, it seems, there are still 5,000 people." Adler was a little uncertain. The last time we fought against the 8 princes, it seemed that the Cossack cavalry did form a 5,000-man Cossack corps. But he didn't know that Marin had recruited another 1,500 Cossacks. Now, the total number of Cossack cavalry in the North Sea Kingdom has reached 6,500. That's great. I've heard of the reputation of the Cossacks. If there are enough Cossack cavalry, the Connaught light cavalry will be easily defeated. How about this, I'll write to Marin and ask him to send another 2,000 Cossacks, so that we don't have to worry about the enemy's light cavalry fighting us. Then, Edward excitedly began to write a letter for help and asked someone to send it to the North Sea Kingdom. Chapter 1542, Fulfilling the Contract. The letter for help was forwarded. Edward first asked his men to release a carrier pigeon back to London. Then, he asked the officials left behind in London to find the leader of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce in London and let them use the North Sea Chamber of Commerce's special contact carrier pigeon to send it back to the North Sea Kingdom. After all, Edward did not have a carrier pigeon familiar with the route of the North Sea Kingdom. For carrier pigeons, it is best to take the carrier pigeon away from its original hometown and then release it to fly back to ensure that the carrier pigeon can accurately find the destination. Just like John Lafitte accepted Marin's instructions in Naples, he also used the carrier pigeons of the intelligence department originally set up by Marin in Naples. Otherwise, it is difficult to reach the designated location and it may fly wrong. The carrier pigeon transmission is still very fast. In less than 2 days, Marin received Edward's letter for help. On the issue of conquering Ireland, Marin and Edward have the same interests. So, Marin agreed without thinking. However, the second carrier pigeon letter was delivered soon, which was sent by Adler. Adler also came to ask for help, but he mentioned a problem, that is, the Cossacks' inability to adapt to the humid climate on the island of Ireland. The Cossack cavalry came from the East European steppes with a dry continental climate and had long been accustomed to the dry inland climate. When Adler first arrived in Wicklow County with 500 Cossacks, many Cossacks, and even the Cossacks' Eastern European Mongolian horses were not acclimatized. Fortunately, Marin equipped Adler with a medical team, all of whom were disciples of Morgan and Battelle. Then, these doctors cured the sick Cossacks and war horses. Adler told Marin that most of the 500 Cossacks were good, because they had lived on the Jutland Peninsula for a period of time before. The climate of the Jutland Peninsula is just between Ukraine and Ireland, which is a semi-humid climate. Therefore, most people did not get sick. And those who were sick were basically the new Cossacks who had not lived in the Jutland Peninsula for a long time. Therefore, before sending the Cossack reinforcements, Adler suggested that it would be best to select those who are more adaptable to the humid climate. Marin agreed with Adler's suggestion. So he found Jürgen, the commander of the Cossack Cavalry Corps, and ordered him to select 2,000 people who are more adaptable to the humid climate, especially those who have not fallen ill due to acclimatization after coming to the North Sea Kingdom. Then, Jürgen selected 500 German Cossacks and 1,500 Ukrainian Cossacks for Marin. After selecting the right people, Marin also asked the officer who managed the war horses to select 4,000 horses adapted to the humid weather in the rainy season for him according to his memory, for the purpose of going out, so that the war horses would not fall ill due to acclimatization. Without war horses, the Cossack cavalry would not be as strong as the infantry, and might even be a little weaker. After all, it is difficult for infantry with sabers to beat infantry accustomed to using spears. Next, Marin conducted special training for these 2,000 Cossacks, including their war horses, rain training. Of course, because it hasn't rained recently, Marin used a simple sprayer, the kind of straw sprayer with 2 tubes at right angles, to simulate water mist, and then sprayed it on the Cossacks and horses, and let them keep it for a while. After many days of adaptation tests, a small number of Cossacks and horses failed to adapt and were replaced after falling ill. About 10 days later, 2,000 horses that adapt to rainy weather and 4,000 Eastern European Mongolian horses, ancestors of the Don River horse, were selected and shipped to Ireland. I believe that with these 2,000 Cossacks to help, plus Adler himself has 500 Cossacks and 2,500 Cossacks, they can definitely beat the light cavalry of the Irish natives. After sending out the Cossack reinforcements, several lords in the Brisgeo area in the south also sent people to urge them. It turned out that they couldn't wait to trade the 3,000 rebellious serfs and their families. After all, it is really difficult for the lords to make money in the Brisgeo area with a large population and little land. It's rare that Marin, a fool, is willing to pay for the rebels, and they are eager for it. Moreover, they are afraid that Marin will go back on his word. You know, Marin is a super sucker who intends to pay 103,500 gold coins. What's the concept of more than 100,000 gold coins? The annual fiscal revenue of an ordinary principality is difficult to reach 50,000 gold coins. Unless it is a wealthy principality that is very suitable for trade by the sea or a big river. Few principalities that only farm have an annual income of more than 50,000 gold coins. Unfortunately, the Breisgau area is a standard agricultural area. Moreover, it is a poor agricultural area with many mountains and little land. Freiburg, the only commercial city in the territory, has also been bought away by citizens for its autonomy. The commercial taxes in the city have nothing to do with the local lords who farm. Moreover, for some unknown reason, in this era, the northern part of Germany, which is not short of plains, is generally sparsely populated. However, the southern part of Germany, which has many mountains and little land, has a very concentrated population. Especially in poor countries like the Duchy of Württemberg, which are dominated by mountains and forests, the population is as high as hundreds of thousands. In the northern region, such as East Frisia and Oldenburg, the area is about 1/4 of Württemberg, but the population is only tens of thousands. Moreover, these two regions are mainly plains. Therefore, the serious imbalance in population distribution has led to an overpopulation in southern Germany. At the same time, there is a lack of population in northern Germany. With an overpopulation, some people will naturally seek other ways out. Therefore, most German mercenaries come from southern Germany. Because only there are surplus people to serve as mercenaries. In the northern region, serfs can't even farm the land, so how can they have the leisure to serve as soldiers? Besides, serving as a soldier is life-threatening. It stands to reason that if there are northern lords at this time, they can come to the south to recruit surplus population and bring them to the north to farm, and the country can be developed quickly. For example, Marin did this, which led to the rapid development of the North Sea economy. However, according to Marin's observation, it seems that the native northern nobles of this era rarely do this. After an investigation, I found the key to the problem: everyone is poor. Because of poverty, many northern princes don't even have the money to send people to the south to recruit people. In fact, they owed a lot of debts to Hanseatic merchants, so naturally they didn't have money to waste on recruiting people. However, in some of the principalities with developed commerce, those princes have no interest in developing agriculture. Since business is so profitable, why should I plant hairy fields? For example, the former Brunswick-Lüneburg Principality, people have mines at home, and there are very popular salt mines. They can make a lot of money by selling salt, and they don't look down on the income from farming. Therefore, in the huge principality, there is actually a Lüneburg grassland with an area of 7,000 to 8,000 square kilometers, which is larger than many principalities. Moreover, the grassland is placed there, and they are too lazy to even graze. Therefore, in the principalities in northern Germany that are short of people, the princes who farm are too poor to recruit people in the south, and the wealthy princes who do business look down on the income from farming. As a result, the population in southern Germany continued to be large, and the population in northern Germany continued to be insufficient, and it was impossible to reconcile. Originally, with the emergence of Marin, there were conditions to balance the population in northern and southern Germany. Unfortunately, as soon as Marin appeared, he became a lackey of Emperor Maximilian I and was hostile to most of the princes in southern Germany. Moreover, Marin went to southern Germany in the early stage to recruit mercenaries. In order to prevent Marin from expanding his army without restraint, most of the southern princes began to restrict Marin from recruiting people in southern Germany. Marin was also helpless about this. If there were no hostility from those princes, he could recruit millions of people from southern Germany in minutes. However, this cooperation with the lords of Breisgau and the Duchy of Württemberg allowed Marin to see another possibility. Since it is not feasible to recruit without benefits for those princes, then why not try to buy people with money? Marin knew the virtues of the princes of this era very well. One was poorer than the other, but one was greedier than the other. As long as you grasp their greedy characteristics and lure them with money, you will not believe that they are unwilling to recruit people. No matter what the political stance is, in front of the gold coins that are enough to kill people, these princes who are short of money have to kneel. But first, Marin wants to set an example for those greedy princes. When someone really earns gold coins by sending people to Marin, Marin believes that there will definitely be someone else who will be tempted. Next. Therefore, Marin arranged for Kohler to take a large amount of money and food, and under the escort of the army, go south to Breisgau to fulfill the contract to buy people. Chapter 1543 Ginger Business. According to the previous agreement with several lords in the Breisgau region, half of the 103,500 gold coins paid by Marin this time are applicable to food and other materials. For example, sugar produced in Cuba and dried ginger produced in Granada. Both sugar and ginger are luxury goods popular with the nobles. Especially ginger, which is currently classified as a spice and is mostly imported. In fact, Europeans don't know that ginger can actually be grown in southern Europe. Because ginger can survive in a subtropical climate. Only the northern region has a high latitude and the temperature is not enough to meet the requirements for ginger growth. However, the rise and fall they imported before were basically dried ginger, so they naturally didn't know how to breed and cultivate it. They thought it was a tropical specialty like spices such as pepper. Only the time traveler Marin knew that ginger can be grown in the Yellow River Basin. For example, Shandong in later generations is an important ginger-producing area. Of course, it seems that in the 16th century, Europeans also mastered the cultivation technology of ginger. In the late 16th century, during the reign of Queen Elizabeth I, the Queen invited ministers to eat ginger cake. At that time, the price of ginger had dropped to 2 shillings per pound, which was only slightly more expensive than sugar. However, pepper, cinnamon, nutmeg, etc. were still expensive because they could not be cultivated and planted locally in Europe. Now, it has only been a few years since Europeans found the route to India. Therefore, it has not been discovered that ginger can be grown in southern Europe. Therefore, the price of ginger is still very high, reaching 8 shillings per pound. In particular, after Marin used ginger syrup to save Juan III, ginger was popular. Especially in Spain, the price once rose to 12 shillings per pound. But as Spain took over the Indian route from Marin, a large amount of dried ginger flowed into Europe, and the price returned to 8 shillings per pound. However, due to the domineering effect of ginger syrup, although the purchase volume of ginger increased, the price did not fall. Therefore, Marin's use of dried ginger to offset part of the cash was still very popular. Since Juan III was saved by ginger syrup after contracting a cold, European nobles now often have a bowl of ginger syrup when they feel uncomfortable, resulting in ginger and cane sugar being sold more frequently. Moreover, after Marin introduced sugar-making workers from the Ming dynasty, he not only produced frosted sugar using the yellow mud method, but also produced brown sugar, which is more advanced than the popular black sugar in Europe. This time, Kohler brought all brown sugar. Brown sugar is paired with dried ginger slices. If you catch a cold, you can have a bowl of it, which can often prevent you from catching a cold. A cold is a serious illness in Europe, and it may even kill you. In ancient China, probably because of the popularity of ginger syrup, people were less likely to get into trouble. In addition to dried ginger slices and brown sugar, Marin also had people bring candied ginger slices pickled with cane sugar. Marin had promoted this thing once in the army when he attacked the Republic of Siena, and it was very popular. This sweet and spicy taste seems to be very suitable for the taste of Europeans of this era. After all, Europeans of this era eat bread with pepper, and the spiciness of ginger is completely in line with their taste. Nowadays, senior officers and nobles of the North Sea Kingdom have fallen in love with this kind of candied ginger slices, and they eat a few slices as snacks. Seeing that candied ginger slices are so popular, Marin naturally wants to open up foreign markets. So this time, he asked Kohler to bring 1,000 packages of candied ginger slices sealed in oil paper bags to test the waters. At present, the North Sea Kingdom only has a ginger planting area on the island of Grenada, with a planting area of only 1,000 acres. However, because of the use of modern fertilizers, the yield of ginger per moo is as high as 3,000 to 4,000 pounds. Although it is less than half of the 8,000 gene per moo yield in later generations, mainly due to variety issues, the total output is also very scary. 1,000 acres is 6,000 acres, and even if the average yield per moo is calculated at the lowest yield of 3,000 pounds per moo, the total output is 18 million pounds. With such a high yield, the North Sea Kingdom can't consume it all. So, selling it is the best choice. However, in order to avoid stimulating Spain and Portugal, which monopolized the spice trade, including ginger, Marin endured for 10 years before he began to open up the European market. After all, with another 10 years of buffer, it sounds reasonable to open up a ginger planting base in the Americas. Moreover, the Portuguese seem to have developed ginger planting on the island of São Tomé in Africa. The Portuguese did not know that it could actually be planted in their own country, and only thought it could be planted in the tropics. However, Marin spies in Portugal have inquired that the Portuguese planting technology is rubbish, they do not know how to fertilize, and the yield per moo is only 500 pounds. But with Portugal planting on its own, Marin's planting of ginger is not conspicuous. The only problem is, can so much goods be sold? After all, the price of ginger has not fallen yet. But with the successful planting of the Portuguese, the price of ginger will definitely fall in the future. Marin's plan is to make a fortune before the price of ginger falls. To this end, he plans to control sales and ship slowly so as not to affect the price. After all, if 18 million pounds of ginger flood into Europe at once, it will be difficult for the price not to plummet. But even if it fell to 2 shillings per pound during the reign of Elizabeth I, Marin would still make a lot of money. After all, this thing doesn't cost much. However, what is popular in Europe now is dried ginger, not fresh ginger, mainly due to preservation issues. When fresh ginger is dried, it often loses most of its weight. For example, 18 million pounds of ginger, only a few million pounds are left after drying. But even if 1 million pounds of dried ginger is sold, the total price is as high as 1.6 million gold coins. However, in order to prevent the price of ginger slices from plummeting, Marin only planned to take out 100,000 pounds of dried ginger to test the water at first. No, several lords of Breisgau were the first batch of people he tested in the German region. After Kohler arrived at Breisach on the Rhine River west of Freiburg with a fleet full of grain in Freiburg, he came to Freiburg with 1,000 bags of sugared ginger slices and met with several local lords. Although Freiburg was not the territory of the lords, it was the only city in the Breisgau region that was worth mentioning. Therefore, this meeting and negotiation was arranged here. After all, the lords also had to be ostentatious. And the manor in their own countryside was a bit low-end, so they chose to negotiate in Freiburg. Before the negotiation, Kohler smiled and gave each lord 200 packets of candied ginger slices. The lords were a little confused, so the leader, Baron Dietrich of Emmendingen, took the candied ginger slices and asked in confusion, "Lord Kohler, what is this?" "Candied ginger slices pickled with cane sugar," Kohler said concisely. The country lords were immediately surprised. Pickling ginger slices with cane sugar, how luxurious it is. For the country lords who only rely on farming to obtain rent and taxes, neither cane sugar nor ginger are something they can squander, and they can only eat them occasionally. However, thinking of the upcoming transaction, several people were confident again. After this transaction, I can eat ginger for a long time. Baron Dietrich followed Kohler's instructions, tore open the oil paper bag, and saw the golden sugar ginger slices inside. Then, he hesitated. Is this thing really edible? As soon as the voice fell, Kohler took 2 slices, threw them into his mouth, and chewed them. While eating, he was still mumbling, with ginger slices in his mouth, and said, "Of course it's edible, and it's delicious. Let me tell you, this thing is very popular in the North Sea Kingdom." Seeing Kohler testing the poison himself, several lords no longer hesitated and started eating. As a result, they all fell in love with this sweet and slightly spicy food, and began to chew it. Chapter 1544 Joint Statement. Seeing that the lords were enjoying the meal, Kohler hurriedly stopped them and said, "My lords, although the sugared ginger slices are delicious, don't eat too much. Eating too much will easily cause you to get angry." Hearing that they would get angry, the lords stopped with a sense of satisfaction. At this time, Baron Dietrich of Emmendingen was already sweating on his forehead. However, he sighed comfortably, "It's so refreshing. I suddenly feel warm inside and my stomach is particularly comfortable." Baron Dietrich has a cold stomach. This is because he likes to eat raw and cold things. Over time, plus he is over 50 years old, he often has stomachaches because of this. In fact, because Europeans are generally accustomed to eating raw and cold food and like to drink cold water, there are many Europeans who have cold stomachs. Of course, it is not obvious when you are young, but you are prone to stomachaches when you are over 40 years old. After eating the warming sugar ginger slices, Baron Dietrich, who is over 50 years old, felt very comfortable. Because his recent stomachache was gone after eating it. So, he wanted to eat another pack. "Don't." Kohler quickly stopped the other party's reckless behavior. No matter how good the sugar ginger slices are, you can't eat too much. Moreover, it's best not to eat them in the afternoon and evening. Otherwise, because of the spicy taste and the effect of enhancing the brain, people will be too excited to sleep. Moreover, the sugar ginger slices not only made Baron Dietrich, who had a cold stomach and stomachache, feel comfortable, but also made Baron Stoffen Hull, who had a poor appetite recently, suddenly have a big appetite. Then, Baron Hull ate a lot of food at noon, which surprised his servants. Then, the sugar ginger slices can treat stomach cold, stomachache and loss of appetite. Without Kohler's propaganda, several lords clearly understood. "It's a good thing, give me another 100 packs. Baron Dietrich said in high spirits. "4 shillings per pack, thank you for your patronage," Kohler said with a smile. A pack of sugar ginger slices is packaged in 250 grams, which is equivalent to half a caddy, more than half a pound. This is roughly the same as the price of 8 shillings per pound of dried ginger. Baron Dietrich choked immediately, it was too expensive. In fact, Kohler really didn't cheat. Logically, with the addition of cane sugar pickling and oil paper bag packaging, it should be sold at a higher price. But Marin planned to sell in large quantities, so he didn't raise the price. Anyway, for him, the cost of sugar ginger slices is very low. But sugar ginger slices are too important for Baron Dietrich, who has a cold stomach and stomachache, and Baron Hull, who has a poor appetite. The two gritted their teeth and ordered 500 bags, and the cost was deducted from the food that Marin originally intended to pay. But the next day, several lords ordered them all. Because their wives also like it. Moreover, the wives of 3 of the lords have stomach cold problems because they usually like to eat ice cream. After eating the sugar ginger slices, the 3 lords' wives shouted refreshing and asked for more. Therefore, several lords can only choose to order. Speaking of which, the stomach cold of these noble ladies is also related to Marin's promotion of Häagen-Dazs ice cream. Marin opened an ice cream branch in Freiburg, which attracted the wives of several nearby lords to visit frequently. Eating too much ice cream not only makes the stomach cold, but also the uterus cold, so eating sugared ginger slices will naturally make you feel refreshed. Therefore, the sales of Marin's ice cream can actually be matched with the sales of sugared ginger slices. When Kohler learned of the news, his eyes lit up and he immediately began to write a report. Sugared ginger slices can be sold in the ice cream shop at the same time. After all, sugared ginger slices are very suitable for the needs of ice cream lovers. Moreover, there is no need to establish a new sales channel. Using the original hot ice cream sales channel can also be promoted quickly. And in the past few days, the lords in the Breisach region have been busy sending troops to gather the 3,000 arrested uprising peasants and their families and escort them to the port of Breisach on the Rhine to load them. At the same time, in Kohler's fleet, on the ship prepared to load immigrants, thousands of soldiers quietly disembarked at night, divided into several teams, hid during the day and traveled at night and quietly rushed to the Duchy of Württemberg in the northeast. This was discussed before. Marin sent thousands of troops to help Württemberg control key areas to prevent the situation from getting out of control. The reward is the peasants and their families who will participate in the peasant uprising. That's a big deal for more than 100,000 people. And Ulrich, Duke of Württemberg, also rushed to Freiburg from Stuttgart in person. He wanted to witness the deal with his own eyes. Duke Ulrich was a man who owed 1 million gold coins, and his desire for money far exceeded that of several lords in the Breisgau region. Therefore, he was very concerned about whether several lords could get more than 100,000 gold coins worth of money. Because he was very worried that Marin was making an IOU without any evidence. After all, he was a man who had to pay his debts. And Kohler naturally knew the purpose of his coming. So Kohler took Duke Ulrich to the dock of Breisach, and let him see with his own eyes that the soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom took down the mountains of food from the ship, as well as several large boxes full of gold and silver coins. In order to tempt Ulrich with gold coins, Kohler deliberately asked his men to open the box in front of Duke Ulrich, revealing the glittering gold and silver coins inside, which almost blinded Duke Ulrich's eyes. The transaction is actually real. Duke Ulrich muttered to himself. Of course it is real, our Grand Duke is a man of his words and absolutely trustworthy. But Duke Ulrich hesitated and said, but our transaction volume is a bit large. Can your Grand Duke take out cash worth 1 million gold coins? I want to pay the money and the goods at the same time. What? Duke, didn't we agree to pay half with grain? Kohler was shocked. Because the treasury of the North Sea Kingdom doesn't have that much cash. Duke Ulrich spread his hands and said helplessly, I can't help it. You know, I owe them 1 million gold coins. It's up to the creditor to decide whether to ask for money or food. I discussed it with them before, but they only want cash, not food. Kohler was full of depression and had to say, okay, I will report this to the Grand Duke. I guess we have to borrow money from outside. These days, 1 million gold coins are close to the annual fiscal revenue of the Kingdom of France. Duke Ulrich can be considered a talent for owing so much debt. Think about it, the annual fiscal revenue of France in later generations is as high as 1.3 trillion US dollars. Well, Duke Ulrich is really good at courting death. Although the fiscal revenue of this era cannot be compared with the fiscal revenue of later generations, after all, the difference in economic development levels is too great. However, it is really difficult for ordinary people to owe a debt close to the annual fiscal revenue of the most powerful country in Europe. Moreover, ordinary people owe huge debts because they hire large-scale armies to fight. After all, the more troops, the greater the expenditure. For example, Emperor Maximilian I owed a huge debt of hundreds of thousands of gold coins due to many wars. Historically, Maximilian I died in his later years while hiding from debt. However, Duke Ulrich of Württemberg did not fight any wars during his reign, but he actually owed millions of gold coins. His ability to squander was really powerful. 10 days later, when all the rebellious peasants and their families who were traded were brought on board, Kohler, on behalf of the Grand Duchy of the North Sea and several lords in the Breisgau region, officially issued a joint statement under the witness of Duke Ulrich of Württemberg and representatives of several nearby lords. In order to severely punish the rebellious behavior of some mobs in the Breisgau region against the noble local lords, Baron Dietrich and other 5 local lords unanimously decided to exile the 3,000 rebellious farmers and their families who participated in the riot to the Barren land. But considering that there is no barren land in the Breisgau region, several lords specially entrusted the Grand Duke Marin of the North Sea, who has the right to colonize the barren continent, to exile these mobs and their families on their behalf. The several Lord representatives who were sent nearby to witness were stunned. What? Exile can be entrusted to others? What is this operation? Only Duke Ulrich, who knew about it, had a calm face. What's this? I want to sell him a population of more than 100,000, just a few thousand people, a small business. Soon, this joint statement spread rapidly throughout the southern German region by word of mouth, causing a huge sensation. Chapter 1545, The Fugger Family. Can exile be entrusted to other monarchs for help? Isn't this a joke? The princes who heard the news nearby gathered together to discuss this issue. Many princes who were hostile to Marin believed that this was not exile on behalf of others, but human trafficking. Moreover, the traffickers were Catholics. Therefore, some princes prepared to write a joint letter to the Vatican to accuse the Grand Duke of the North Sea, Marin, of human trafficking, which was contrary to the regulations of the Vatican and should be expelled from the Church. However, who is Marin? The Pope's son-in-law. How could he not be prepared? Just a few days after the joint statement was issued, the Vatican's instructions came down allowing the North Sea to exile mobs from other countries on behalf of the North Sea. At the same time, it was particularly emphasized that attempts to harm nobles were illegal and exile was a crime they deserved. But at the same time, the Vatican also said that if it was not necessary, it would be best not to massacre the people. If there was a rebellion, try to kill only the main culprit, and the followers would be exiled at most. As soon as this instruction came out, many German princes were speechless. After all, if the Church, which has the most power to manage this matter, doesn't care, what qualifications do they have to manage it? However, some princes proposed that they hoped to supervise the exile to prevent the North Sea Kingdom from filling the population that should have been exiled to the North Sea Kingdom and strengthening its strength. And Marin was also very well behaved, and soon publicly announced that none of these mobs and their families would stay in the country, and they would all be sent to America. No, it was the savage continent. Moreover, he welcomed representatives from various countries to Emden port to supervise the exiled mobs boarding the ship. At the same time, he explained to all countries that the indigenous people of the savage continent were too fierce, and the general people of the North Sea Kingdom were unwilling to go to that dangerous place, so they had to find these mobs who dared to resist the lords. These people were so daring that they were sent to compete with the savages for territory. Then, for each representative from each country who came to question, Marin gave a free copy of the newly compiled Out of the Amazon. His meaning was very clear. You see, the savage continent is so dangerous, it's not a good thing for me to send them there. What? You said I used these exiles to cultivate fertile land? That requires them to survive. Through a series of diplomatic activities and book donations, doubts were gradually calmed. Moreover, this book, Breaking Out of the Amazon, with a strong sense of reality, has also set off a wave of enthusiasm in Germany. This book tells the Germans a truth: the outside world is really dangerous. It seems that this exile is really a terrible punishment. Many nobles thought to themselves after reading this book. Moreover, the 21 survivors of this book publicly swore in the name of God that their experiences are all true. In this way, readers can't help but believe it. After all, these days, no one dares to lie in the name of God. However, they don't know that these 21 people only went to the most dangerous area in the Americas. Although they didn't lie, the situation in the Amazon region cannot represent the whole of America. In order to enhance persuasiveness, Marin also sent these 21 people to Hamburg, Lübeck and other big cities to publicly stand on the platform and sign books. And again, publicly swore that they absolutely did not lie. Of course, when someone asked them about the situation outside the Amazon rainforest, the 21 people all answered vaguely with, "I haven't been there, I don't know," or "It's probably like this." In this way, it is not considered a violation of the oath. Anyway, they swore that their experience was true, and they did not swear that America is so dangerous. Regardless of how this book-selling team fooled everyone, Marin was also worried at this time. Duke Ulrich of Württemberg asked for all payments in cash, which made Marin embarrassed. Because the cash flow of the North Sea treasury is a bit lacking. If Duke Ulrich is willing to recognize the copper coins issued by the North Sea, then there is no problem, and the amount of 1 million golden gold coins can still be made up. But the problem is that the copper coins issued by the North Sea are not recognized by other German states, and only gold and silver coins are recognized, which makes Marin worried. Now, Marin only has gold and silver coins worth 500,000 or 600,000 golden gold coins, and the cash gap is close to half. However, it is already April. It is foreseeable that once the spring plowing is over, Duke Ulrich will start the war. If he can't come up with 1 million cash by then, the transaction may be delayed. If Duke Ulrich changes his mind by then, it will be more trouble than it's worth. Therefore, Marin hopes to get the money together as soon as possible and complete the transaction to avoid more trouble. For a moment, Marin wanted to lead his army to the Aztec Empire in Mexico to rob in order to get enough gold and silver. However, Marin calculated that it would take more than half a year to go back and forth. Including the war time to conquer the Aztec Empire, it is estimated to be longer and there is no time at all. Moreover, once he robbed a large amount of gold and silver from the Aztec Empire, it would be easy to alarm other European countries. Before the development of large battleships and Texan cannons, it would be better for him not to do this. So, he thought of borrowing money. In this era, although most of the European nobles were poor, there were still many rich people. For example, the big Hanseatic merchants of the Hanseatic League in Germany. And the economic oligarchs in southern Germany. For example, the Fugger family, the richest family in Germany. In addition, there are economic centers such as Venice and Florence in Italy. Originally, the Siena Bank under Marin's name could afford the money. But unfortunately, last year the Siena Bank loaned Maximilian I another 300,000. Coupled with several other large loans, and long-term loans, the Siena Bank lacked cash flow. Therefore, Marin, who was originally a banker, can only borrow money from others. At the beginning, Marin considered the big merchants of the Hanseatic League as political allies. However, after a little contact, Marin gave up. Why? Because the bankers of the Hanseatic League put forward the requirement to enter the interior of the North Sea to do business. But the business in the North Sea is now monopolized by the North Sea Chamber of Commerce, so Marin is not very happy. It's not that he is reluctant to give up the profit from doing business, but that he is worried that the Hanseatic merchants who go deep into the inland cities of the North Sea will explore agricultural secrets. After all, it is a bit difficult for them to take root in the interior of the North Sea and keep agricultural technology secret. Therefore, in order to keep it secret, Marin had to reject the requests of the Hanseatic merchants who proposed to enter the North Sea. His opinion was the same as always: want to do business. Only a few ports such as Emden Port are allowed, and it is not allowed to go deep into the inland areas. Then, Marin can only choose the Fugger family or Venice in Italy. But Marin was afraid that the Venetian merchants similar to the Hanseatic League would make similar requests, so after thinking about it, he decided to borrow money from the Fugger family. Chapter 1546 Jacob's Advice. The Fugger family is the richest family in Germany in this era. If there are stupid netizens in this era, they will call Jacob Fugger, the leader of the Fugger family, Fugger Dad, just like calling Jack Ma, Papa Ma. They did not disgrace the surname Fugger, and they are indeed quite rich. At its peak, the family had assets of up to 7 million golden gold coins. Maybe this asset is not as valuable as all the grain in Marin's hands, but in terms of the amount of cash, Marin can't compare with them. After all, most of Marin's assets are grain, and the cash is actually pitiful. The Fugger family is different. They have millions of cash. Including real estate such as copper mines and silver mines, the assets are as high as more than 60 million golden gold coins. When Charles V ran for emperor in 1519, it was the Fugger family that loaned Charles V 850,000 golden gold coins, allowing Charles V to bribe the election successfully and be elected as the Holy Roman Emperor. Therefore, if Marin wants to borrow 500,000 gold coins in cash, it is most convenient to borrow money from the Fugger family. Moreover, the Fugger family headquarters is in Augsburg, just a little east of the Duchy of Württemberg, and the disbursement of funds is also very convenient. Moreover, the Fugger family is also one of the largest creditors of Ulrich, Duke of Württemberg. In order to show respect, Marin decided to personally go to the Fugger family headquarters in Augsburg to meet with Jacob Fugger, the leader of the Fugger family. Of course, this is also because Marin is afraid that his subordinates will not be able to make decisions on some matters when sending people to negotiate. In addition, this year Jacob Fugger has been awarded the noble title of Imperial Count by Maximilian I. This is the first rank among the counts. Although the Fugger family has no fiefdom, mainly because the Habsburg family has no land to give him, but has given him some mines, the rank of the Imperial Count is the highest among the counts. Like Brandenburg, if the title of the elector is excluded, its original border baron is lower than the Imperial Count of the Fugger family. But this is useless, because the Fugger family has no fiefdom, so they can't even enter the prince's court and can only be an honorary identity. Of course, this is what they want. At least, the general princes dare not bully their family. If it weren't for the identity of the Imperial Earl, Marin might have directly sent someone to summon Jacob Fugger to the North Sea Kingdom for discussion. But now he is also an Imperial Earl, and he is very rich. Marin had something to ask of him, so he simply took 800 elite cavalry guards and went directly to Augsburg. After a few days of rushing, Marin and his men changed horses along the way, and finally arrived in Augsburg and came to the luxurious manor of the Fugger family. Jacob Fugger and the main members of the family were waiting at the gate of the manor. After all, Marin was the Grand Duke, and in terms of title, he was higher than him. In terms of strength, there was nothing to say. Moreover, everyone belonged to the emperor's camp and had a good relationship with each other. As soon as he got off the horse, Jacob Fugger brought several core members of the Fugger family and greeted him with a smile on his face. "Welcome, Grand Duke Marin. Your arrival makes my humble home glorious." People gave so much face, Marin couldn't help but give face. Moreover, he came to ask for help. So, Marin also smiled, opened his arms and said, "It is my honor to meet you, Count Jacob." Then, the two hugged each other and walked into the manor together. After drinking the milk tea for the distinguished guests, Marin did not beat around the bush and directly asked for a loan. At the same time, he hoped to use grain to offset part of the debt. After all, Marin lacked everything except food. If it were not for the shortage of money in Europe, he would have sold a lot of grain long ago. But Jacob Fugger rejected Marin's suggestion to pay with grain, because the Fugger family did not have a grain sales channel, and taking over so much grain would easily be a waste. Moreover, the transportation of grain is lossy. To store grain, a large number of moisture-proof warehouses need to be built, which is not cost-effective. Therefore, Jacob Fugger did not agree to use grain to pay off the debt. Later, Marin recommended whiskey, Royal Salute and ginger, which are special products of the North Sea Kingdom, to Jacob Fugger, hoping to use them to pay off the debt. But Fugger still disagreed, and was only willing to cooperate with the North Sea Kingdom in the future to help sell these goods in southern Germany. Marin was a little helpless, and he asked, "Count Jacob, what do you want in order to lend me this money? Do you want a high interest rate of more than 15%? These days, loan interest rates are very high. The normal interest rate is 10% per year, and the higher one is 15% per year. If it exceeds 15%, it is considered usury. But when you are in urgent need of money, people are willing to lend at an annual interest rate of 50%. Marin was ready to be slaughtered. But Jacob Fugger shook his head and smiled. "Grand Duke Marin, a loan of 500,000 gold coins is a piece of cake. Moreover, I can do without a penny of interest." Marin immediately became alert. "Damn, no interest, this is a ulterior motive. When a profiteer tells you that he doesn't want profit, he must be aiming for something bigger." So, Marin's hair stood on end. Jacob Fugger smiled. "Don't be nervous, Grand Duke Marin, my request is not excessive. I just want to ask you some business advice." "Ask me. Business matters. Are you kidding? Count Jacob, you are a real expert in business." Marin considered himself the king of farming, but when it came to business, he was not as good as the Fugger family. Jacob Fugger did not beat around the bush and said directly, "It is like this. You know, I have lent money to His Majesty the Emperor many times, and the collateral is the mines in Tyrol and Austria. These mines, except for the Tyrol silver mine, are mostly copper mines. Originally, I planned to monopolize the supply of copper mines in Europe. After all, the copper mines given to me by His Majesty the Emperor have a large total reserve. However, since you, the Grand Duke, developed the French copper mine in Sweden, and I heard that you also imported cheap copper from India, the copper price in Europe is now on a downward trend." Marin was a little confused. "So, do you mean that I should close the French copper mine or stop importing cheap copper from India? I can't do anything about this. Now, the Spaniards and Portuguese are also planning to import cheap copper from India. It can be foreseen that the decline in European copper prices is inevitable." Jacob Fugger sighed and said, "I know. So, I'm lending you money this time without any interest. I just want to ask you for a way to stop the loss for the Fugger family. Seeing that the copper price is about to fall, the Fugger family's previous hoarding of copper ore has become a very ridiculous behavior. So, if you can tell me how to stop the loss, I am willing to lend you 500,000 yuan without interest. Moreover, the repayment period can be extended to 20 years. Why ask me?" Marin was a little surprised. "I'm not Aladdin's magic lamp that can answer any request. His Majesty the Emperor said that you are the most opinionated person. Otherwise, you wouldn't have grown from a knight to a powerful Grand Duke." Jacob Fugger answered seriously. Chapter 1547, Marin's Advice. For a moment, Marin wanted to turn around and leave. Anyway, if he couldn't borrow money from the Fugger family, he could borrow money in Venice, south of Austria. But after thinking about it carefully, Marin gave up. Because he knew that even the Venetians didn't know what excessive demands they would make. These days, tycoons often make additional requirements when lending to nobles. In professional terms, this is a political loan. Moreover, ordinary people can't provide such an amount of 500,000 gold coins. Ordinary people won't borrow such a large sum of money. Only nobles have such a large demand. Of course, the nobles' territories are there, and they are not afraid that they will run away due to debt. Moreover, nobles have the ability to mortgage. For example, they can mortgage land under their names and mines. For example, the Habsburg family mortgaged many mines to the Fugger family, and the most famous ones are probably the large silver mines and large copper mines in the Duchy of Tyrol. In addition, Jacob Fugger has been lending money to Maximilian I since 1498, and the emperor took out several copper mines in the Tyrol region as collateral. For some reason, Jacob Fugger actually thought of hoarding copper mines to make a fortune. But unfortunately, after Marin opened the Indian route, he began to import cheap copper from India. However, he imported cheap copper mainly for casting cannons, and also took a part of it to cast copper coins of the North Sea Kingdom. Therefore, it did not affect the European copper price for the time being. However, Spain also began to learn from Marin and imported cheap copper from India for casting Malawi copper coins, and the Fugger family panicked. After all, the size of the North Sea Kingdom is far behind that of Spain. The impact of the Spaniards importing cheap copper from India on the Fugger family is fatal. And this is one of the reasons why Jacob Fugger asked Marin for advice. In fact, as the largest creditor of Duke Ulrich of Württemberg, Jacob Fugger deliberately united other creditors to ask for cash. The purpose is to force Marin to show up. As the largest creditor of Duke Ulrich, how could Jacob Fugger not have eyes and ears in the Stuttgart court? It was because he had heard about the conspiracy between Kohler and Duke Ulrich to sell people that Jacob Fugger deliberately asked for cash only, which made Marin embarrassed. Even if Marin didn't come to him, he planned to send someone to offer a loan. Of course, it would be easier for him to make conditions if Marin took the initiative to come to him. At this time, the copper mines in the Grand Duchy of Austria and the Duchy of Tyrol were almost all taken over by the Fugger family. The Fugger family originally wanted to hoard copper mines and drive up the price of copper to make a fortune. But the emergence of cheap copper in India made Jacob Fugger's plan fall through. In order to stop the loss, he had to try every possible way, which led to the scene where he asked Marin for advice. Marin was going to ignore him, but on second thought, it wouldn't hurt to have more banker friends. Therefore, he asked in a more polite tone, "Just ask any questions you have, I will definitely answer them." Jacob Fugger breathed a sigh of relief, and then humbly asked for advice. "I would like to ask Grand Duke Marin, is it necessary for the Fugger family to continue holding the copper and silver mines? If not, how can I stop the loss?" The Fugger family hoarded a lot of mines, not only silver mines and several large copper mines. Originally, after the Habsburg family united Spain, the Almaden Mercury mine and the Guadalcoal silver mine in Spain were also mortgaged to the Fugger family by the Habsburg family, who were good at mortgaging mines. At the peak, around 1545, the total value of the Fugger family's fixed assets, mainly silver mines and copper mines, reached 63 million golden gold coins. Even Marin, a local tycoon, would be jealous. However, the Fugger family was very unlucky. Because the mines that the Habsburgs mortgaged to them eventually depreciated. In the mid to late 16th century, Spain discovered a large number of silver mines such as the Potosi silver mine in the Americas, which led to a surge in silver production and a drop in silver prices, or a rise in prices, also known as the price revolution. The copper mines were even worse. With the outbreak of production at the French copper mine, the ratio of copper prices to silver prices in Europe soared from 12-1 to a low price of more than 40-1. After the Netherlands introduced cheaper Japanese copper, the copper-silver ratio increased to more than 80-1. The mines that the Fugger family had painstakingly hoarded directly depreciated several times, causing the richest family in Germany to decline directly. Of course, this was also due to the unethical means used by Charles V's son Philip II to cause the Spanish Empire to go bankrupt. Actually, he was just refusing to pay his debts. After thinking for a while, Marin replied, "Count Jacob, I can tell you responsibly that you must not hoard copper mines anymore, and you should sell them when you can. It is a general trend for Europe to import cheap copper from India and even the Ming Empire in the East. You cannot organize the Spaniards to import cheap copper from India. Once a large amount of cheap copper from India pours in, a sharp drop in copper prices is almost inevitable. In addition, you should have heard that I own half of the shares of a large copper mine in Falun, Sweden. I can tell you that the copper mine now produces up to 600 tons per year, well, that is, more than 1.32 million pounds. If I hadn't spent a lot of copper to cast cannons and promote copper coins in the North Sea Kingdom, and prevented the copper from entering the market, the copper price would probably have started to fall now. Jacob Fugger sighed and said, I know that your half of the copper has not entered the market, but the copper ingots obtained from Sweden's half of the shares have entered the market. At present, the copper price in Northern Europe has begun to fall. It's just that it hasn't affected Germany yet. That's why I'm anxious to ask you. Then let's get rid of all the copper mines quickly, while the copper price hasn't fallen overall. Jacob Fugel said depressedly, I want to get rid of them too, but those wealthy merchants who are capable of taking over are not fools. They have more or less heard about the possible drop in copper prices, and they will not be happy to take over. Even if they are willing to take over, they will bargain hard. What he said is not wrong. Every wealthy merchant who can have a net worth of millions of gold coins is a shrewd person. They will never ignore business intelligence. They must have known about the drop in copper prices in Northern Europe and the news that Spain introduced Indian copper to cast copper coins. It is very difficult to trick them into becoming the takeover savior. And those who are easy to cheat don't have that much money. After thinking about it, Marin suggested, how about this, you can sell those small copper mines to some merchants with weaker financial strength, or even allow several small chambers of commerce to buy them together. Those small merchants are not so quick to get information, so when the time comes, you can pretend to be in a hurry to raise funds and give them a 70% to 80% discount, and there should be some medium-sized merchants who are greedy for small profits who will be fooled. As for the large copper mines, you can only lose them. Jacob Fugger sighed and said, that's the only way. Is it impossible for the copper price to rise again? It seems that he is still unwilling to give up. Absolutely impossible. Marin said firmly. Then, he slightly revealed a little, let me tell you this, the silver-copper price ratio may fall to more than 1 to 80 in the future, think about it yourself. Chapter 1548 Developing the Tyrol Silver Mine. More than 1 to 80. Grand Duke Marin, are you kidding? Jacob Fugger was full of disbelief. Since he decided to befriend this banking family, Marin did not hide his secrets, but introduced, let me tell you this, only in Europe where copper is scarce, the price of copper is so expensive. In India and the Ming Empire in the east, the price of copper is very cheap. The Spaniards are now only trying to introduce some cheap Indian copper. Once they start selling Indian copper in large quantities, the price of copper will fall immediately. In addition, Japan, the colony assigned to me by the Holy See, also has a lot of copper mines in that country. Once developed, it will directly impact the market. Isn't it true that the culprit for the plunge in copper prices to more than 1 to 80 in European history was the Japanese copper brought back by the Dutch? Of course, that was in the 17th century. But the large-scale introduction of Indian copper will undoubtedly cause a sharp drop in European copper prices. Okay, I will get rid of those small copper mines as soon as possible. Jacob Fugger was depressed. No one will feel good if their most proud work is denied. At the beginning, it was he who advocated hoarding copper mines. After a pause, Jacob Fugger asked again, what about the silver mines? Is it worth keeping? His Majesty the Emperor mortgaged the Schwarz silver mine in Tyrol to me. It's a big mine. It is indeed a big silver mine, and it is the largest silver mine in Europe at this time. All players who have played Europa Universalis know that there is a super large silver mine in Tyrol, but it was mortgaged by the poor Habsburg family. And the mortgagee is the richest man in Germany. Marin drank a sip of tea and didn't know what to say. But suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Maybe, this is an opportunity. What opportunity? An opportunity to solve the money shortage in Europe. You know, Europe is now in short supply of gold and silver, and the Tyrol silver mine is a famous large silver mine in Europe. Historically, in the 10 years from 1526 to 1535, the Tyrol silver mine and the Saxony silver mine each produced an average of about 70,000 kilograms of silver per year. What is the concept of 70,000 kilograms of silver? That's 70 million grams. According to the gold-silver exchange rate of 112, it is equivalent to 5.833 million grams. A gold coin of 3.56 grams is equivalent to 1.6385 million golden gold coins. This is just the Tyrol silver mine. If the Saxon silver mine explodes, it will be equivalent to 3.277 million gold coins worth of silver per year. If the slightly inferior Bohemian Kutna Ora silver mine and the Ramelsberg silver mine in Goslar, which is currently in the hands of Marin, are counted, the explosion of production of the four major silver mines together will definitely greatly alleviate the shortage of money in Europe. The Tyrol silver mine, currently in the hands of the Fugger family, seems to be used only for hoarding, and there is no plan to develop it. The reason for the development later was also stimulated by the discovery of a large number of silver mines in the Americas. Because, if it is not developed, it will depreciate. Of course, the Fugger family does not know that there are huge amounts of gold and silver in the Americas, and Marin will not tell him. However, Japan's silver mine can still be talked about. So, Marin asked Jacob Fugger to dismiss his left and right, and asked him to swear not to leak the secret, and then quietly told him, "Count Jacob, let me tell you this, I found a large silver mine in Japan, and I am currently organizing an expeditionary force to seize it and then develop it. The output of that silver mine is estimated to exceed the Schwarz silver mine in Tyrol. If you develop it late, when my silver mine starts to produce on a large scale, the price of silver is estimated to fall." This is Marin's threatening the other party. In fact, even if the Iwami silver mine is developed, if the Potosi silver mine and other large American silver mines are not developed at the same time, the impact on the price of silver is still not that great. The reason why Marin scared Jacob Fugger was that he hoped that the powerful Fugger family could develop the Tyrol silver mine earlier and alleviate the money shortage in Europe. After all, it would take a long time for him to take over Japan and develop the Iwami silver mine. Distant water cannot save nearby fires. Jacob Fugger probably thought of this, so he asked, "Grand Duke Marin, how long will it take you to develop that silver mine?" Marin thought about it and gave a conservative number. It will take about 20 years to start the full development of the big silver mine. After all, it is not difficult to develop the silver mine, but it is difficult to defeat the Japanese army. You know, the population of Japan is about 17 million, much larger than the population of France. I need to prepare a large number of troops for the expedition to succeed. Including the suppression of local resistance and the time for preliminary preparation, it is estimated that it will take 20 years to burst out the maximum production capacity. By then, the annual output of that big silver mine may exceed 100,000 pounds. In fact, the annual output of silver at the peak of Iwami silver mine was 38 tons, equivalent to 83,700 pounds. Marin wanted to scare Jacob Fugger, so he naturally set it higher. Moreover, even if it is 38 tons, it can't catch up with the 70,000 kilograms of the Tyrol silver mine at its peak. 70,000 kilograms, that's equivalent to 70 tons. But Jacob Fugger didn't know, after all, the Tyrol silver mine has not started to explode its production capacity. Marin's annual output of 100,000 pounds frightened him. Annual output of 100,000 pounds. Wouldn't the price of silver fall? Then my Tyrol silver mine. Marin waved his hand and said, "What are you afraid of? I will send troops to conquer Japan and then develop the silver mine. It will probably take 20 to 30 years. During this period, as long as you vigorously develop the Tyrol silver mine, you may be able to dominate the market first." Jacob Fugger nodded, knowing that Marin was right. Then, he said worriedly, "If you want to increase production significantly in a short period of time, you will probably need a lot of miners, maybe 10,000 or 20,000 people. Most people are unwilling to be miners. Where can I find so many miners? These days, the mortality rate of miners is very high. Unless it is absolutely necessary, most people are unwilling to go down the mine to dig. Especially in gold and silver mines, the supervisors are particularly terrible, and not many people can leave the gold and silver mines alive. For example, it is said that 8 million Indians died in the Potosi silver mine in 300 years. Marin thought for a moment and smiled cunningly, "I have a way to get you a lot of miners, and you don't have to worry about them dying." Jacob Fugger misunderstood, "Do you want me to buy African black slaves? That's against the rules of the church. Indeed, Tyrol is just north of Italy, and selling black slaves here is simply a slap in the face of the church. Historically, most black slaves were sold to America. Anyway, the church would not send people to America to investigate." Marin shook his head and said, "Have you heard of the Crimean Khanate?" Jacob Fugger immediately understood, "You mean those Russians? Buying white slaves is also against church rules." "Who said they are slaves? They are just hired laborers who signed long-term contracts," Marin said seriously. Jacob Fugger understood immediately, but he was still worried. What if those miners escape and complain to the church? Marin looked at him with contempt and said, "Do those Russians speak German, Italian, or Latin? How can they complain if they can't speak the same language? Besides, you can hire some mercenaries as supervisors to prevent them from escaping the mines. Then how can I get those Russian mining slaves? Do you have any channels?" Jacob Fugger humbly asked for advice. Marin waved his hand, "Don't ask me about this, just ask the Venetians. Many of their galleys have Russian rowing slaves they bought. Moreover, Venice is only separated from Tyrol by the Alps, and transportation is very convenient. As long as you are willing, it is not a problem to get 10,000 or 20,000 Russian slaves as mining slaves. Of course, you have to prepare the so-called contract in advance to deal with the inspection of the church. You can sign a 30-year contract with them, but in fact, how many miners can live for 30 years? But by doing so, you can deal with public opinion from the outside world. At least, on the surface, they are not slaves and do not violate church rules. Jacob Fugel smiled immediately. It's really smart, worthy of being a wise man praised by His Majesty the Emperor. The two devil heads decided the tragic fate of tens of thousands of Russians in the Grand Duchy of Moscow with just a few words. Of course, the Crimeans who took over this big order were naturally very happy. This is a super big order. As for the blood and tears of the Russians, who cares? Chapter 1549, Technology, Investment. In fact, Marin's method was not his own, but learned from later generations. In the mid-19th century, European and American countries abolished slavery one after another. Then, the plantation owners who owned plantations and black slaves were dumbfounded. Because the black slaves would never farm for them. Or, even if they were willing to help farm, they would only work for 3 days and then rest for 2 days. Without the suppression of whips, the unruly nature of the old blacks was exposed. As long as they made a little money, they would disappear and go to the city to have fun, eat, drink and have fun. Then, when the money was gone, they were forced to find work again. As for the anger of the farmers, what did they care? Anyway, they didn't have the courage to whip those old blacks again. The behavior of black employees coming and going as they pleased would make the farmers vomit blood if it happened during the spring plowing or autumn harvest period. In desperation, many plantation owners at that time learned from the experience of Southeast Asian plantations and began to abduct honest and capable Chinese workers to help them work. Although it was called employment, in fact, when the Chinese workers arrived at the land, they would be strictly guarded, and their treatment was no different from that of slaves. However, because they signed an employment contract, they were indeed let go at the end of the year, which made it difficult for enthusiasts against the slave trade to find an excuse to oppose it. Of course, if they were hired into the mines, few would come out alive after the employment expired. It just so happened that Marin had been committed to suppressing the Russians and preventing them from rising. Therefore, this unethical trick was used on the Russians. Jacob Fugger contacted the Venice branch by pigeon that day and asked them to help inquire about the feasibility. As a result, the pigeon from the Venice branch brought back the news the next day several merchants in Venice were willing to undertake the business. But the requirement was that each Russian would be charged 5 gold coins. In this way, for 20,000 Russians, the Fugger family would have to pay an extra 100,000 gold coins. However, for the wealthy Fugger family, it was really nothing. In this era, the Venetians had not yet fallen out with Turkey. They and the Genoese merchants were the two rare forces that had the right to pass through the Turkish straits. Even when Marin sent a ship to transport Malmö, he had to fly the flag of Venice to obtain the privilege of passing through the Turkish strait. But the Fugger family had no fleet and could only choose to be slaughtered. Fortunately, the development of the Tyrol silver mine was very profitable. Moreover, even if the Venetians were given 5 more gold coins, a Mausi would only cost a dozen gold coins, which was extremely cheap. A very strong one would only cost more than 20 gold coins. 20,000 Mausi slaves would only cost hundreds of thousands of gold coins. For the Fugger family, which had millions of assets, it was simply not worth mentioning. Apart from anything else, just dealing with those small copper mines would allow the Fugger family to recover 1 or 2 million gold coins. Spending hundreds of thousands to buy mining slaves was simply a drizzle. Seeing that Jacob Fugger had made up his mind to develop the Tyrol silver mine, Marin suddenly put forward a condition. What? You want to invest in technology? Lord Marin, this request is a bit too much. If it was a copper mine, Jacob Fugger would not mind Marin having a share. However, the Tyrol silver mine is a famous large-scale silver mine in Europe. Why should it share profits with Marin? Marin smiled and explained, Count Jacob, listen to my explanation first. What I call investing is not to share the shares of the silver mine, but to obtain the priority purchase right of the silver produced by the silver mine. You know, there is a shortage of money in Europe now. Whoever can get the silver will take the initiative. Jacob Fugel was relieved immediately, so that's the case. But I won't give you too much discount. After all, this is silver, real gold and silver. The value is too high. I can only give you a low price in the market price, not lower than the market low price. Marin immediately agreed, I understand, I won't let you suffer. Moreover, I will probably only purchase silver from the precious silver mine for 30 years. After 30 years, I can almost control and mine the big silver mine in Japan. Jacob Fugel's heart tightened. He knew that the Tyrol silver mine would face a strong competitor in 30 years. Therefore, he must explode the production capacity of the Tyrol silver mine as much as possible within 30 years to obtain sufficient benefits in advance. You know, gold and silver are naturally currencies. Once mined and smelted, they can be used directly as money. For the Fugger family, which is mainly engaged in the banking industry, the more silver mines mined, the more capital the bank has to lend. In this era, the lowest loan interest rate is 10% per year, and high-interest loans of 20% or even 30% are everywhere. Getting these silvers and lending them out is the way for the Fugger family to get rich. Jacob Fugger and Marin discussed that Marin's purchase of silver from the Tyrol silver mine must not exceed half. After all, the Fugger family is still counting on using that money to lend. Marin naturally would not object. In fact, for Marin, purchasing a large amount of silver from the Tyrol silver mine is just a means of cover-up. After all, he will definitely send troops to destroy the Aztec Empire of Mexico within 20 years. By then, he will have a large amount of gold and silver of unknown origin. If the source cannot be explained, it will definitely arouse suspicion from European countries. The silver priority purchase contract with the Fugger family is a very good cover. By purchasing a large amount of silver produced by the Tyrol silver mine, he can take the opportunity to successfully launder the gold and silver looted from Mexico and even the Inca Empire. As for the technology he intends to use for investment. Lord Marin, what is the silver mining and smelting technology you are talking about for investment? Can it greatly improve efficiency? Marin nodded confidently. Of course, that is a must. The technology that Marin wants to provide to the Fugger family is mainly blast furnaces, rail mine cars, and high manganese steel mills for grinding. Rail mine cars are not advanced technology. In fact, around the mid-16th century, simple rail mine cars appeared in Europe. However, they were simple wooden tracks. In the 17th century, horse-drawn rail mine cars appeared in the Newcastle coal mine in the UK, becoming the prototype of railways. Marin planned to do it in one step and directly provide the Fugger family with rails with sleepers and small hand-pushed mine carts with dump buckets to facilitate the transportation of ore. As for the high manganese steel mill, there is nothing much to say about it. Marin asked people to mix pyrolusite and iron ore to smelt high manganese steel with excellent wear resistance. It is best to use high manganese steel to make steel mills to grind ore. At least, it is much better than the current grinding equipment, and it is durable because of its wear resistance. After all, the grinding tools of this era are used to grind metal ores and wear very quickly. As for the blast furnace, although the structure of Marin's blast furnace is similar, its quality is actually far inferior to that of the blast furnace of later generations. Its biggest problem is that there is no common blower in later generations. And if an ordinary bellows is used, it is not much more advanced than the smelting furnace of this era. Therefore, in order to improve the efficiency of the blast, Marin personally took action and invented the fan with the help of big men such as Leonardo da Vinci. But Marin had no electricity and did not want to expose the steam engine. Therefore, he adopted a compromise method, using a high-level reservoir to impact the blades, driving the fan to rotate continuously and providing sufficient wind power for the blast furnace. This requires building a dam and a reservoir. Then, build one or more turbines under the dam. The turbine then drives the fan to rotate continuously through a transmission belt. After testing, it was found that the fan driven by the water turbine developed by Marin can provide much more wind power than the hand-pulled bellows or water exhaust bellows of this era. After all, the speed of the water turbine driven by the water falling from a high altitude is much faster than the running speed of the ordinary water exhaust bellows. The water exhaust bellows rely on the general flowing river water to drive the wind direction, and the speed is completely not on the same level as the speed of the falling water from the high-level reservoir impacting the water turbine. Moreover, the Tyrol silver mine is at the foot of the Alps, and it is easy to find a small river to build a reservoir. Even, you can find a ready-made waterfall. The faster the speed, the stronger the wind force. And the stronger the wind force, the higher the efficiency of the blast furnace and the faster the smelting speed. With these three methods, Marin doesn't believe that he can't bring huge efficiency improvements to the Tyrol silver mine. Chapter 1550, Borrowing a Knife to Kill. Jacob Fugger was not a novice. When Maximilian I mortgaged the Tyrol silver mine to him, he had studied mining and smelting technology for a long time and was familiar with the production process of silver mines. After Marin explained to him the benefits of blast furnaces, rail mine cars and high manganese steel mills, he knew it in his heart, with these three technologies, it would be no problem to increase the production efficiency of the Tyrol silver mine by half. So, he was indebted to Marin. So, he waved his hand and agreed to lend Marin 500,000 gold coins without interest. Then, Marin didn't need to transport the money to the Duchy of Württemberg, which directly offset the 400,000 gold coins owed to him by Ulrich, Duke of Württemberg. As for the other 100,000, Marin would need to transport it to Stuttgart. In order to provide convenience for Marin, he paid all the gold coins, so as not to make it difficult for Marin to transport too many silver coins. And Marin also reciprocated and expressed his willingness to provide the Fugger family with enough high manganese steel mills and drive belts for blowers. These two things, other European countries don't have them. Not to mention high manganese steel, other countries don't even know how it is made. Marin boasted to Jacob Fugger that it was a steel mill made of meteorite iron from outer space, which was very wear resistant, which sounded very impressive. Jacob Fugger didn't know anything about metal anyway, so he could only let Marin brag. Moreover, he didn't need to understand, as long as what Marin gave met the requirements. As for not meeting the requirements, then he wouldn't give priority to selling silver to Marin. As for the transmission belt, it was made of sisal fiber. Now, sisal fiber has begun to be mass-produced in Cuba. Marin's fleet, cables and even the main veins of the sails have begun to use sisal fiber. It's no big deal to separate a little sisal fiber to make transmission belts. The biggest feature of the transmission belt made of sisal fiber is also wear resistance. If ordinary flax ropes are used, the transmission belt may be worn off while the turbine is turning. In this case, it will delay things. The wear resistance of sisal just meets the requirements of the transmission belt for long-term movement and not easy to wear off. With the Fugger family's IOU of 400,000 gold coins and 100,000 gold coins, Marin led his men to Stuttgart, the capital of the Duchy of Württemberg in the west. After Marin entered the Duchy of Württemberg with 800 cavalrymen, he found that the situation here had begun to become tense. It was already May, and the spring ploughing in the Duchy of Württemberg was basically over. At this time, Duke Ulrich of Württemberg felt that the time was ripe to turn against those rioting peasants. However, because the preparations were still in progress, Duke Ulrich was currently arranging the army, including the thousands of mercenaries lent to him by Marin, around his territory and around the noble territories loyal to him, so as to prevent him and his diehards from being harmed by the peasant uprising. However, the confrontation in the negotiations had already begun. Duke Ulrich already had the intention to tear up his original promise, but because the preparations were not completed, he had not yet announced the final tearing up of the promise. And Kaspar, the leader of the Württemberg peasant uprising organization, Poor Conrad, also felt the danger. He has begun to gather the backbone forces of the Poor Conrad organization, gather in his blacksmith shop, and secretly forge swords for the uprising. Kaspar himself is a swordsmith, and the uprising needs swords. He took the backbone forces of the organization and began to forge swords in the basement at night to prepare for the uprising. Even when Marin entered Stuttgart with his men and horses and 100,000 gold coins, he was targeted by the spies of the Poor Conrad organization. However, Poor Conrad is just an amateur peasant organization, and the level of the spies inside is not very good, so they couldn't get close to Marin's team. As soon as they approached, Marin's scouts began to draw their swords. In the end, the other party was scared away. And when Marin entered Stuttgart, he deliberately covered his face and asked his men to cover themselves with black robes to cover all the signs of the North Sea Kingdom, so as not to scare the Poor Conrad organization. After all, the North Sea Kingdom's army is too famous. If the people of the Poor Conrad organization knew that the North Sea Kingdom stood behind Duke Ulrich, they might not dare to launch an uprising. At that time, where would Marin get people to go to America? Therefore, Marin deliberately concealed his identity. Even the thousands of troops who had previously assisted Duke Ulrich took off the North Sea military uniforms and hid the flags to avoid scaring the Poor Conrad people. Upon learning that Marin was visiting and brought an IOU and gold coins worth 500,000 golden gold coins, Duke Ulrich of Württemberg was very happy and prepared to host a banquet to entertain Marin. However, Marin refused. The reason is simple. Once Duke Ulrich hosted a banquet to entertain Marin, the news that Marin came to the North Sea Kingdom could not be concealed. If those peasants knew that a powerful prince with tens of thousands of soldiers stood behind Duke Ulrich, would they dare to rebel? Duke Ulrich also thought it made sense, so he secretly entertained Marin. At the same time, a gag order was issued to the people in the Stuttgart palace. Duke Ulrich is probably the most indebted prince in Germany. Emperor Maximilian I should have owed more than 1 million yuan, which made him poorer than him. But the emperor mortgaged many copper and silver mines, resulting in only a few 100,000 yuan in debt. Anyway, he didn't plan to take back those mines. So, in terms of debt, the poor Emperor Maximilian I didn't have as much as Duke Ulrich. In terms of debt, Duke Ulrich ranked first in Germany. So, he was happy about Marin's arrival. Because if the cooperation with Marin was successful, his $1 million debt could be repaid at once. There might even be some savings. During the dinner, Marin saw that there was no one around. If there was anyone, he would never speak carelessly, so as not to give others a handle, and began to give advice to Duke Ulrich. After the uprising, begins, you can send out troops to drive those rioting peasants to other people's territories as much as possible, preferably to places with many people. In addition, send people to mix in with the rioting peasants and deliberately give advice to their leaders, so that they can coerce as many peasants as possible in the passing areas. If there is a chance, you can also use their hands to get rid of some nobles who don't stop talking to you. As long as those nobles are killed, you can also use the excuse to take back their territories and expand your territory. In addition, the money and food robbed by those rioting peasants can also be regarded as your spoils of war. Duke Ulrich of Württemberg nodded repeatedly, his eyes shining with gold. Good. 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 Ha, I'm going to get rich this time. Black eating black has always been a good way to make a fortune. Of course, the premise is that you have a good appetite and the strength. Otherwise, it's easy to eat to death. As the monarch of the Duchy of Württemberg, Duke Ulrich obviously has the ability to annex the assets of the nobles in the country. The premise is that those nobles have to die. No matter what kind of nobles they are, no matter how poor they are just short of cash. Generally speaking, the biggest assets of aristocratic families are land and various fixed assets. A rotten ship still has 3 pounds of nails, let alone a noble family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. As long as the owner and heir are dead, Duke Ulrich has an excuse to take back his fiefdom and manor. Of course, including various other fixed assets. Take it to auction, you can get a lot of money. What? There are guards and attendants in those noble manors. This is simple. Marin's opinion is let Duke Ulrich recruit the guards and attendants under the command of those nobles who are not dealing with them, including the militia recruited during wartime, in the name of preventing civil unrest. However, do not recruit them, and only leave them 1 or 2 attendants. In this way, when the peasant uprising army hits these people's manors, they will find it difficult to resist the attack of the peasant army because they have no soldiers. Then, Duke Ulrich sent people to infiltrate the peasant army and persuade them to kill those nobles, including their descendants. In this way, the noble family would be extinct. At that time, Duke Ulrich would annex their property easily and happily. Duke Ulrich was so excited by this wicked idea of killing someone with a borrowed knife. In order to get enough money, Duke Ulrich tried his best. After Marin left, he immediately arranged for several confidants to disguise themselves and sneak into the Poor Conrad organization, planning to wait for the peasant army to launch an uprising, and then take the opportunity to persuade the peasants to kill some nobles who were not on good terms with the Duke. If those peasants were not happy, they would not mind killing those nobles who were not on good terms with the Duke themselves. Anyway, after they mixed into the peasant army, their identities were rioting peasants. In the end, the peasant army took the blame.